Not long after these voices were heard, the various cultivators all retreated from Four Corner Village. Very soon, the cultivators from the outside left. Muyun Long and the other cultivators stood at the entrance of the village. They glanced back at it. They never imagined that they would still lose in the end. Master was stronger than he had imagined. Master managed to get 3 extraordinary figures to acknowledge Four Corner Village. From this day forth, Four Corner Village would stand at the peak of the Xianxia domain like the other superpowers. Although the village still had very few cultivators, their greatest power was already enough to solidify their status. "Let's go," said Muyun Long as he turned to leave. Muyun Long looked at the village with a meaningful look. One day he would surely return. The villagers were somewhat elated. Master had shocked his powerful opponents. For Corner Village could join the world and cultivate and would no longer be restricted from this day forth. They would be able to see the wider world and would no longer be confined to the village. For many of the villagers who had never seen the outside world their entire lives, it was undoubtedly something to be excited about. "They have left," Fang Gai said as he gazed into the distance. "Things have finally quieted down," Old Ma also commented. They knew more about Master's ability than others. Of course, they were also unsure what level Master was at exactly. However, at least they knew that it was not something Nanhai Wuji could stand against. "You lot, come over to where I am," a voice called out from afar. Old Ma and the others knew that Master was calling them over. They bowed and replied, "Yes, Master." "You come over as well," the voice called out again. Yi Futian clearly sensed that this was directed at him. He bowed slightly and followed behind Old Ma and the others as they headed over to the private school together. There were 6 people, namely Old Ma, Fang Gai, Gu Huai Shikue, Blind Tai, and Yi Futian. In reality, the village currently had 7 persons in charge. However, Duo Yu was still young, so he had not come along with them. Currently, these 6 people could represent the will of the entire village. Once they arrived at the private school, the 6 of them were very respectful. They saw a figure sitting quietly on a futon after they entered and walked into the square courtyard. This was the first time Yi Futian had met Master. Master's sage-like body seemed somewhat ethereal. He seemed otherworldly, as though he was a deity that could not be comprehended by normal minds. "Master," greeted the 6 of them as they bowed slightly. Yi Futian also did the same. Although he was standing before Master, he still could not sense Master's aura and could not confirm how powerful Master was. However, he knew that he was far inferior and could not compare to Master at all. "Sit down, all of you," Master said. The 6 of them nodded and sat themselves down in different spots. "For Corner Village will be joining the world. All of you must have been waiting for this to happen for a long time," Master said. Fang Gai, Blind Tai, and the others did not say anything. Master seemed to have already seen through their thoughts. Indeed, they were supportive of the village joining the world. When Muyun Long suggested that the village should join the world, no one objected. No one would be willing to be forever confined to the village once they cultivated to a certain level. They also did not wish to see the younger generation remain in this small village forever. Even though the village was unique, this did not affect their yearning for the outside world. "I know what all of you are thinking, yet, do you know why I have always prevented Four Corner Village from entering the world?" Master asked. "The time was not right," Fang Gai replied. "That is one reason," Master said. "Before this, you have all seen the end result of those who left the village. Most of them perished outside, and few made it back alive. Even fewer remained outside. However, among them, the hearts of a few had already moved away from the village after seeing the prosperity of the outside world. How would they be satisfied with staying in a village? Their hearts had already changed. The crowd thought of Muyun Lan. Currently, he was famous in the outside world and had become an extraordinary figure in Nanhai family. After marrying the princess of the Nanhai family, Muyun Lan indeed had a change of heart. With such a glorious life, what he pursued now was no longer that which he pursued before. That was why the village had its previous laws, Old Ma commented. That is also a very important reason, Master continued. Before this, the village was actually an imperfect world and was also illusory. The laws of the land were also defective. This illusory world was bathed in the world of the relic. We have been living in a dual-layered space all this while. Some people could sense the way in the relic and attain the protection of the ancestors. Hence, they could cultivate. However, for the rest, if they forcefully cultivated, it would cause their cultivation to go haywire, and it would not end well. Old Ma is an exception. He died once before. However, it was a blessing in disguise as he formed his own great path. Yet, his cultivation stopped at that level and he could still be consumed by it. I've always asked him to act cautiously. For many years, he has never displayed his ability. If Four Corner Village were to join the world under such conditions, it would have been meaningless as few people would have been able to leave. Master, then what exactly has caused the laws of the village to change? Fang Gai inquired. If it was because the ancestors had manifested, why had they done so now and not sooner? Master advised, you do not need to know about this in detail. It might just be that right now is the best opportunity. Now, everyone in the village can cultivate freely. Even if they don't cultivate a flawless great path, it will not end in tragedy. However, as to what the village will do after it joins the world, all of you need to think carefully about it. In the future, the village will no longer be separated from the world. It will be the same as other forces and will need to develop and expand. Otherwise, others will look down on us. The people who left the village before this are good examples to learn from. With Master around, what do we need to fear? Shi Kuei said. For many years, I never left this place for special reasons. I have been given restrictions and cannot leave the village. Hence, you will need to depend on yourselves in the outside world. Master continued. This caused them to be somewhat surprised. That meant that Master could only protect those in the village. Once one left the village, Master might not be able to do anything. Joining the world was the collective will of yourselves and Four Corner Village. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, you should go out and see the prosperity of the world. You are destined to pay some price for doing so. From this day forth, the village is no longer the village that does not concern itself with outside matters. Instead, we need to face the conflict of the outside world. I hope that all of you can defend your decision, Master continued. They nodded their heads seriously. They all had stern expressions. Master was reminding them and making sure that they were alert. Master recommended, of course, with your abilities, all of you will not lose to the other top forces. However, Four Corner Village has a serious generational gap. We do not need to act too hasty. I suggest that we fortify and increase everyone's cultivation planes and cultivate the next generation of cultivators. Understood, Old Ma said as he nodded his head. The juniors who inherited the divine techniques should grow very quickly. Their cultivation environment is far superior to that of all of you. They will be the future of Four Corner Village, Master said. That is all I have to say. All of you may leave. As they got up, Master looked at Yifutian and said, You stay. Yifutian felt somewhat strange. However, he still nodded his head and remained here. The others were perplexed. They did not know what Master wanted to say to Yifutian. After they left, Master said to Yifutian, Thank you. Yifutian looked at Master. He then understood what Master meant. Before this, Fang Gai had asked what had caused the change of the laws. In reality, it was because of Yifutian he had changed everything. Master, you do not need to thank me. This was all a fateful encounter, Yifutian replied. He himself did not have such ability. It was all because of the world tree. This isn't a coincidence. It is fate, Master replied. Fate? Yifutian asked as he looked at Master incredulously. Master smiled slightly as he nodded his head and said, There are some things that I only understood after you came here. The fact that it was the right time now was because you came to Four Corner Village. All this is fate's design. I don't understand, Yifutian said. You will naturally understand in the future. Master didn't explain, causing Yifutian to be even more perplexed. What design did fate have in store for him? Why had Master said so? I will leave those children to you, Master continued. Yifutian did not linger on the issue. If Master did not explain it further, he naturally had his reasons for doing so. I will do my best, Yifutian said as he nodded his head. You may leave, said Master. Yifutian got up, bowed, and then left. The village was peaceful. However, in the Xianxia domain, a storm had swept up. Countless people knew that Four Corner Village had joined the world. The superpowers had also acknowledged its existence. From this day forth, the village would be another superpower in the Xianxia domain. For a while, countless cultivators rushed over to Four Corner Continent. However, they did not do so to enter Four Corner Village. After they arrived, they began cultivating in Four Corner Continent. They were even prepared to settle down in the continent for the long term. Many cultivators from other continents migrated here. There were even some top forces with powerful renhuangs who established cities in this desolate continent. In the world of cultivation, places that were near to superpowers would undoubtedly be prosperous. In the Xianxia domain, such a phenomenon was exceptionally obvious. In the Xianxia domain's upper nine heavens, it was now a group of continents that were far more powerful than the countless continents beyond the upper nine heavens. Currently, Four Corner Continent was beginning to develop. If they did not seize the opportunity now, they would not have such a chance in the future. Hence, for a long period of time after countless cultivators migrated over, cities were erected all over the continent. It was the year 10,060 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Yifutian had been at the village for more than a year. During this period, the villagers had been cultivating peacefully and did not leave the village. They followed Master's advice to remain in the village and strengthen their foundations, allowing more ordinary villagers to join in on the cultivation journey. After all, since the ordeal last time, Four Corner Village might have been targeted by the entire Xianxia domain. It took time for them to fade away from people's minds. Yifutian had also been cultivating in the village, comprehending the village's divine techniques and teaching them to the youths. The youths in the village started cultivating one by one. Of course, since they had different talents, the strongest youths could still cultivate from the very beginning, especially the few youths who had inherited the divine techniques. They were born with the way in them. In the past, at the private school, Master decided the candidates who could cultivate based on whether the youths were compatible with the way of the ancient god. When Master taught them, he also refined their bodies with the way, so that they were compatible with the power of the way from a young age. After these youths officially started cultivating, they could progress at a tremendous pace and did not have to follow the conventional path. Currently, Master was still teaching the way. Yifutian and Old Ma were in charge of teaching the youths other stuff. Fang Xiyuan and the rest progressed quickly. Their speed of cultivating was astonishing. Of course, Yifutian was also cultivating and improving. At this moment, in the village, the divine halos shone, as usual, enveloping this ancient village. There was no nighttime in the village. The sky was always daytime, and everyone was constantly bathed in the divine halos. Divine phenomena filled the sky. There were golden divine gates, dazzling golden-winged giant pung birds, and illusory figures of the ancient god of war. All these images that could once only be sensed by those with extraordinary talents were now projected on this part of the sky by Yifutian, with the help of the power of the divine tree. Everyone could bathe within this power. Yifutian sat beside the divine tree, seemingly entered into meditation. He was completely in harmony with the heavens and earth, as though he was part of the surrounding. "Master!" shouted someone as they dashed towards Yifutian from afar. Yifutian's eyes were still shut, but he naturally knew who had come. He reprimanded, "Fang Sun, are you truly not afraid of me beating you?" As Yifutian said this, he opened his eyes, and the halo around his body dimmed. He stared at the youth in front of him, who was all grown up now. Fang Xiyuan approached 15 this year, and he would soon be an adult. He was almost as tall as an adult. There was still a glint of youthfulness on his face. His eyes were sparkling. One could tell with a glance that he was a smart guy. Only this brat dared to disturb Yifutian while he cultivated. Little Ling, Duo Yu, and the rest would wait beside him if they saw him cultivating. Master would not do so. If Master were cultivating in seclusion, you would have an invisible barrier around you. If there isn't one, that means that Master is merely meditating, Fang Xiyuan said with a smile. He seemed to understand Yi Futian very well. Yi Futian glared at him and said, "Speak your mind. What seems to be the matter?" "Master, I heard that a city has been built outside of the village. Now it has grown quite spectacular. There are countless cultivators in the city. Little Ling, Tai Tu, and the others wish to go take a look around the city," Fang Xiyuan said. There was a faint look of anticipation in his eyes. Although Four Corner Village decided to join the world, Master had previously instructed Yi Futian and the others to remain in the village to cultivate for the past year. They had not left at all. They heard that a huge change was happening beyond the village. The elders said that, before this, the lands beyond the village were desolate. Now, upon hearing that their Four Corner Village was about to join the world, the outside world built a city. The youths were naturally curious and wanted to go out and take a look. For people of this age group, it was natural for them to like having fun and be curious. It was especially so for Fang Xiyuan. This brat was originally mischievous. Now that he would soon be 15, how could he possibly stay put in the village? "Little Ling, Tai Tu, do the two of you want to venture out?" Yi Futian shouted into the distance. Soon, the two youths appeared beside Yi Futian and replied, "Master, no, we don't." Fang Xiyuan slapped his forehead with his palm. His lies had been exposed mercilessly. These two fellows were not reliable at all. Duo Yu followed the two and joined the group. Since the four youths had become Yi Futian's disciples, they were very close with each other. They would cultivate together and spar with each other. Fang Xiyuan was the eldest among the four, and he was smarter, so he crowned himself the eldest brother. Tai Tu was the second, while Little Ling was the third. Duo Yu was younger and more introverted, so he was the youngest brother. Staring at the four youths in front of him, Yi Futian sensed that time had indeed passed by quickly. Especially since they were children, they grew up in the blink of an eye. When he first came to the village and met them, they still looked like little kids. However, they were all teenagers now. They were at the height of their youth. "Duo Yu, has Fang Xiyuan been bullying you?" Yi Futian asked Duo Yu, who was standing at the very back. "No," Duo Yu replied as he shook his head. "Elder brother Fang Xiyuan has been very kind to me. He always instructs me in my cultivation." Fang Xiyuan smiled bitterly. Master was full of distrust towards him. "Master, with my current abilities, what level would I be at in the outside world?" Fang Xiyuan asked curiously. "Of course, you would be at the very bottom," Yi Futian answered. "After so many years, only a few people have ever left the village. At your level, anybody from the outside world could handle you. Once you are outside, don't simply cause trouble. Do you understand?" Fang Xiyuan's eyes lit up as he asked, "Master, does this mean that you will bring me out?" "Did I say that?" Yi Futian answered with a glare. "It would be good to take them outside," said Old Ma as he walked over just then. "These fellows have not seen the outside world. I am sure that they want to have a look. In the past, we would need to travel far in order to do so. However, now there is a city right beyond the village. The people of the outside named it Four Corner City. Grandfather Ma still gets us," Fang Xiyuan said. "Cease your flattery," replied Old Ma. He would not fall for such a ruse. "If you wish to go outside, you must not go off on your own. Tai Tu's father will bring all of you. You should head over to the ironworks and ask whether Tai Tu's father will agree to take all of you." "Second brother, you're up," said Fang Xiyuan as he patted Tai Tu's shoulder. "What use can I be? You might as well depend on Little Ling," Tai Tu said while glancing at Little Ling beside him. Tai Tu's father treated Little Ling much better than he treated him. Hee. All smiles, Fang Xiyuan looked at Little Ling. With these two here, his request would surely be approved. "Master, we'll go see Uncle Tai now." Fang Xiyuan led the three away and left Yi Futian alone, heading towards the ironworks. On the other hand, Old Ma walked towards Yi Futian. "What do you think?" Yi Futian asked Old Ma. Old Ma sat down and said, "It's been more than a year since the previous incident. We've no idea how many other people are targeting Four Corner Village. Master has warned us before. However, since we have decided to join the outside world, we'll need to venture out sooner or later. Yifutian responded, in such a short amount of time, a city has risen. I reckon quite a lot of cultivators have migrated to this four-corner city. We'll find all sorts of people there. Perhaps cultivators from various forces are lurking in the city too. That's naturally the case. Hence, there's a need to make a trip outside and issue a warning to those with ulterior motives. We'll need to venture out anyway. Let's see who'll be the first to be warned by us, Old Ma said. Yifutian nodded and replied, since you're prepared, I'll not say any more. These four lads are the future of the village. If they head out, we must make sure that they'll not suffer any losses. Old Ma smiled and said, even though they're your disciples, I do not care any less for them than you. Don't forget, I'm an elder in this village. Yifutian understood what Old Ma meant by that. He nodded and said, that's good. Not long after, the four youths returned. Blind Tai, Xia Yuan, and the others were also following behind them. Master, Uncle Tai is here. Let's head out, Fang Xian said. All right, replied Yifutian as he got up with a smile. He then led them outside of the village. Now, the entrance of Four Corner Village had already been relocated. The entrance was where the glimmer of sky was. It was a door of space. Extremely intense waves of the great path of space emanated from it. They immediately walked through it, and their figures disappeared from the village and appeared outside. Standing outside the village, they walked forwards, stood on the mountain range, and looked out into the distance. As expected, a majestic city was built around the mountains. It was vast and endless. Yifutian was somewhat emotional. When he first came here, it had been a desolate land. Wow! Gazing at the magnificent city far away from a high vantage point, Fang Xian could not help but express his fascination. Was this the outside world? At that moment his eyes lit up. The outside world must be quite fascinating. It was no wonder his father, as well as every generation before him, went out to explore. So big. Little Ling also mumbled with a look of yearning. Growing up in the village and having spent their entire lives in the village, this was the first time they went out and saw the outside world. In the past, they had only got to know the outside world from afar. So many people. The sky is filled with flying people. Tai Tu looked at the people flying around in the sky. Only Duo Yu remained silent while looking at everything. While he was more cheerful than before, it was not a complete change. He was still introverted and did not like to speak that much. However, his eyes still oozed an expectant look. So, the village is only so small and there are so many people outside, he thought. Yifutian looked at the four teenagers and could not help but lament a little bit. These teenagers were only starting to step into the world. In the past, they had thought that their village was the entire world. Now, everything would change. However, it was hard to say they would forever hold on to the same kind of teenage naivety and pureness. Back when Blind Tai and the others left the village, they also had similar feelings. However, the cruel world would ultimately change everything. Come, let's go out and explore, said Yifutian. After that, they leaped into the sky and headed towards their destination. Not long after, they arrived in Four Corner City. Four Corner City's streets were wide. The flow of people from both sides of the street never stopped. In the past year or so, countless practitioners had moved into the city from afar. While Four Corner City had remained very quiet, they were not in a hurry. For a powerful faction, as long as they did not encounter a huge disaster, it could last for a very long time, thousands to tens of thousands of years at least. With such a long time horizon, it was natural for the surrounding areas to grow and develop. Moreover, the complete opening of Four Corner Village was inevitable and would attract practitioners from the outside. Since they had already decided that they would join the world, they would surely head towards a path of greatness. By then, many opportunities would appear. Fang Xian led the other youngsters scurrying all over the place. The dazzling array of items on display in shops on the two sides of the street completely captured their attention. They had not even seen some of the clothes before. Blind Tai followed the teenagers from behind quietly, protecting them from danger. Yifutian and the others followed further behind with smiles on their faces. Xianxia said, "It sure is nice to be young without a worry or care in the world." She was a little envious of the teenagers. Pure and naive. It was because they knew and understood so little about the world that they could relax and enjoy it so much. I was like this too when I was a teenager. But my godfather taught me a lot of things, said Yifutian with a chuckle. Everything that happened in Qingzhou seemed a century ago. His memory from back then had become hazy, and it seemed like it was such a long time ago. Time corrodes memories. Xia Qingyuan looked at him. Unlike Yifutian, when she was a teenager, she was the proud daughter of Emperor Xia, the master of Emperor Xia's realm, and as such she also knew a lot of things. She was a lot more mature than her peers. The two of them grew up in completely different environments, and the environment that Yifutian grew up in seemed a lot more relaxed. However, it being so relaxed had also made everything he experienced later so much harder. "I'd like to meet your godfather," mumbled Xia Qingyuan. "Why?" Yifutian asked with a chuckle. "I'd like to see what kind of person created a person like you." Xia Qingyuan looked at Yifutian. "In truth, I'd also like to know what kind of person he is," Yifutian replied with a smile. He did not understand his godfather as well. "Hey, you guys, slow down a little," Yifutian shouted at the teenagers in front of them. Then, he picked up his pace to catch up to the 4 teenagers in front. The teenagers had become excited and had winds in their steps. After a few hours, they were still running around everywhere. 3 of them had new outfits on. Little Tai, Tai 2, and Duo Yu's outfits were quite simple before. At that moment, it was like they had become someone else completely. They looked a lot more lively as their bodies oozed the vigors of youth. "Brother Fong Siyuan, just how big is this city? How come we haven't finished exploring it no matter how much we explore?" Little Ling asked Fong Siyuan, who was standing beside her. "Ha, this is nothing. At our pace, we can't even finish exploring an entire city in a year," replied Fong Siyuan. Little Ling looked at him in shock. "Was it so big?" "Stop!" At that moment, a voice appeared. Blind Tai stepped on the ground and created a formless wave that led to a low grumble from the ground. Everyone walking around the area stopped moving. Their hearts trembled violently. Even the houses on the sides were trembling. Baboom! Baboom! Hearts beat faster as gazes shifted towards Blind Tai, who continued to stand there. His might completely shrouded the place and spread further away. Everyone could feel the suffocating pressure. Fong Siyuan and the other 3 teenagers also stopped moving and turned around to look at Blind Tai. "Fong Siyuan, come back!" Yifutian shouted. Fong Siyuan and the others turned around to walk toward where they came from. From afar, several beings with frightening aura had arrived, and they were headed towards their location. At that moment, many people in the surrounding area regained their senses and immediately understood what was going on. They quickly scattered and left the area. They had realized that a battle between some powerful characters was about to take place. Bang, bang, bang. Buildings began to crumble while the bluestones on the ground also started to crack. Powerful windstorm blew toward them. Blind Tai took a step forward. A dull rumbling sound rang in the air, and, in an instant, the space around them and everything within it trembled. Chasms appeared on the ground, and the windstorm was actually unable to progress further. It was stopped in its tracks outside the space that Yifutian's group occupied. From afar, several powerful Renhuangs had arrived, and they looked toward Yifutian's group. This was the largest and most intense conflict since the founding of Four Corner City. The aura belonged to a person at the mighty level. Did the people from Four Corner Village come? They saw Yifutian, Blind Tai, and the teenagers and guessed where they had come from. They were most likely from Four Corner Village. However, who was the one who initiated the attack? Back then, 3 peak figures arrived at the village. After that, they recognized the existence of Four Corner Village and gave the order to leave Four Corner Village. Now, so many powerful cultivators had come again. Did that mean that they had not yet completely given up? Bam! Blind Tai took a step forward. This body seemed to have grown tall and stalwart. He stretched out his arm and opened his palm. Then, in an instant, a hammer of Tianxin appeared in his palm. At the same time, beautiful and vague patterns appeared behind him. It was as if a Tianxin had appeared. Blind Tai swung his arm forward. In the direction of his swing, heaven and earth shook and crumbled. Everything within 100 miles of in that direction had been annihilated. Only ashes were left. Moreover, those were only the aftereffects caused by the main attack. The real attack directly struck one of those powerful practitioners. It was an elder. His expression changed completely. He whose cultivation level had already reached the sky was actually feeling a tiny sense of powerlessness at that moment. With his body as the center, a terrifying windstorm appeared. However, at that moment the windstorm was completely suppressed. Rumble! The hammer of Tianxin slammed downward and, accompanied by an excruciating shout, the elder was gone, and only ashes remained. Blind Tai took a step forward. The ground rumbled as cracks spread hundreds of miles wide. Then, Blind Tai's body appeared high in the sky as if he was a Tianxin divine deity standing there with the divine hammer in his hand. A golden divine light covering the space around them. In Four Corner City, many people lifted their heads to look into the sky as their hearts trembled violently. It was the first mega battle in Four Corner City since its founding. No one would have expected that it would come so soon. So, were these some mega-powerful characters from the village? He was blind, yet his strength was frightening. Beautiful golden divine light radiated from Blind Tai's body. He raised the divine hammer. All the powerful cultivators who released their aura earlier felt that they were suddenly locked within by a destructive power of the Great Path. Rumble! Blind Tai's divine hammer descended. Like the hammer of Tianxin, strokes of golden lightning suddenly struck from the sky. In an instant, several cultivators on the ground were blasted into smithereens. The people in Four Corner City were very excited, particularly the people whose cultivation levels were higher. It was their original objective for visiting Four Corner City, after all. They came to cultivate in the city to see stronger people, after all. Now that they saw the mighty figures of the village, they were certainly not disappointed. However, the top figures of the Xianxia domain had already recognized Four Corner Village. Just who was still feeling dissatisfied? To actually come after practitioners from Four Corner Village. Did they not know the immensity of heaven and earth? Then the color of the sky changed. The people in Four Corner City lifted their heads. The sky above the city was completely covered in an oppressive aura. It was as if the end of the world had come and was incredibly terrifying. This is... The hearts of those who had reached the Runhuang level trembled. A big shot had arrived and was above them. The Great Path's powerful might emanating from this person felt like it was on a whole different level. Which big shot of the Xianxia domain had come? Then, two people appeared in two different locations in the sky at the same time. Around the area where they stood, frightening images appeared. Around one of the two persons that appeared, dragons howled. And clouds stirred as the person transformed into a holy and divine giant dragon. Behind the other person, a pagoda that could crush the world converged. The pagoda had 9 levels. An array of suppressive light shot downward. The entire Four Corner City was suppressed under its might. Behind them, a group of cultivators followed. They were all incredibly powerful figures, and they stepped into Four Corner City at the same time. While Blind Tai could not see, he could sense them. He turned toward them. The light was blinding, and even though he could not see, he could feel the blinding divine light. Blind Tai knew that 2 big shots had arrived. However, his expression was the same. He stood there like an iron tower. "Who goes there?" Blind Tai shouted, his voice shaking heaven and earth. Underneath him, Yi Futian and the others stood there. When he saw the people who appeared, Yi Futian seemed calm, but a tinge of coldness could be seen in the glint in his eyes. He recognized the 2 big shots who had arrived. They were not big shots of the Xianxia domain. Instead, they came from the Donghua domain. They had come for him. The great Yan ancient royal family's overlord from the Donghua domain, Emperor Yan, and Ling Yun's, the Ling Shao Palace's palace lord in Donghua domain's Donghua heavens. They had actually come to Four Corner City to find him. However, the grudge between them did not reach the point where they would give their lives to get even with him. Even if one were to ignore everything that happened back then at the Donghua banquet and only focused on what happened after, Yi Futian murdering one of the parties in the marriage alliance between the two major factions, the prince of the Great Yen ancient royal family, and with the groom's bride escort team of the Great Yen, the Great Yen ancient royal family would never let him go. After all, the marriage had fallen apart. Moreover, at that time, he displayed a strength that could kill a cultivator on the 9th plane level. As such, the people who appeared were naturally only incredibly powerful big shots. Otherwise, they'd have no chance of taking him down. Not to mention the fact that Yi Futian now also had the backing of Four Corner Village. As such, two powerful big shots had to kill him. I come from the Donghua domain. Yi Futian is a wanted person in our Donghua domain. He had committed an unforgivable crime in the Donghua domain. Our domain lord personally issued this wanted notice. We come today to bring him back to the Donghua domain, said Emperor Yen, his voice causing the entire sky to tremble. Everyone in Four Corner City could hear his voice. They were incredibly shocked. They had also heard of Yi Futian of the Four Corner Village before. They had heard that this person was instrumental in the changes that took place at the Four Corner Village. They never expected that he was a wanted person from the Donghua domain. Now, two powerful big shots from the Donghua domain had come to get him. He is now a resident of our village, said Blind Tai. Clearly, Four Corner Village would not hand him over. They would protect Yi Futian. It looks like there's no need to waste time talking anymore. Ling Yunzi, the palace lord of the Ling Shao Palace, took a step forward. In an instant, the sky changed color, and a suffocating force slammed downward and covered the entirety of Four Corner City. The sky looked like it was about to crumble. The 9-level Ling Shao Pagoda stirred the sky and, as if all the power of the Great Path had merged into it, from beneath the pagoda, a ray of divine light shot down toward Blind Tai. The dull sound caused heaven and earth to shake violently. In only a moment, multiple buildings in Four Corner City were destroyed. Countless gazes focused on the area right beneath the pagoda. Blind Tai's body seemed like it had transformed into a Tianxin. Countless beams of divine light of the Great Path came from every direction and landed on his body. Then he brandished his divine hammer and swung it up toward the sky, trampling over everything in the world. Divine hammer of the protector. When the two attacks collided with each other, the sky seemed to split. Bright lights filled the sky, and Blind Tai's Tianxin-like body was sent flying down. He slammed feet first into the ground, creating a huge and deep hole in the ground. His plane level was slightly lower. He was a Renhuang of the 8th plane with a perfect grade Great Path. Ling Yunzi lowered his head to glance at Blind Tai. Practitioners with perfect grade Great Paths were very hard to deal with. Their blood forces were infinitely exuberant and powerful. Their spiritual soul or physical bodies could be considered perfect. Reaching the 8th plane level meant that he was very close to the peak. Even he could not directly kill him. Just as he prepared to strike again, Emperor Yen beside him also took a step forward. Many cultivators inside Four Corner City rose into the sky. They were all here to deal with Yi Futian's group. This time, two big shots were leading the lot from the Xianxia domain. Vong! Then, at that moment, rays of light spread all across the sky. Everyone lifted their heads and saw a figure high up in the sky. The figure stood there as bright divine lights spread from his body. It was beautiful and absolutely captivating. The divine lights spread to 8 sides of Four Corner City like spatial doors flying in their own direction. Before long, everyone could see that the divine lights of the Great Path that had spread in several directions were now rippling and flowing in the sky. The spatial doors seemed to have merged and transformed into one giant spatial light screen that spanned across and covered the entire Four Corner City. This is sealing the city. The people in Four Corner City saw the scene unfold before them in utter shock. The figure standing high in the sky had directly sealed Four Corner City. He sealed the city using the Great Path of Space, not allowing anyone to exit the city. No one would have expected a high-level battle like this taking place in Four Corner City only after a little more than a year since its founding. Moreover, a being close to being a god actually existed and had sealed for Corner City. More people appeared. Feng Gai and Shi Kuei also appeared. Feng Gai moved to Yifutian and his group's side and said to the teenagers, "Come to my side." Feng Xiyuan and the others walked to Feng Gai's side. Then, an individual space was formed to protect the teenagers. When the people of Four Corner City saw that, they vaguely understood what was going on. It looked like Four Corner Village was already prepared. Moreover, the objective of their first large-scale battle was to establish themselves as a force not to be reckoned with. Four Corner Village people knew that powers from the outside world had their own devious plans and schemes. So, they would use this battle to establish themselves and show the world that they should stop thinking about Four Corner Village. Four Corner Village had come prepared. Naturally, Emperor Yan and the Lingxiao Palace Lord were aware of this. They came after the people from the Xianxia domain invited them to deal with Yifutian. They knew that they were being used. However, despite knowing that, they still came. The only reason was that Yifutian needed to be killed. Could not wait any longer. It had not yet been that long since Yifutian annihilated the groom's bride escort team. Now, he had joined the Four Corner Village and gained himself an amazing position. He now had a strong backing. If things were to continue like this, considering Yifutian's talent and potential, he would only become even more difficult to deal with in the future. Also, noting the grudge between them, by the time Yifutian grew strong enough, he would never forgive them so easily. Yifutian would most certainly seek revenge. As such, even if they knew they were being used, they had still come. Moreover, they had to come personally. Otherwise, they would have no chance of killing Yifutian. Our Four Corner Village encounters an assault the first time we enter the world. Since that is the case, we will kill all who came and took part today. No mercy, Old Ma said loudly with a cold tone. A murderous aura shrouded the entire Four Corner City. If they did not start killing today, the Four Corner Village would have a hard time growing in the future. Or, just as Old Ma finished speaking, the howl of the dragon in the sky filled the air and caused the sky to shake violently. The practitioners in all corners of Four Corner City felt as if their spiritual souls were going to crumble. The dragon's howl had the strength to destroy heaven and earth. The frightening sound waves in the sky surged towards Old Ma's location like a heavenly river. Old Ma raised his arm and struck his palm out. In an instant, countless overlapping sky dews appeared. With that, the frightening shock waves of the Great Path gradually dissipated until there was nothing left. A bright and beautiful beam of purplish-golden light shot down from the sky. An unparalleled purplish-gold storm appeared in the sky. The storm became increasingly terrifying as it sucked everything around it towards it. Then, the onlookers suddenly found out that Old Ma had disappeared. He had been sucked into the terrifying storm, the dragon storm. The area seemed to have become Emperor Yan's world. A gigantic divine dragon appeared. His head was as big as a mountain. It looked down toward Old Ma. On the dragon's head stood Emperor Yan with his hands behind his back. He looked at Old Ma with a murderous gaze. They were going to kill Yifutian. No one could stop them. Within the storm, Old Ma seemed exceptionally small. The giant dragons moved down and directly devoured an entire area. A destructive dragon's roar reverberated in the air. The tiny figure inside the storm seemed unable to withstand that force. The demon dragon had devoured the sky. In an instant, Old Ma was devoured into the belly of the frightening divine dragon. Emperor Yan frowned. He felt uneasy. That was too easy. A person of that caliber would never be so easily defeated. Old Ma did not even try to block the attack and had directly entered the dragon's belly. Divine light filled his eyes. Then, the dragon's scales were covered in a frightening golden radiance and had become tough and indestructible. At the same time, another terrifying force appeared inside the dragon's belly. Before long, beams of spatial light started to seep out of the dragon's belly as if they were going to burst out. The light became stronger and stronger. The divine and holy dragon scales could not hold off those beams of light. When the lights pierced through the dragon's body, it looked as if the divine dragon's body was being cut open by the divine light of space little by little. Vong! There was a blinding burst of light. Then the dragon's body was destroyed. Old Ma glanced at Emperor Yen. The next moment, rays of divine light shot out from his body. It looked as if multiple divine doors of space were peeled off from his body and had appeared in several different spots. They hung in the air and covered the vast space within it. Within those divine doors of space, a frightening space storm appeared. What was more frightening was that Old Ma's body was still releasing rays of divine light. The number of divine doors of space kept increasing. It was as if they were endless. Emperor Yen frowned. He sensed the power of the divine doors of space. Every single divine door seemed to possess an infinite amount of the power of the great path of space. The next moment, divine lights covered the sky, and countless divine doors of space shot towards Emperor Yen, completely wiping out the area around him. One of the 7 great divine techniques of the Four-Corner Village, the incredibly powerful divine technique of releasing countless divine doors of space, eternal space, also known as space exile. Cultivators who had reached the peak of their cultivation level could send people into exile inside the deep and endless world of space, leaving them inside for the rest of their lives. People who had reached the level of a divine being could even create an entire world of space. The Xianxia created this divine technique. If the Xianxia were to use it, who knew how strong it could be? In a brief moment, Emperor Yen was stuck inside an endless overlapping space. The scene sent those watching underneath the sky into utter shock. They could only see Emperor Yan's figure becoming blurrier and smaller, as if he was no longer in the same world. So powerful! The hearts and minds of the people in Four Corner City shook violently. Emperor Yen was an incredibly powerful figure from the Donghua domain. Was he going to be killed just like this? At that time, a huge and horrid battle was ongoing in another location. Ling Yunzi was also an incredibly strong figure. His strength could not be doubted. However, he was completely restrained. Blind Tai, Shi Kuei, and Gu Kuei, these 3 powerful cultivators, fought him at the same time. While the 3 had not yet reached the peak of the Renhuang Plane, every one of them was an 8th plane level being with a perfect grade great path who possessed amazing combat strength. Shi Kuei possessed the ancient divine immortal form and was already an incredible figure several years ago. He had the opportunity to step into the outside world. However, the outside world was too dangerous, and many who had left the village had met their demise. As such, he did not leave and decided to continue cultivating and training until he reached the peak plane level. With an immortal body, he could easily storm and dominate the world. Who could kill him by then? At the same time, he was also one of the people who strongly agreed to the Four Corner Village entering the world. He had longed for this day since a long time ago. Naturally, he did not want to leave and not be able to return. Shi Kuei was undoubtedly powerful. The attack and defense of the starry great ape that he summons were unparalleled. Combining them with Blind Tai's unrivaled attack power, the 3 cultivators were able to fight and restrain Ling Yunzi. Four Corner Village's potential is too scary. The people inside Four Corner City lifted their heads to watch the battles. Several incredibly strong mighty figures with perfect grade great paths. Four Corner Village was indeed a place watched over by the gods. If any one of them could take one step further, a whole new world would open up to them. However, it was said that it was a lot more difficult for people with perfect grade great paths to pass this last plane level hurdle. In the Divine Prefecture, many talented geniuses were stuck on this plane. Since their great paths were the perfect grade and the 9th plane level was the peak of the Renhuang, this meant that passing that hurdle would make one a truly perfect Renhuang. Those who make it through would become a mega-powerful figure who could found a new top faction. After that, progressing further would become even harder. They would need to go through divine tribulations. Rumor has it that not many in the entire Xianxia domain had done that. The actual number was probably only known by those who stood on the top. Apart from these people, Four Corner Village also had several Renhuang-level figures who could cultivate. However, they had not yet entered the high-level Renhuang stage. They were targeting those who intended to take action earlier. While protecting the 4 teenagers, Fangai was also moving forward. His divine consciousness covered a vast space, and he stretched out his hand toward a group of Renhuang not far from him. Then, the next moment, he directly appeared not that far away in front of the group. Following that, a bright and beautiful divine light surrounded his opponents. The cultivators moved backward in an attempt to leave, but immediately discovered that they had been trapped inside a separate space world and were unable to leave. The next moment, they found out that their bodies had shrunk significantly, and they were trapped inside a miniature world. Fang Gai stretched out his arm towards them, and then he closed his palm to make a fist. In that instant, the miniature world was crushed, along with the practitioners inside it. Amazing, Fang Gai said. It looked like his 1 year of cultivation was not wasted. Unlike the others, the Fang family only truly awakened and inherited the divine techniques from Fang Cun's generation. As for himself, he had not awakened the inheritance, and his strength was the result of a year's worth of cultivating with the help of Yi Futian. Fang Gai felt that, in a village where the worldly rules changed greatly, and at his age and plane level, to progress so much that he was able to evolve, it was an amazing opportunity. He could not do anything but admit that that wily old fox, Old Ma, really had foresight. To pick out Yi Futian immediately back then and to have little Ling bring him back. Retreat, said the cultivators. After that, they began to retreat. However, Four Corner City was already sealed. Where could they go? Fang Gai took a step forward and said, "Since you're already here, there's no need to leave." At that time, Yi Futian also appeared in another direction. The few Renhuangs who were there were the Renhuangs who first targeted them and exposed their auras. Their factions were still unknown. Their eyes were cold when they saw Yi Futian arrive. While Yi Futian was somewhat famous in the Xianxia domain, not many people knew Yi Futian's actual strength. They only knew that he made great contributions in the Four Corner Village. To most, he was just a Renhuang at the 5th plane level. Without delay, the group initiated their attacks. Great path attacks shot through the air, straight towards Yi Futian. Strokes of golden divine light transformed into swords, and gigantic palms struck from the sky. Destructive light of the great path shrouded Yi Futian's body, and multiple attacks were thrown at him as the cultivators wanted to take him out instantly. If they took down Yi Futian, they would still have a chance to leave. However, at that moment, Yi Futian's body was surrounded by beautiful divine lights. All the great path attacks were stopped in their tracks. The attacks roared and loud noises reverberated in the air. However, they did not even manage to shake Yi Futian a little. He stood there quietly. Odd-looking beams of divine light appeared around his body and destroyed all the great path attacks targeting him. Yi Futian stood there, and whistling sounds of swords swooshing about could be heard. A terrifying storm of sword chi suddenly appeared in the vast sky. It looked like all the great path current in this area had transformed into sword chi. Multiple swords glided around in the sky. Yi Futian glanced at his opponents. Then the swords charged. In an instant, countless blades of light filled the sky as if trying to tear apart the entire world. The practitioners were instantly crushed into nothingness. Dead. Further away, a few Renhuangs began to move backward. They wanted to escape. Their 2 powerful big shot leaders were completely restrained, and Four Corner City was sealed. They had a horrible feeling and had no intention to linger. Yi Futian looked at them. Whistling sounds came from the sky, and the sword chi swooped across thousands of miles. The next moment, above Yi Futian, swords pierced through the sky, leaving multiple beautiful sword gashes in the sky. The people far away cast a powerful great path of defense power to block his attack. However, with a flash, the swords punctured through their bodies easily. With Yi Futian's current cultivation level, Renhuangs below the 9th plane level were no match for him. As for anyone below the high-level Renhuang stage, they were like ants. Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at those who fled. Some of them had never taken action nor revealed their aura before. If they escaped into the crowd, they might never be found. However, since they had come for Four Corner Village, their guilt was certain. Swords roared between heaven and earth as they rose to traverse hundreds of miles of distance. They were gone in a moment. Yi Futian's body suspended in the air as brilliant divine light bloomed from him. His body seemed to have turned into the light itself. He then moved forward with incredible speed. A group of people was escaping but seemed to have sensed something. As they turned their heads to look back, they saw a terrifying demonic light directly rained on them, and in the next moment, they turned to ash. Is he that strong? It was the first time that people in Four Corner City had ever seen Yifutian making a move, and it was more powerful than they could have imagined. All these Renhuang were like insignificant insects that couldn't counter the divine light of the great path he released. A Renhuang of the 8th realm turned to face Yifutian. Both of his palms pushed forward at the same time. Suddenly, a golden divine matrix appeared in front of him, bursting with incomparable radiance. It slammed toward Yifutian with great oppression. Yifutian's body continued moving forward. There seemed to be a divine illusion of the peacock that appeared. The divine light released from his body was demonic and radiant. Countless rays of divine light rained down and broke through the divine matrix immediately. He then penetrated the body of the other. The man's face paled as his body turned into speckles of light, disappearing without a trace. A powerful existence of Renhuang in the 8th realm gone in a single blow. Many people trembled violently. Was this Yifutian's true strength? They had heard that this man had great luck. The village was different after his arrival as he played an important role in the changes in Four Corner Village. Later, he joined Four Corner Village and became a key figure, even replacing its previous leader, Muyun Long. Because of him, the village expelled Muyun Long. There were even rumors that Yifutian had accepted 4 disciples. These 4 disciples had all inherited the village's divine techniques. It was conceivable of the kind of status he would occupy in the village. When these 4 disciples of his come into their own, becoming the village leaders, he would be greatly respected as their master. But that day was still far away into the future, and perhaps he would have already become even more powerful by then. Yifutian continued moving forward, chasing those in the other direction. But he saw that there was a mighty atmosphere permeated in front of him. A group of men stood in the sky, with extremely powerful cultivation. These people took action and intervened, helping Yifutian and the others to intercept those who were fleeing. The sight in front of him caused Yifutian to stop. He looked ahead and saw that these cultivators seemed to have woven a great net, which caught those fleeing cultivators. For a moment, the sound of collision rang through heaven and earth. It didn't take long for the confrontation to be over. Those who fled were all terminated, and the head of those who performed the termination spoke loud and clear. Search all of Four Corner City. Arrest anyone who plotted against Four Corner Village. You may execute them on the spot. The man's tone was cold and contained a strong murderous intent. It was as if he shared the same indignation as Four Corner Village, which made Yifutian wonder if the man was also from the village. However, he had cultivated in Four Corner Village for a couple of years now, and he was pretty sure he did not know the man, as this man was not a cultivator of the village. But at this time, the few in the lead walked in the void and came to Yifutian's side. They saluted Yifutian and Fangai, who was behind him. The Zhang family from Qingyang continent. Now that we have entered the Four Corner City to cultivate, we pledge ourselves to your cause. Yifutian understood everything immediately. It seemed that he was a cultivator from the outside, wanting to establish a good relationship with Four Corner Village. For this reason, he did not hesitate to risk offending the forces who came to attack Four Corner Village this time. Those people may very well be from other major forces. In doing what they did, the Zhang family risked becoming a target themselves. It appeared that they wanted to take this opportunity to befriend the village. If this is the case, we are much indebted to you. Fangai nodded slightly and did not rebuff their gesture. Although he had never left Four Corner Village before, he knew enough about things of the world and was well read. He knew much more than most people inside the village. More importantly, he was astute, as could be deduced from his treatment of Old Ma and Yifutian. For that, Fangai understood their intentions. Now that the Four Corner Village had officially emerged as a principality for cultivation, this was their first major battle out of their little corner of the world. Four Corner City was built around Four Corner Village, so it was quite natural for it to be an affiliated territory of Four Corner Village. In any case, all that had trespassed was destiny. If Four Corner Village wanted to be part of the world, it must develop and grow, even recruiting more people from the outside to cultivate at Four Corner Village and contribute to the city. It was also necessary to gain control of the Four Corner City, not to miss any opportunities when the village itself started to develop. The Zhang family in Qingyang continent was a power familial principality that was an absolute ruler of its own domain. However, they had reached the peak of where they were, and it was difficult for them to make further advancement unless they were attached to an even greater force. However, all the principalities within the upper nine heavens in Xianxia domain had long been formed. Even though the Zhang family was a power of the first class on a continent, they were still nothing by the standards of the upper nine heavens. There were many other forces at the same level as they were, and some even stronger. It wouldn't be difficult for them to gain a foothold, but it would be difficult for them to get ahead. Therefore, they needed an opportunity. After learning about what had transpired in Four Corner Village, countless people from the Xianxia domain migrated to build the city. The clan chief of the Zhang family knew that this was the opportunity he had been waiting for, and they couldn't afford to miss it. So, they abandoned everything they had built in Qingyang continent and moved the entire family here. The first group that arrived in the Four Corner City participated in the construction of the city, had developed and grown in the process. With the strong backing of their familial power, they had already gained incredible control inside Four Corner City. This time, they finally caught a break. Today was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Therefore, he acted decisively and gave the order to search for those fugitives inside Four Corner City to get on the good side of Four Corner Village. What came after that would depend on fate. Men plan, but heaven decides. Boom! At this moment, a shocking collision came from the sky, and the entire Four Corner City shuddered violently. Yifutian raised his head and looked yonder, only to see Emperor Yen had broken free from the power of spatial exile. A towering divine light burst out from him, which made Yifutian feel that there was a divine power in the center of that glow. It was a terrifying divine power. Divine item! Yifutian exclaimed silently. Many of these major forces possessed divine items, which served as their last resort. The Millet Emperor had the Watchtower, and the ancient royal family of Yen, being an extremely ancient royal power, must have inherited some invaluable treasures. However, Emperor Yen didn't take it to Donghua banquet. After all, he probably didn't expect that a war of that level would erupt at the banquet. However, this time was different. He had taken into account the potential danger of this trip and came prepared. In order to avoid unforeseen situations, he carried the treasure on his person this time so that he was able to break free of the spatial exiled power. However, the battle did not seem to have stopped. Above that high sky, terrifying divine lights collided. Everyone inside Four Corner City felt that the sky and the earth were about to collapse. It was not simply an illusion. The sky and the earth seemed to be on the verge of being torn apart in a frightful battle scene. Old Ma actually fought against Emperor Yen, who was aided by the divine item, and he did not lose. Yifutian secretly marveled. However, this divine item was probably not more powerful than the Watchtower. The Millet Emperor and the Watchtower were almost integrated into one entity. A devastating storm encompassed an area of great radius. It was tinged with an extreme sense of oppression. It seemed as if the sky was about to fall down. Of course, this level of warfare was alarming. If the battlefield were inside Four Corner City, the city would surely be razed to the ground. Even though they were very far away, everyone could still feel that power of suffocation. Break! A great roar came from above the firmament, followed by a dragon chant. The purple-golden divine light pierced through the sky, shattering the ceiling power and breaking the spatial power that had closed up this area. Retreat! Emperor Yen said as Ling Yunzi left the battlefield to follow him. He turned into a beam of light, fleeing toward the far distance. In a blink of an eye, two beams of light disappeared between heaven and earth at the same time, leaving Four Corner City in ruin. Still watching the two disappearing figures, Old Ma said loudly, "From today on, cultivators from the ancient royal family of Yen and Lingxiao Palace of Xianxia Domain are strictly forbidden to set foot on the Four Corner continent. Any violators will be killed on sight. If there is a next time, I will bring the cultivators from our village for a visit." His voice could be heard for thousands of miles. Although no one chased after them, these two must have heard what he said. This was a warning to them that if today's situation were to repeat itself, they would pay a visit to the great Yen Kingdom and Lingxiao Palace. By then, the battlefield would no longer be limited just to Four Corner City. The people in Four Corner City raised their heads to look at the sky. Those men were plainly dressed but displayed extraordinary power. This battle was enough to prove the formidable strength of Four Corner Village. Moreover, the premier cultivator in Four Corner Village hadn't even lifted a finger this time. It was said that there was a teacher in Four Corner Village who was truly the premier cultivator in Four Corner Village, but no one from the outside had seen him. No one knew where he came from or how he ended up there. In fact, not many in the entire Xianxia domain had seen him. Nanhai Wuji, the great elder of the Nanhai family, had once asked for an audience with the teacher but was refused by old Ma because he was unworthy to meet with the teacher. Those involved in the attack today, we will only go after those who entered the city and not chase after the force behind them. On the same note, if this ever happens again, no matter who it is, Four Corner Village will pursue the matter to the end. Old Ma looked at the sky below and saw that the Zhang family was still making arrests. But this time, he was not planning on investigating which forces were behind the scenes or involved. Today, Four Corner Village's unveiling was a show of force, and the others were testing them. They used the two major forces in Xianxia domain as scouts. As the first battle by Four Corner Village as a principality, the purpose of the showdown had been achieved. Old Ma understood that if they insisted on pursuing the matter, many others were involved. But this battle was a warning to them. As for those who came here, he would not extend any courtesy to them. The loss of their lives would be used as a reminder for those who came after them. The Zhang family possessed great strength, and the net that they cast inside Four Corner City had captured many of the offenders. Old Ma and the others landed inside the Four Corner City. By now, this area had already been destroyed. There were ruins everywhere. It was as if all the efforts to build it had been in vain. However, the significance of this battle could not be measured simply by the destruction of a city. Cultivators were able to build cities quickly. If a significant amount of manpower was dispatched, a small city could arise from the ground in a single day. Fang Gai had now allowed Fang Xiyuan and a few other youths out of the village. All of them had witnessed the battle that occurred just now, and the young people had a more realistic understanding of cultivation. Was that the kind of battle between powerful cultivators? Indeed, they were still too young. There was too vast of a gap for them to catch up. Tai Tu looked at old Ma and his father with admiration. He didn't expect Grandpa Ma and his dad to be so strong. This battle was enough to leave a deep impression on the hearts of these young people. Grandpa, which one of you is better? Fang Xiyuan asked Fang Gai. Look at you. Fang Gai gave him a little tap on his head. But then Fang Xiyuan looked at Yifutian and asked, Master, tell me if you beat both of them. Of course, I'm not as good as Grandpa Ma or your own grandfather, Yifutian said with a smile. Your strength has opened the eyes of old guys like us. Such a realm of cultivation with such combat power. In a few years, us old guys will be far behind you, Fang Gai commented. Yifutian's display of power had surprisingly delighted them. Well, in the future, the village will still depend on you young people, Old Ma said. The teacher could only be the guardian of the village. But if Four Corner Village wanted to expand, it must rely on the growth of Yifutian and these young people. Now, Four Corner Village was blessed by its ancestors' great path. It enjoyed a unique environment for cultivation. It was difficult for it not to rise. Hey, Master, you must teach me and not hide anything, Fang Xiyuan said expectantly. Of course, Yifutian reassured him. Fang Xiyuan was stunned. His face fell, and those around them had smiles on theirs. People in the distance were watching them from afar. It seemed that it was a foregone conclusion that Xianxia domain would have one more major principality, and no one could stop it from happening. Before long, Zhang Yi, the head of the Zhang family, brought a group of men over and said, Sir, out of those who have been exposed, some have been killed on the spot for resisting. These are the ones we captured. What do you want to do with them? Kill them, Fang Gai said coldly. Very well. Zhang Yi nodded, then turned around with his men. He quickly put an end to the rest of them. Fang Gai and the others made a secret note to themselves as they watched Zhang Yi handle this piece of nasty business. He had formidable cultivation and was ruthless in action. He was a man with great resolve. Doing so also burned bridges. If he ever left the four-corner city, he would be everyone's target. Zhang Yi stood there after he returned. Although he said nothing, Old Ma and the others understood as they looked at each other. Fang Gai took the initiative and asked, "This four-corner city was built around Four-Corner Village and is named the same. We will just come straight to the point. What is your name?" "Zhang Yi," the other replied. "Zhang Yi, from now on you will be in charge of Four-Corner City, and you will be allowed to build your own force inside Four-Corner City. You may enter Four-Corner Village to cultivate. In addition, you may select those with outstanding and suitable talents for us to assess and evaluate whether they may also enter Four-Corner Village to cultivate. Of course, this matter is not urgent. You should focus on getting the city under control first." "Yes." Zhang Yi nodded slightly. He knew he had succeeded. From this moment on, he worked for Four-Corner Village and he could enter the village to cultivate. It was just as he had planned. Since Four-Corner had now entered the world, it must consider expanding and becoming stronger, and as such it must absorb powerful cultivators from the outside to strengthen itself. Now this matter fell on him, which was of great significance. "From now on, you will be the external deacon of Four-Corner Village," Old Ma added. "Thank you, Elder." Zhang Yi bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Old Ma was someone of influence. Even someone like him had to bow down in front of someone like Old Ma. Old Ma did this to preserve Zhang Yi. Since Zhang Yi had basically thrown in his own lot with theirs, he couldn't very well leave him out in the cold. What's more, Four-Corner Village was indeed in need of useful people now. First of all, to enter the world and participate in cultivation, they couldn't keep staying in the village and stay blind to everything that happened outside. Everything about the outside world must be well understood. From the instant they decided to venture outside of the village, many things needed to be done. In the village, beside the teacher, Old Ma and the other 6 were in charge, acting as the elders in Four-Corner Village. Now there was no village chief yet appointed, so Old Ma was acting as the senior elder. The teacher was the most suitable person as the village chief, but since he demurred, the position was vacant. Fang Gai and the others had intended to elect Old Ma as the village chief, but Old Ma disagreed. Now, to designate Zhang Yi as an external deacon meant he would work for them on all affairs related to the outside. In the future, they would need to recruit a group of cultivators like Zhang Yi as their external agents. Of course, this matter couldn't be rushed. In order to become a powerful character, each person their own pursuit, and not everyone was willing to serve Four-Corner Village like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi came to Four-Corner Village because he and his family had reached a bottleneck and sought a new opportunity. So they came here to serve the village, looking for their chance. Old Ma didn't say much. He looked at Blind Tai next to him and said, "Go to the village and cast a few weapons. Later, they will be placed in Four-Corner City. I will arrange a spatial seal power inside the city to cover the periphery. Only the main entrance of the city may be used to enter and exit the city, and those who enter the city will need to be screened and controlled in the future." "Good," Blind Tai nodded. "Yes." Zhang Yi also took the order and saw Old Ma levitate into the air. An astonishing divine light bloomed from him, turning into an infinite light screen above the sky. He was getting ready to lock the city and encapsulated Four-Corner City. As such, except for powerful figures who could break free and come and go as they pleased, anyone else who wanted to make trouble in the city would not be able to escape so easily with the entrance guarded. It didn't take long for the people in Four-Corner City to feel a mighty aura. A radiant divine light shrouded the boundless space. Above the very high part of the sky, a pale golden light appeared, but it was hard to see it with the naked eye because it was so high. Although Old Ma had shrouded the city, it would not affect normal operations and combat in the air, so he had sealed it from a high altitude. Watching all this happening, Yi Fuyan felt some emotion inside. He had originally wanted to enter the city lord's office to cultivate, but he was humiliated instead. Even the city lord himself wanted to kill him. By coincidence or fate, he entered Four Corner Village, a cultivating holy land out of this world. However, now that Four Corner Village was part of the cultivating world, everything that happened today symbolized another new beginning. Four Corner Village had formally entered the world and began to develop its influence. Four Corner City began to rebuild. The Zhang family that migrated from Qingyang continent also began constructing the city lord's office and organizing forces within the city. Four Corner City would be attached to Four Corner Village and become its subsidiary power. But this was not due to the dominant nature of the Four Corner Village. Everyone inside Four Corner City was a conglomeration of different places. What was their intention? It was the common goal of those who had migrated here to cultivate. Four Corner Village being in control of the Four Corner City meant that the city would have the best opportunity for the greatest development. It would grow stronger and become more prosperous. Furthermore, cultivators from Four Corner City would have the best chance to cultivate at Four Corner Village. At this point, the city lord's office had been constructed in a grand manner and occupied a considerable area inside Four Corner City. Four Corner Village commanded Zhang Yi to build the city lord's office and take charge. Naturally, he wanted to do his best he could. Today, the city lord's office had seen prestigious visitors, with many cultivators who wanted to be accepted into the city lord's office, so that they may have an opportunity to gain entry into Four Corner Village in the future. Currently, Zhang Yi was entertaining some guests inside the office. It was a lively scene with drinks and chatters, and those who sat with him were powerful cultivators. In his position, it was his job to network with powerful and capable people and forge good relationships with them. He knew very well that many in Four Corner Village were stronger and better than him. He was allowed to make assumptions in this position, not because of his cultivation level but because he was the first person to stand up and do some things for the village. He understood his own position. It was to do real work for Four Corner Village, recruiting more powerful allies, especially those who were much powerful than he was. Since the establishment of the city lord's office, Zhang Yi had enjoyed quite a good reputation in the city. While everyone was enjoying the banquet, someone came in and said, "City Lord." Zhang Yi looked at the man and asked, "What is it?" "There is a Ren Huang who said he has something significant and wants to see the city lord," replied the messenger. Zhang Yi was a little surprised, but still he said, "Let him come here then. I told him I'd bring him here, but he said that he must see you alone," the messenger replied. Zhang Yi frowned, weighing the matter, then said to everyone, "I need to step out for a brief moment." With that said, Zhang Yi followed the man and came to a courtyard. However, there was no one there when he arrived. On the stone table in the yard there was a package. Zhang Yi frowned and walked over to open it. There was a single line written on a piece of paper. It was accompanied by a jade slip, which seemed to be sealed by a forbidding force. Zhang Yi frowned as he read the content of the message. He expanded his divine consciousness, attempting to track down the person, but could detect no one suspicious around the city lord's office. The person was long gone, and it was clear that his cultivation was considerable. Zhang Yi held the jade slip in one hand as he crushed the letter in the other. He had a feeling that this matter was fraught with danger. If he were to follow instructions, he might get involved in a conspiracy. However, if he refused, the consequences were not something he could be responsible for. When his thoughts turned to this, Zhang Yi returned to the banquet and took his leave of the people there. He then left the city lord's office and headed towards the mountain range where Four Corner Village was located. This jade slip was not for him, but he was instructed to deliver it to a man inside the village. These days, Yi Futian often cultivated quietly in the village and gave lessons to its young people, even instructed them on the divine techniques. He was the only one who could see all 7 great divine techniques, so even though he did not directly inherit these divine techniques, he was the only one who knew the 7 great divine techniques the best. Under the ancient tree, Yi Futian sat there looking at a figure in front of him. Fang Xiyuan was cultivating, trying to incorporate the Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique into his abilities. Not far away, a man walked over. It was Fang Gai. He stood there quietly, with his hands behind his back, watching Fang Xiyuan cultivating. "Uncle Fang," Yifutian turned his head and smiled as he saw Fang Gai. But Fang Gai seemed not to have heard him as he kept his eyes on Fang Xiuan. Uncle Fang. Yifutian was a little surprised. People at Fang Gai's level usually didn't get this distracted. Fang Gai came to his senses just then. He looked at Yifutian and smiled. Seeing his smile, Yifutian asked, "Uncle Fang has something on his mind?" "Not at all." Fang Gai shook his head. Seeing Yifutian regarded him with some doubts, Fang Gai said with a smile, "These days, everything feels a little unreal. The village changed so much, and I haven't gotten used to it yet." Yifutian smiled and nodded. Fang Gai was shrewd, but he had never left the village before, so it was normal for him to be unaccustomed. "Uncle Fang will get used to it soon," Yifutian said. Fang Gai nodded. Looking at Fang Xiuan, he said, "The boy is stubborn, and all was made possible because of you. We might still need to trouble you to look after him in the future." "Why is Uncle Fang suddenly so formal?" Yifutian teased. "Since I have accepted this little guy as my disciple, I will do all that I can for him. I am not worried." Fang Gai nodded. "By the way, I heard that there are some treasures from the outside world that can be used to communicate through thin air. Is that right?" "Yes, I have one on me." Yifutian nodded. "I'm thinking we might need to get some for the people in the village. This way it would be more convenient." Fang Gai said, "I will go to the city lord's office to see what they can do." "Very well." Yifutian nodded. Fang Gai took another look at Fang Xiuan before he turned to leave. Yifutian watched Fang Gai depart and felt that he seemed a little odd today. However, he couldn't really put his finger on it. Fang Gai went to the city lord's office and did indeed obtain a set of communication treasures. He gave them to Old Ma and the others so that they could communicate with each other. The next day, Yifutian was in his own yard when Fang Xiuan's voice was heard. "Master!" Fang Xiuan shouted from outside. "Come!" Yifutian answered. Fang Xiuan entered the courtyard and said to Yifutian, "Master, my grandpa is acting strange." "How is he strange?" Yifutian's heart jumped. He had the same feeling yesterday. Today, he suddenly said a lot of strange things to me, asking me to take care of myself and follow Master from now on and listen to the Master, and then he left the village. "I have a feeling that something is happening to Grandpa," Fang Xiuan said, worried. He was at a sensitive age and came to Yifutian immediately. "Let's go see Grandpa Ma." Yifutian instantly got up and took Fang Xiuan. As they walked directly forward, they shortly appeared at Old Ma's house. When Yifutian expressed what he had observed and what Fang Xiuan had said, Old Ma's face changed. "What's happening?" Old Ma murmured. "I don't know," Yifutian said. "Yesterday, Xianxia came to the village looking for him." Old Ma said, "Let's go." The group headed outside the village with incredible speed. As they came out of Four Corner Village, Old Ma expanded his divine consciousness, covering an endless, vast area. Countless sights were imprinted in his mind, and Four Corner City was laid out before his eyes. However, he did not find Fang Gai anywhere. He took Yifutian and Fang Xiuan and came to the city lord's office in one step. Xianxia bowed slightly and paid his respects when he saw the arrival of Old Ma. "Greetings to the elder. What did you want with Fang Gai that day?" Old Ma asked him coldly, with a pressure of might in his voice. Xianxia sensed that something was amiss, so he bowed respectfully and replied, "I received a package the day before, and there was a letter and a sealed jade slip. The letter instructed me to give the jade slip to Elder Fang and not mention it to anyone. This matter was of great importance to Elder Fang, and if I delayed the matter, Elder Fang would surely blame me, and I would not be able to shoulder the consequences myself." Old Ma looked intently at Xianxia and saw that the man didn't seem to lie, nor did he need to lie. Xianxia shouldn't be blamed for this. Under the circumstances, he didn't have any choice. After all, he didn't know what the jade slip was about. "What could make Uncle Fang leave without saying anything?" Yifutian asked. "There is only one possibility." Old Ma looked into the distance with icy eyes. It seemed that there were still forces in the dark unwilling to give up, still plotting for the divine techniques. "What?" Yifutian asked. "Fang Huan." Fang Xiyuan's father. Old Ma said, "For Corner Village has changed so much, but Fang Xiyuan's father has not appeared. Now even Fang Gai has disappeared. There could only be one possibility." Next to them, Fang Xiyuan's face suddenly changed as he clenched his fists, looking very anxious. Yi Futian noticed his change and put his hand on Fang Xiyuan's shoulder. "Master," Fang Xiyuan looked up at Yi Futian. "Your grandpa has a high level of cultivation, and nothing will happen to him. They probably just wanted the divine technique," Yi Futian said. The first sentence was to comfort the boy. If someone dared to make a move, they probably came prepared and backed by major principality. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare. Fang Gai must have understood it himself, and worried that he would not be able to come back. Hence the things he said. Fang Xiyuan nodded as if to comfort himself, but the expression in his eyes was still full of worry. "I'll go and take a look," Old Ma said. His body flashed towards the outside, as fast as lightning, disappeared in an instant. While Yi Futian and Fang Xiyuan were waiting, Zhang Yi also stood there quietly without saying a word. After some time, Old Ma came back again and did not look well. He shook his head. "I didn't find him. Uncle Fang left behind some communication treasures before he left. It must be for delivering messages. We should know who it was soon," Yi Futian said. Old Ma took out something that Fang Gai gave him. Now all they could do was wait. Old Ma and the others had no choice but to go back to the village and wait. At the same time, they gathered several key members to discuss what to do next. Soon, everyone in Four Corner Village learned of the news, and many from the village gathered outside Old Ma's courtyard, waiting for any emerging news about Fang Gai. Although the village people occasionally had some altercations with one another, the village was generally harmonious. Fang Gai was well liked by everyone, so people in the village were worried when they learned what might have happened to him. The villagers had often heard that most people who had gone out of the village never made it back due to having met unfortunate ends at the hands of those on the outside. Blind Tai himself, too, only came back after having lost his sight. People in the village had their own thoughts about these incidents, but because the village was isolated from the world outside, these thoughts were largely suppressed. But now that the village was part of the outside world, something like this seemed to have ignited the resentment that had been in their hearts. Were these people on the outside wolves, treating people in this village as prey? Just as the village began to integrate itself into the world, and everyone finally able to cultivate, someone dared to do this to Elder Fang Gai. "Old Ma, we have to get Fang Gai back," some of the elders said. "Uncle Ma, how is Uncle Fang now? Do you have any news? We better take the initiative to attack." The voices outside came, one after another, all of them tinged with grievances. Old Ma was discussing these matters with Blind Tai, Shi Kuei, and the others in the courtyard. There was no news yet, and they had no idea as to Fang Gai's current situation. As time passed, the courtyard seemed extremely oppressive. At this moment, the treasure that was placed on the stone table suddenly lit up. Rays of light were released from it. They flowed to the area above Old Ma's head and formed a light screen. In an instant, everyone's eyes were fixed on Old Ma. After Old Ma had received the news, he looked at the crowd and said coldly, "Indeed, it was a major force in Xianxia domain, the ancient royal family of Duan, that was holding Fang Huan. They thought Fang Gai would bring Fang Xiyuan, exchanging Fang Huan's life with the divine technique. But Fang Gai went by himself, and now he has fallen in their hands as well." Bam! Blind Tai slapped his hand down on the stone table, and the table immediately shattered. Veins were popping out on his muscular body, and he appeared extremely angry. He thought of the time in the past when he was blinded by someone who claimed to be a brother. Because of his personal experience, he had always loathed those from the outside. This was why he didn't particularly have a good impression of Yi Futian in the beginning. Now, people were plotting against Fang Gai, still trying to take away the divine techniques of Four Corner Village. These forces had really regarded Four Corner Village as their prey. All of them were watching, and everyone wanted a piece of them. Uncle Fang has also cultivated the divine technique of miniature world. If he hands it over, the Duan family should release them. Now the news had come back, and it's impossible for them to think that we won't avenge this transgression. Although Yifutian was also very angry, he tried to restrain himself. He had seen many similar instances like this along the way of cultivation. Although Four Corner Village had shown great strength in cultivation, it was a new force after all. Its foundation was not as deep as it needed to be. Those forces were not in fear of them, and all of them wished to take a bite out of Four Corner Village. Especially in today's Xianxia domain, there were already several divine techniques that have been leaked to the outside. For example, the Nanhai family took away the Muyun family, and the palace of the illusory god took the Eye of Reincarnation by force. Therefore, the other principalities had similar ideas which caused today's situation. The ancient royal family of Duan was an extremely ancient royal family with a long history. It was said to have been descendants of a god with a rich background, belonging to the middle third heaven of the upper 9 heavens. Old Ma appeared in deep thoughts before he said, Fong Gai was right to obtain the communication treasures before he left. At least it will give the other party something to be concerned with. Otherwise, it would have been more dangerous. Since we have received the news of his whereabouts, his life should not be in immediate danger. However, if we were to count the divine hammer of the protector, there are already 3 divine techniques that have been leaked outside. If we allow one more divine technique to the outside, would Four Corner Village still be Four Corner Village? Based on what I know about Fong Gai, he probably won't hand it over. As he was speaking, he stood up and said, Let's take a trip to the Duan family. They didn't seem to have any other choices. The other had taken their people, so they would have to make a personal visit. The ancient royal family of Duan dominated and ruled the giant god's continent with throngs of cultivators. Stepping onto their territory was definitely not a good idea. The overlord of the ancient royal family of Duan possessed incredible cultivation and was one of the strongest people in the Xianxia domain. He was not someone that old Ma could deal with. The teacher couldn't leave Four Corner Village. If they go, they may not be able to complete their mission. I don't think that's a good idea, Yifutian said, suddenly, and everyone turned their attentions to him. Yifutian thought for a few moments, then raised his head and said to old Ma, Uncle Ma, are you sure you can get them back from the grasps of the Duan family? Old Ma shook his head. In reality, he had no idea on what level was his combat power. But the strength of Duan Tianxiong of the royal family of Duan must be at the top level. He was not sure if he could overcome the man. Furthermore, the risk would be elevated if they were to go onto the territory of the other. What are your thoughts? Old Ma asked Yifutian. The ancient royal family of Duan wants the divine technique and blackmailed us using our own people. If so, why not use their own device against them? Yifutian responded. As long as we can take an important member of the Duan family, we can ask them for an exchange. Old Ma looked at Yifutian, and everyone listened carefully as well. Yifutian had been around for many years and had more experience than they did. Perhaps he could think of some alternatives. How do we get close to the powerful figures inside the Duan family? Old Ma asked. I'll go, Yifutian said. No way. Old Ma flatly refused that suggestion. I haven't finished yet. Uncle Ma, you can disguise your aura and stay hidden. If anything happens, the most we would need to do is to make the exchange with divine technique. This is what they wanted. The Duan family has not feuded with Four Corner Village, so they will exercise some restraints on their part. As long as they can get the divine technique, they will try to avoid creating a blood vendetta. Yifutian said slowly, Now, if we can't rescue Uncle Fong, we will need to make the exchange, so why not give it a try? While everyone was still hesitating, Yifutian stretched out his hand as a mask appeared in his palm. As soon as he put it on, the aura on his body undergone some slight changes, and it was a little different from before. At this moment, Yifutian was like a celestial being, surrounded by celestial light with a bit of celestial aura, full of life's essence. Like this, even if someone from the Duan family had seen me before in Four Corner Village, they might not be able to recognize me. If I can't get close to the core figures of the Duan family, I won't take any action. With Uncle Ma close by as my backup, we ought to give it a try, Yifutian continued. In addition, we work both angles simultaneously. Leak the news from Four Corner Village that we are sending an envoy to the Duan family to negotiate the release of the hostages so that they dare not act rashly. At the same time, it would serve as a distraction, Yi Futian continued. As long as the Duan family was fully aware that they had already received the information, they would have some concerns restricting their actions. This incident was caused by Zhang Yi. Although he was an unwilling participant in the matter, he mishandled the whole thing. So, let him atone himself as the envoy, said Yi Futian. Even if there was to be war between the two sides, generally the messenger was exempt, so he would not be in much danger. Everyone contemplated on Yi Futian's words. After a few moments of silence, Old Ma nodded and said, "Okay, sure Kuei. You are going to leak the information and order Zhang Yi to go and demand their release, while I leave in secret with Futian. The others in the village will refrain from leaving during this time and must keep this information to ourselves." Yes, everyone nodded in agreement. Sure Kuei turned to head out of Four Corner Village. Everyone looked at Yi Futian with a solemn expression and said, "Be careful." Blind Tai sat there quietly. He had wanted to attack them directly, but Yi Futian's suggestion was indeed the better choice. As for Yi Futian, whether it was Blind Tai or anyone else in the village, they had a better understanding of the kind of person he was. This man had proven that he was loyal and worthy. It seemed that Yi Futian truly regarded himself as a member of the village. At this moment, in everyone's hearts, they had recognized Yi Futian, the former outsider, as one of their own. "Old Ma, let's be on our way," Yi Futian said with a smile. Old Ma nodded. The two talked as they walked out. "Master," a voice said. Yi Futian turned his head and saw Fang Xiuan's eyes were full of tears. He knelt and bowed to Yi Futian. "Get up," Yi Futian chided. Fang Xiuan raised his head to look at Yi Futian and got up as commanded. "There are no tears in the cultivating world, only strength. As the village elder and your teacher, this is something I should do. No need to kneel." Yi Futian said to Fang Xiuan, "No matter where you are in your cultivation in the future, just remember to be worthy of your true self." "Yes, master," Fang Xiuan replied as he stood there. At this moment, he seemed to have really grown up. "I am going to help bring your grandpa and father back," Yi Futian said with a smile. He then stepped forward. After a few moments, he and Old Ma disappeared as they turned into a light of space, without anyone being the wiser. At the same time, Sure Kuei went to the city lord's office and ordered Zhang Yi to go to the giant god's continent to negotiate. For a while, the news sent shockwaves throughout Four Corner City. No one expected that the ancient royal family of Duan had not given up and continued to covet the divine techniques that belonged to Four Corner Village. In their desperation, they had even taken Fang Gai, the elder of Four Corner Village, and his son as hostages. This time, how would Four Corner Village handle it? Would Four Corner Village, now that it had joined the world, go to the giant god's continent to fight the Duan family? The upper nine heavens in the Xianxia domain was one continent within a vast and endless group. The overall strength of the upper nine heavens continental group had the topmost ranking in the entire Xianxia domain. The giant god's continent was the main continent in the continental group of upper nine heavens, with throngs of strong cultivators. The ancient royal family of Duan was a symbolic power of the giant god's continent as well as its holy land. Recently, news from the giant god's continent that the ancient royal family of Duan had taken the cultivators of Four Corner Village as prisoners. It was said that Fang Huan, a cultivator from Four Corner Village, had killed a cultivator from the ancient Duan family in a confrontation and was arrested by the ancient royal family. His father, Fang Gai, received words that instructed him to use the divine technique he possessed in exchange for his son's freedom. Not only did Fang Gai of Four Corner Village not turn over the divine techniques, but he had also injured the cultivators of the Duan family and was taken prisoner. The ancient royal family of Duan claimed that they hoped Four Corner Village could give them justice in this matter. This news became public after Zhang Yi set off from the Four Corner continent. Obviously, both sides had good ideas of the other's movements and responded accordingly. As expected by the people in Four Corner Village, although the Duan family had taken their people hostage, their plot was exposed. They now had enough concerns that they dared not directly execute the hostages out of fear that they would anger the four-corner village and be retaliated against. After all, no one dared to underestimate the power of four-corner village today. The top three figures recognized it. Even the ancient royal family of Duan had to keep that fact in mind. After both sides released their own version of the incident, it was clear to everyone what was going on. Feng Huan's conflict with the ancient royal family of Duan could not be verified at this point. The pretext of asking for an explanation from Four Corner Village had only one purpose, and that was to get the divine technique. However, since Feng Gai didn't hand over the divine technique, it was probably not an easy task for the ancient royal family of Duan to get it now. Furthermore, the envoy from Four Corner Village was already on his way. Giant God City on Giant God Continent was known as one of the largest cities in the upper nine heavens. The structures within the city were extremely magnificent and spectacular. It was the largest city in the Giant God Continent, and the ancient royal family was also located within the city boundaries. At this moment, outside the Giant God City, a massive demonic beast came from the void, sheltering the sky. This demonic beast was pure white with the horns of a goat but had wings on its back. Its eyes were extremely bright, and an auspicious divine light surrounded its body. It was Baize, the sacred beast. A man stood on Baize's back, his white garment dancing in the wind, but a mask covered his face, so his countenance could not be discerned. The eyes that were exposed were extremely brilliant, with a faint celestial light lingering about him. There was a sense of holiness about the man as if he was an existence not of this world. One glance was enough to feel his uniqueness. This masked figure was Yi Futian, who had encountered Baize the demonic beast on the road. It was a sacred beast at the level of demon saint, so he allowed the beast to accompany him to the giant god's continent. Baize traveled by air. It gradually descended, soaring at a low altitude. Looking at this splendid city, Yi Futian drew up his plans. To get close to the important core figures of the Duan family, he had to attract them to him instead of the other way around. So, he had to gain a reputation in Giant God City, and it needed to be a great one so that the entire city would know about him. Only then could he attract important enough figures from the ancient royal family to appear. There was a map in Yi Futian's mind, and the general situation of Giant God City and the distribution of its powers. These were information he obtained after entering the Giant God's continent. Since they weren't secrets, they were easily obtained. Yi Futian had made a note of them. In addition, he had some general understanding of the most important and well-known figures in the Duan family. In order to achieve notoriety with the fastest speed, the most prosperous and happening place was the key. In every city, where treasures were changing hands had to be the most happening place. There were several cities within cities inside Giant God City, one of which belonged to the ancient royal family of Duan. The existence of the royal family was equivalent to that of a city. The 9th street in the Giant God City was the 9th street in the city. This ranking referred to the size of the street, but when it came to fame, 9th Street was the most prestigious street in all of Giant God City. On this street, there were the most prosperous taverns and inns inside the city and the largest trading market. Common wisdom had it that 9 out of 10 treasures in Giant God City came from 9th Street. This street, also known as the 9th District, was a city within a city. The place that Yi Futian chose to stay was 9th Street inside of Giant God City. After he arrived and descended, he sat on Baize to tour this famed street. Even though he came on Baize, no one paid much attention to him except for an occasional glance or two. On the road, there were many powerful demonic beasts, and Renhuang-level characters could be seen everywhere. This was the center of Giant God City. This largest trading place was the gathering place of some of the strongest cultivators in Giant God City. Yi Futian discovered that the items traded in some random shops on the street were all saint-level treasures. Though imperial-level treasures could occasionally be found, it was rare. After all, these shops were small holes in a wall, and the real treasures were inside the big trading pavilions. Moving forward on Baize demonic beast, Yi Futian saw an impressive inn. The aura of heaven and earth was richly endowed upon it. This was the 9th inn. It was the most eminent inn on 9th Street and opened only to those of Renhuang realm, with treasures as the only acceptable form of payment. Although the ninth inn was resplendent, it was not large in size, as it was not as majestic as many inns on the mainland. The operation of an inn was difficult enough due to the limited space on 9th Street. Furthermore, the most well-known thing about the Ninth Inn was that no matter what happened on the 9th Street or who was involved in what conflicts, as soon as the person entered the Ninth Inn, their safety was guaranteed by the inn. Fighting was absolutely forbidden inside Ninth Inn, but outside of the scope of the inn, anything could happen. One could say that it also served as a sanctuary. For many years, the Ninth Inn had never had any incidents. This fact spoke more of the background of the inn's owner more than anything else. Some people said that the Duan family was the power behind the Ninth Inn, but this had never been confirmed. Still, such rumors persisted over the years. It could be viewed as an inn, or it could be said to be a formidable force in itself. In a large trading place like Giant God City, conflicts and confrontations or even killings were commonplace. Having such an inn in a place like this, its influence must be considerable. Bei's demonic beast, with Yi Futian on its back, headed towards the inn. There were guards at the entrance, and knowing the rules, Yi Futian released his aura and was immediately let through. Yi Futian stepped off the back of Bei's demonic beast and led him forward. They came to the lobby of the inn, where a woman received them. "Elder," said Yi Futian. The woman smiled and nodded at Yi Futian. He took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to the woman. "How long can I stay?" The woman carefully assessed the bottle, then replied, "Elder, please wait while I check." As the woman spoke, she left to have the item inspected. It didn't take long for the woman to return. She bowed slightly to Yi Futian and said, "Elder may stay as long as you wish. The way, please." Yi Futian was surprised as he confirmed again. "As long as I want?" "Yes." The woman nodded. This piqued Yi Futian's curiosity. Obviously, the person who inspected the item was an expert and knew how precious was the panacea he gave them. Of course, the Ninth Inn was not an ordinary place, and he knew the amount of panacea he gave was not enough for the generous offer of stay. After all, it was not unusual for a cultivator to stay for years or even decades. The real reason for them to do so was because they valued the item. Obviously, they appreciated it. "Thank you very much." Yi Futian nodded slightly. The woman led him to a courtyard, one of the tallest in the Ninth Inn, with a view of 9th Street. Here, he was an alchemy grandmaster. After Yi Futian settled down in the Ninth Inn, he went out to gather some more information. He was a little relieved after hearing the news that came out from the ancient royal family of Duan. As he expected, the ancient royal family of Duan wouldn't risk doing anything to Fang Gai for the time being. Thus, he could proceed with his own plan at ease without feeling rushed. At this time inside the Ninth Inn, Yi Futian stood by the edge of the courtyard, gazing at the scenery on the 9th Street. Indeed, it was the most happening place in Giant God City, with multitudes of cultivators coming and going. At a glance, many extraordinary figures could be perceived, and Ren Huang were seen everywhere. It was said that this was the place with the most traffic of cultivators inside Giant God City, not including the ancient royal family of Duan. Yi Futian had no plan to approach anyone on his own initiative. He turned around and sat down in the courtyard. With a wave of his palm, an alchemy cauldron suddenly floated in the air. Yi Futian sat cross-legged in front of it, then closed his eyes. Rays of flames spread out from his body, and instantly the alchemy cauldron was enveloped by the flames of the Great Path. He began conducting alchemical activities right there inside the Ninth Inn. Alchemy masters were an incredibly rare breed in the cultivating world. Only a select few of those who could be considered masters in alchemy could also be considered powerful alchemy grandmasters. Therefore, each powerful alchemy grandmaster was inordinately valuable to those who cultivate, especially those who were having difficulties breaking through their realms and sought a little extra help from external forces. However, no matter which realm of cultivation, the price of that precious panacea may not be something that they could afford. Take the cultivators of Upper Renhuang realm, for example. The panacea they needed had to be the best, which was costly. Never mind whether such an item could be found in the first place. Even if a suitable one was found, Whether or not the seeker had the ability to ingest it was an entirely different matter. In the world of cultivation, top-level alchemy grandmasters enjoyed highly respected positions, and some would be recruited by major principalities as guests in their households, with a superior status. Yi Futian knew very well the appeal of a powerful alchemy grandmaster, so he started to refine the panacea directly in the courtyard. The flame of the great path was vigorous in the alchemy cauldron as the elixir continued to pour into it. Gradually, a fragrant scent began to emerge. As it spread towards the surrounding areas, an unusual change of the aura in the surrounding heaven and earth occurred, forming a terrible vortex in the sky, urging the power between heaven and earth to pour continuously into the cauldron. The Ninth Inn was the most prestigious inn on 9th Street, and only Renhuang may enter. Inside the inn there were throngs of cultivators. At this time, in a courtyard of the inn, an old man seemed to have smelled something. His nose twitched as he was cultivating, but he expanded his divine consciousness outward. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked up. Interesting. There is an alchemy grandmaster here, the old man murmured. Not only him, but others gradually walked out of the other courtyards as well. They all looked towards a place in the middle of the 9th Inn, apparently sensing the presence of an alchemy grandmaster there. Yi Futian deliberately slowed down the speed he was conducting the alchemical process, which attracted even more people. There was now a glow of the great path that appeared in the void, which made many exclaim in amazement. It seemed that whatever he was making would be of an extremely high level. "What a strong aura of life," someone said without even so much as a disguise in his voice. It was so that everyone inside the inn could hear it. "Well, it is the life elemental pill of the great path he's making, which will stabilize the foundation of the great path. The power of life is the source of everything. This grandmaster is not a simple man. Do any of you know him?" someone asked, already exploring Yi Futian's true identity. "It's not that simple. Even before the pill is made, a glow of the great path appeared. This has to be the pill of a perfect grade. As far as I know, there are only 2 or 3 alchemy grandmasters capable of this feat. It just so happens that there is one on 9th Street, but they are not the same person, and that grandmaster was not staying at the inn," someone said. Many people had heard that there was a very well-known trading pavilion on 9th Street. It was the largest trading place on 9th Street with precious pills to be found. This trading pavilion was called Tianyi Pavilion, and it was a powerful force in and of itself. That grandmaster they were referring to was a guest at Tianyi Pavilion. He had high status and was well respected. In the giant god city, many people would ask him for a panacea. Obviously, that grandmaster would not appear here, and Tianyi Pavilion and the 9th Inn were 2 different principalities. Furthermore, that grandmaster would not be wearing a mask, and the pills he made were not the life elemental kind. Just as they were chattering amongst themselves, they saw a glow from the attic, and everyone saw a radiant pill of the great path had been made. It was suspended in the air and released a strong fragrance. Many looked intoxicated. The pill itself must be a great tonic. Even an old man of the upper Renhuang realm felt a strong attraction and said, "This medicine is beneficial for people who are cultivating in the upper Renhuang realm. This Grandmaster's alchemy seems to be not any lesser than that of Grandmaster Tianbao. Is it really that powerful?" someone asked. "Even if it is not as good, it will not be too far beneath it, at most the difference of 2 levels, said that upper Renhuang cultivator. The 2 levels were referred to the difference in the grade of the pill. Obviously, Yi Futian heard the sound of these chattering. He stretched out his hand, and suddenly the panacea fell into his palm. He immediately put it away and extinguished the flame in the alchemy cauldron. At this time, someone asked, "Dare we ask how to address the Grandmaster?" Yi Futian ignored the question, and the inn fell silent for a moment. Many marveled secretly that this Grandmaster was truly arrogant to blatantly ignore the question. However, these powerful alchemy Grandmasters were said to have their sights higher than their heads, such as that Grandmaster Tianbao. They may be extremely pompous, but they could afford to be. Therefore, the Ringhuang who had asked the question didn't seem to mind. Never heard of the name of the master before, so master must have come from afar. "May I ask the master what important matter do you have with 9th Street?" Perhaps we can be of assistance, another man said. Ninth Street was the largest trading market in Giant God City, and almost everyone who was here came for trading. If they could know the purpose of this alchemy grandmaster, perhaps they would be able to forge a relationship with him. You can't help me, Yifutian said unemotionally. His voice was a bit hoarse with a sense of vicissitude. It was befitting of the impression he gave out as a middle-aged man. If the master will not tell us, how will we know? Someone said lightly. I came to Ninth Street just to try my luck. This place may not have what I was looking for. Yifutian's tone of voice was indifferent. He appeared profoundly inscrutable, which made many in the inn hold him in an even loftier position. His arrogant tone told them that what he was looking for must be something extraordinary. There were those from the upper Renhuang realm, and Yifutian rejected them with just a few words. What he was looking for must be something extremely precious. Your words are too preposterous. There are no treasures that can't be found on Ninth Street. Although your alchemy ability is outstanding, you are a little too conceited. The man who spoke was sitting in the yard of the inn, sipping tea. This man had a high level of cultivation and might be a powerful figure in the Eighth Realm. Is that so? Yifutian spoke with a still hoarse voice. I'm looking for Phoenix's marrow, 10,000 years old. Please help me find it. The person's hand froze in mid-air as he was holding the teacup. He hesitated for a moment before he drank the tea, but his expression became a little more serious. He said, although the cultivation of your realm is extraordinary, and you have superb alchemy skills, you must know the kind of treasure that is the Phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years. What do you have the use for it? It doesn't matter. Like I said, I came to Ninth Street to try my luck. Yifutian replied lightly, then opened the door to walk into the room. He ignored everyone inside the Ninth Inn, leaving all the powerful cultivators behind. However, the more he acted like this, the more mysterious of an impression he gave. Especially his request for the Phoenix's marrow, which was a divine item. It was a rare treasure even outside the realm of apothecary. If he were to make it into panacea, what level would the medicine be? Because of Yifutian's mysteriousness, his one endeavor in alchemy caused a sensation that spread from the Ninth Inn and onto Ninth Street. Soon, many people got wind of an alchemy grandmaster that had arrived at the Ninth Inn. He could produce the pill of the great path required by cultivators of Upper Renhuang realm, and it caused quite a tumult. Many cultivators of the Renhuang realm came to the Ninth Inn for an audience with Yifutian, but all were refused by him without exception. In addition, he had produced a second panacea, which was of a higher order. When the pill of the great path was finished, the glow from it enveloped Ninth Street and was seen by everyone on the street. However, this mysterious master with the mask had not achieved fame until he attracted Tianyi Pavilion's attention. Yifutian sat quietly in the courtyard of the inn. He gazed into the distance and seemed quite relaxed. Baze walked over to him, his tail wagging. Yifutian took out a pill and fed it into the beast's mouth. As soon as Baze's demonic beast swallowed it, formidable energy burst out of his body. The demon saint glowed brilliantly as the light of the great path illuminated each part of his body. He looked at Yifutian with gratitude. A low and deep voice came from his abdomen. Thank you, Senior. Achieve the breakthrough first, Yifutian said to him. Baze sat down and started to cultivate. As expected, he soon radiated the bright light of the great path from his body. A gigantic shadow of a demon became visible behind him. He was advancing to a higher plane. Everyone in the inn sensed the change. Although the Ninth Inn was a famous place, it was not very spacious. For cultivators at such a high level, nothing that happened in the inn could escape their detection. Moreover, Yifutian didn't try to keep it a secret in the first place. He intended to let everyone see what was happening. Before long, Baze achieved the breakthrough. The energy was surging in his body. Yifutian took out another pill and fed it into his mouth. Baze's demonic beast opened his eyes and shot Yifutian a grateful look. Then, he continued to cultivate to fortify himself. It was a life-elemental pill of the great path that wouldn't have any side effects. Giving a pill of the great path to a demonic beast that is only a demon saint People in the inn were at a loss for words. The pills were clearly at the imperial level, yet Yi Futian recklessly wasted 2 of such precious things on a demon saint who wasn't capable of digesting them. What a willful act, other Renhuangs thought to themselves. Why couldn't Yi Futian give the valuable pills to them? He must have a large number of pills on him since he casually fed 2 to his mount. Alchemy grandmasters were usually liberal with pills. Besides, Yi Futian was aloof and unapproachable. He didn't care for anyone who tried to be friendly with him. People staying in the inn were all prominent figures in their local areas, yet this alchemy grandmaster wasn't interested in being friendly at all. Around this time, a group of people headed to the inn, but they didn't come for lodging. Upon their arrival, the head of the group said loudly, "We heard that an alchemy grandmaster is staying in the inn. May I ask if he is here?" He didn't use his divine consciousness to examine the inn's situation since it could be considered offensive. Everyone heard his voice and looked outside. They immediately realized who these people were. "They came so fast," someone whispered. "I didn't think that he would attract the attention of the Tianyi Pavilion so quickly." None of them spoke up. They watched Yi Futian in silence and waited for his response. Yi Futian didn't care to befriend other guests in the inn before. Would he treat these people from the Tianyi Pavilion differently? Silence reigned all around. Yi Futian didn't respond. Instead, he gently groomed Bei's white fur in a leisurely manner, as though he didn't know they were talking to him. "I am Tang Chun from the Tianyi Pavilion. We want to invite the master to visit the Tianyi Pavilion," the head of the group added. He looked up in the direction of the demonic qi and knew that Yi Futian was there. Tang Chun. Many people narrowed their eyes in surprise. Not only had the Tianyi Pavilion acted promptly, but they also attached great importance to the invitation. Tang Chun was an important figure in the Tianyi Pavilion. He was a disciple of Grandmaster Tianbao and excelled in both cultivation and alchemy. The Tianyi Pavilion obviously thought highly of the mysterious alchemy grandmaster by sending Tang Chun over to deliver the invitation. "I'm not available," Yi Futian replied coldly. His hoarse voice made his rejection sound even more disrespectful. It was as if the Tianyi Pavilion meant nothing to him. Yi Futian's response reinforced the impression that he was an arrogant and standoffish man. Nevertheless, Yi Futian felt rather satisfied deep inside. He wasn't expecting to draw the attention of the ancient royal family of Duan right away. After all, the Duan family was a supreme force that reigned over the entire giant god's continent. Yi Futian was pleased that he could make the Tianyi Pavilion take notice in such a short time. It meant that he was one step closer to his goal. Tang Chen's brows knitted tightly together upon hearing Yi Futian's reply. It was beyond doubt that the Tianyi Pavilion was a top group in the 9th Street and had always commanded respect from everyone. Few people were given the honor of visiting the Tianyi Pavilion. Tang Chun only came here personally and delivered the invitation with courtesy because the mysterious person was an alchemy grandmaster. Nonetheless, politeness and respect were not reciprocated at all. The man claimed that he was not available even though he was doing nothing but sitting still and feeding his demonic beast. Apparently, it was a poor excuse. "My master would like to meet you in person. We would be filled with gratitude if you could honor us with your presence." Although Tang Chun was upset, he composed himself and made another plea. Yi Futian was still sitting quietly in the chair, acting like nothing was happening. He gazed into the distance and spoke casually. "Shouldn't your master come to me if he would like to meet me? Why should I go to him? In that case, why should I accept your invitation at all?" Yi Futian's impudent reply shocked every cultivator in the inn. Who was Tang Chen's master? Grandmaster Tianbao was the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street and enjoyed the highest status in the Tianyi Pavilion. As far as everyone knew, no one in the entire giant god city, except for the ultimate grandmaster of the ancient royal family, was better at alchemy than Grandmaster Tianbao. Now this mysterious man asked Grandmaster Tianbao to come to meet him. Even though what Yi Futian said was reasonably sound and Grandmaster Tianbao technically should come if he were the one interested in meeting Yi Futian, the wide disparity in social status had to be taken into consideration as well. How could a man like Grandmaster Tianbao come to meet a nobody? To receive an invitation was a great honor already. Yi Futian's response probably affronted the Tianyi pavilion. As expected, Tang Chen's face grew grim. He believed that he was polite and respectful enough, yet this hubris alchemy grandmaster dared to order Grandmaster Tianbao around. How audacious! No one on 9th Street has ever asked my master to come. You are the first. Tang Chen's tone changed. Yi Futian didn't seem annoyed or scared. Baze finished his cultivation and leaned against Yi Futian. Yi Futian caressed his white fur and didn't respond further. He didn't appreciate Tang Chen's attitude and their condescending invitation. They acted as if they were bestowing some special favor on him. He wouldn't accept the invitation even if he were interested in the Tianyi pavilion. Tang Chen's eyes became frosty after he was ignored by Yi Futian again. Even so, he didn't dare to break the rules of the 9th Inn. He darted Yi Futian a meaningful glance and said, I hope you enjoy your stay here. After his final remark, he turned around and left with the people who came with him. After Tang Chen was gone, someone said to Yi Futian, Master, the Tianyi Pavilion is one of the most powerful forces in the 9th Street. Grandmaster Tianbao, Tang Chen's master, is also a superior alchemy grandmaster who can make the 9th grade pills of the Great Path. You probably offended them just now. You are safe in the inn but have to be careful when you're outside. That's right. The 9th Street has good and bad people mixed up together. The situation here is quite complicated. Another person echoed. Yi Futian was still sitting quietly as if he didn't hear any of them. People had no idea if their friendly warnings were received. Yi Futian's reaction frustrated everyone in the inn. This mysterious man was as stubborn as a mule. At this moment, Yi Futian stood up and said to Bei's demonic beast, We haven't gone outside since our arrival. Let's go out to try our luck and see if we can find good ingredients for alchemy. Then, he sat on Bei's back and rode across the courtyard and out of the inn. An odd and surprised look came over every cultivator's face. They were reminding him to be careful, yet he didn't take them seriously at all. Instead, he rode the demonic beast and swaggered out of the inn. What a bold man, other Renhuangs thought to themselves. Yi Futian offended the Tianyi Pavilion and received a warning from Tang Chen just now, yet he still dared to leave the inn. What an arrogant alchemy grandmaster. Did he not care about the Tianyi Pavilion at all? Or was he confident that the Tianyi Pavilion wouldn't act against him? Let's go to have a look. Many Renhuangs were intrigued. They followed behind Yi Futian and left the inn as well. Yi Futian rode down the street and seemed extra relaxed. Judging by his mask, some people on the street realized that he might be the new alchemy grandmaster everyone was talking about. In the meantime, Tang Chen's divine consciousness was still scanning and monitoring the area. Yi Futian stepped out of the inn before Tang Chen and his people had gone far. Yi Futian rode on Bei's back and pranced down the street. Bei's demonic beast appeared to be following Yi Futian's instruction to move at a relatively slow pace. Yi Futian himself sat in a reclining position and seemed to be at ease. Some people tried to use the divine consciousness to see through his metal mask. However, a thick mist obscured Yi Futian's face under the mask, and no one could get a clear view. Yi Futian glanced over the people who attempted to make out his face with their divine consciousness. One of them screeched with pain as his eyes began to bleed. Master, have you thought it through? A voice came from afar at this moment. Tang Chen and the others popped up on the street and spoke to Yi Futian. Fuck off. Yi Futian's voice was hoarse. Tang Chen was so embarrassed that his face turned ashen. Yi Futian humiliated him in public and showed no respect for him at all. Tang Chen was a prominent cultivator. In addition to that, no one had ever dared to be so rude and insolent to a disciple of Grandmaster Tianbao of the Tianyi Pavilion. Tang Chen invited Yi Futian to visit the Tianyi Pavilion, yet Yi Futian cursed him. The onlookers were astounded that Yi Futian told Tang Chen to fuck off. They whispered to each other in dismay. People who were not caught up in the incident asked around about Yi Futian's identity. They instantly learned that he was the alchemy grandmaster who came to 9th Street searching for the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years. What an overbearing man he must be for telling Tang Chen to get lost. They wondered how Tang Chen would react. Tang Chen didn't start a fight right away. Instead, he stepped forward and followed Bei's from behind. Other people who came from the Tianyi Pavilion joined him as well. Bei's demonic beast continued sauntering down the street. More and more people gathered on the street to watch the drama unfold. With intense curiosity, they stared at Yifutian, who was wearing the metal mask. Who on earth was this mysterious master? Yifutian closed his eyes in repose as though he was letting Bei's stroll aimlessly, while in fact, his divine consciousness spread over an enormous distance and was keeping a close eye on the situation on 9th Street. As for Tang Chun and the others, Yifutian wasn't intimidated by them at all. He was waiting for them to make the first move. How could he rise to fame in the giant god city if he didn't stir up big trouble? To attract the attention of the ancient royal family of Duan, he had to be a famous and noteworthy figure on 9th Street first. Yifutian stopped in front of a building on the left side of the street. Although many cultivators were in the building, Yifutian forced in his divine consciousness and inspected the situation inside. Upon detecting Yifutian's divine consciousness, one of the cultivators frowned and said, "Can we help you, sir?" Yifutian raised his hand and threw a porcelain bottle at them. The bottle landed perfectly on the table in front of the person who spoke. Then Yifutian said to him, "Give me that fiery dragon plant." The person unplugged the porcelain bottle, took a brief look, and put the cork back immediately. He took out a blazing red plant and said to Yifutian, "Please take it, sir." Before his voice faded, the blazing red fiery dragon plant flew toward Yifutian, who was waiting outside. Yifutian swept it in with his sleeve in a flash. Both of them moved so fast and finished the transaction before many people realized what happened. So efficient. A lot of spectators were speechless with astonishment. The person in the shop didn't even bargain for such a valuable item. The red fiery dragon plant was extremely precious. Yifutian must have great confidence in his pills since he used them to trade for the plant. The person in the shop wouldn't accept the payment with alacrity if it were not a good deal. It showed how free-handed Yifutian was. No wonder he was an alchemy grandmaster. This kind of liberality put many renhuangs to shame. Nevertheless, ordinary renhuangs were not comparable with an alchemy grandmaster anyway. An alchemy grandmaster could make better and more valuable pills with the same ingredients. Common cultivators naturally had to be more conscious of the balance between cost and benefit. Yifutian paid no attention to the crowd's amazement. He kept riding down the street and purchased more valuable herbs along the way. All of them were rare and costly ingredients for alchemy. He seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of pills for trading. No one knew how many pills he was carrying with him. The onlookers exclaimed at his deep pockets. Many of them were tempted to jump on him. In fact, several renhuangs had had their eyes fixed on Yifutian. They blended in the crowd and followed Yifutian the whole time. Yifutian appeared to be carrying countless treasures. They would strike it rich if they managed to rob him successfully. Although they knew that they would benefit much more by befriending this alchemy grandmaster, they had no connection with Yifutian and couldn't possibly profit off him in that way. As a matter of course, they started to have other wicked ideas. Furthermore, from what they could see, Yifutian seemed to be an outsider who had no one to rely on here. He also offended the Tianyi Pavilion, which made him a good target. Soon, a cluster of buildings came into view ahead of them. The name Tianyi Pavilion was carved on the gate outside. It was the biggest trading center on 9th Street. Tang Chun didn't expect to follow Yifutian all the way here. What on earth did Yifutian want to do? At this point, Bei's demonic beast stopped, turned around slowly, and began to walk back as though he didn't intend to visit the biggest trading center on 9th Street. While everyone was staring at Yifutian, one person stepped forward. It was Tang Chun. He blocked Yifutian's way and said, "Master, since you are here, why don't you spend some time inside? There is no rush for you to leave." Several men also stepped out in other directions, following Tang Chen's lead. The crowd recognized that two of them were well-known renhuangs on 9th Street. The middle-aged man who dressed in black was called Kumu. The younger renhuang was an offspring of a prominent family on 9th Street. Both of them had made a name for themselves. By stepping forward at this moment, they seemed to be siding with Tang Chun, as if they had communicated with him via voice transmission. "I heard that the master has extraordinary skills in alchemy, and I would like to see it for myself. I wonder if the master can grant my wish, the younger man said. He was at the peak of the middle-level Renhuang plane and had an imperious bearing. Ku Mu, a 7th-order high-level Renhuang, was even more powerful. Yifutian was still riding on the back of Bei's demonic beast, ambling along the street. Bei's demonic beast became hesitant when he sensed the forceful energy emanated from the people ahead. Yifutian patted him gently and said, "Keep moving." Bei's demonic beast followed his instruction and continued to walk. Tang Chun stared at Yifutian and said, "Master, you are already at the gate. It's better if you can honor us with your visit." While speaking, he released an invisible energy current of the Great Path to block Yifutian's path. Yifutian still paid him no heed. An invisible energy shield protected Bei's body. He pressed ahead without being affected by Tang Chen's pressure. "What a pretentious buffoon! I want to see your face under the mask." The young Renhuang took a step forward and raised his hand to grab Yifutian's mask. A giant, hand-shaped shadow bore down upon Yifutian's head. Buzz! The invisible energy currents of the Great Path flowed around Yifutian's body, sealed off the area, and blocked the giant hand. At this moment, Tang Chun and Ku Mu also took action and moved toward Yifutian. Ku Mu outstretched his arm and flapped his sleeve. Right away, innumerable rotten stems and vines twined around the Great Path of space and closed off the area Yifutian was in. Tang Chun charged forward and shot a flame of the way at Yifutian. Yifutian emitted a beam of golden divine light from his body. It turned into a light screen which shielded him from the incoming attacks. All 3 cultivators frowned slightly and stared at Yifutian. They didn't expect Yifutian to be so tough. Buzz! The golden light screen blazed with a tinge of red and spewed a terrifying wave of fire. "Master, we invited you with good intention. Why do we have to come to blows?" Tang Chun sensed the wave of fire and hurried to call a truce. The ferocious flames of the way engulfed the area and charged at the 3 cultivators. They were petrified and desperate to retreat. However, Yifutian lifted his hand and locked them in place with the Great Path of space. They couldn't move a muscle. "Master, please show some mercy." Tang Chen's face was deathly pale. The invisible hand immobilized them as the flames of the way leaping toward them. "Stop it!" A stern voice came out of the Tianyi pavilion, but Yifutian ignored it completely. The brilliant divine light swept across the area, and the flames of the way devoured the 3 cultivators. With an ear-piercing shriek, they were annihilated under everyone's watch. Bang, bang, bang. Several streams of powerful energy rushed out of the Tianyi pavilion. "How audacious!" A voice boomed as if it carried the authority of heaven. A fierce face appeared in the void. Yifutian raised his head to take a glance. Then, his body transformed into a ray of light that streamed away through the void. The entire 9th Street trembled as the fierce face gave a bellow of rage. A burst of terrifying energy chased after Yifutian. However, the ray of light that Yifutian transfigured into dashed all the way back to the 9th Inn in a flash. Yifutian landed in the courtyard and launched his counterattack while the terrifying energy thrusting down from above. Bang! The 2 types of energy came into collision in midair. Someone in the inn declared, "Don't break the rule." Anyone who entered the 9th Inn was protected by the inn. No one was allowed to attack the guests. The frosty face appeared in the sky above and glared at Yifutian. Yifutian remained calm and expressionless. He darted a casual look at the sky. "You murdered the disciples of the Tianyi pavilion in broad daylight. You're so out of line." The face spoke. He was the chief elder of the Tianyi pavilion and a formidable 9th Order Renhuang. "Are you blind?" Yifutian shot a disdainful glance at the face. The 3 cultivators were going to kill him. He might be trapped in the Tianyi pavilion forever without any hope to make it back if he didn't fight back. Yifutian would never show any mercy to people who bore malicious intent against him. A middle-aged man wearing a fur coat walked out of the inn. He hovered in midair and looked at the face above, said, "As far as I know, your people attacked him first. In addition to that, no one is allowed to fight within the perimeter of my inn for any reason. Do you want to challenge that rule right now?" While speaking, He fixed his piercing gaze on the face floating in the void. The middle-aged man was the owner of the Ninth Inn. He was also a Ninth-Order Renhuang and one of Giant God City's best cultivators who possessed tremendous power. Although he looked like he was in his 40s, it was said that he had been operating the Ninth Inn on 9th Street for hundreds of years. Neither his appearance nor his cultivation level changed from when he first opened the Ninth Inn. The top cultivators on 9th Street certainly knew each other very well. Needless to say, the chief elder of the Tianyi Pavilion was aware of the identity and ability of the owner of the Ninth Inn. Even so, he was here not to represent himself but the Tianyi Pavilion. Tang Chun was one of the people he killed. I'm sure that you know he was Grandmaster Tianbao's disciple. One of the other two men was from the Wang family. The Ninth Inn may have its own rules, but we better honor the code of 9th Street as well. How about handing him over to me? The face responded. Since when does the 9th Street have a code? Handing him over to you would ruin the reputation of my inn, wouldn't it? The middle-aged man in the fur coat replied in a casual and relaxed manner. It was obvious that he would never let the chief elder take Yi Futian away. Lin Shang, can you do me this one favor? A rusty old voice said from afar. Many people were startled at once. In the meantime, they felt a rush of formidable energy radiating upon 9th Street. Everyone looked into the distance, knowing who was speaking. It was Grandmaster Tianbao. Plenty of people on 9th Street had heard Grandmaster Tianbao's voice before. Grandmaster Tianbao was asking Lin Shang, the owner of the Ninth Inn, to surrender the mysterious man who killed his disciple Tang Chen. Grandmaster, I would gladly lend a hand if it was anything else. But this is about the fundamental rule of my inn. How can I secure my place on 9th Street in the future if I break the rule right now? Therefore, I have no choice but to ask for your forgiveness and understanding, Lin Shang replied. He couldn't break his own rule. The rule was the foundation of the Ninth Inn and how Lin Shang established himself on 9th Street. The Ninth Inn would be worthless and degraded if he made an exception now. Lin Shang, just this one time, make an exception once, for Grandmaster Tianbao's sake. I'm sure everyone on 9th Street can understand it. We will buy you drinks to show our appreciation another day. Another voice rang out. It was the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion this time. Lin Shang, this man murdered an offspring of our Wang family in broad daylight. Are you determined to protect him? Another voice boomed. At this point, the confrontation occurring in the Ninth Inn attracted everyone's attention on 9th Street. Several top cultivators active on the 9th Street were demanding the Ninth Inn to surrender Yi Futian. Although conflicts were rather common and frequent on 9th Street, it was different this time. To everyone's surprise, a mysterious outsider who had no roots in Giant God City slaughtered Tang Chen and two other men in public and stirred up the storm. The uproar probably would calm down once Yi Futian was killed in revenge. After all, he had no one to rely on 9th Street. The famed 9th Street of Giant God City is not so impressive after all. At this moment, Yi Futian, who was sitting in the middle of the courtyard, suddenly spoke up. Countless pairs of eyes focused on him in an instant. Wearing a metal mask, Yi Futian lowered his head and groomed Bei's white fur in a laid-back manner. He said, "A couple of self-important fools tried to badger me into meeting someone and even used force on me. They acted so recklessly and blindly and thought some Grandmaster Tianbao is worthy of my visit." The crowd was astounded by Yi Futian's words. Grandmaster Tianbao, the best alchemy master and armorer in the 9th Street, was not deserving of his visit? Yi Futian slowly stood up. The intense energy of the great path of life burst out of his body and shot up into the clouds. The green divine light illuminated the sky and made every cultivator's heart tremble. The energy of the great path of life was formidable and impeccable. They attacked me since I didn't want to go. Don't they deserve to be killed? Yi Futian looked up and said, "They think a mere Grandmaster Tianbao can summon me at will. Let me tell you, none of the masters on 9th Street are worthy of my attention." Yi Futian's contemptuous remark left everyone open-mouthed. Many people in the crowd began to examine Yi Futian again carefully. Grandmaster Tianbao was held in such high regard on 9th Street because of his super skill of making pills. An alchemy grandmaster was highly cherished and respected among cultivators. Grandmaster Tianbao could create incalculable value for the Tianyi Pavilion. Nevertheless, this mysterious man might be an alchemy grandmaster who had even better potential than Grandmaster Tianbao. He had the perfect great path of life with vigorous and robust energy of the great path. As a result, he must be able to make perfect pills of the great path of life. It was beyond imagination how remarkable the pills he made would be if he advanced to a higher cultivation level in the future. No wonder he didn't care for Grandmaster Tianbao at all. Lin Shang was also surprised by how powerful Yi Futian was. He looked up at the people in the void and said, "You all saw it with your own eyes. How would you react if I sent some people over to demand your presence?" According to Lin Shang, he already believed that Yi Futian was on equal footing with Grandmaster Tianbao. In his opinion, Grandmaster Tianbao had no right to summon Yi Futian to the Tianyi Pavilion. Grandmaster Tianbao never expected that Yi Futian wouldn't appreciate his imperious and condescending invitation. His men tried to strong-arm Yi Futian. Of course, Yi Futian would fight back. "Shameless," Grandmaster Tianbao's voice said from a distance. "You should respect me as your senior even if you have an extraordinary great path and can make excellent pills. I sent people to invite you out of courtesy. Who would have thought that you were such a haughty man? Out of courtesy?" Yi Futian gazed into the distance and said, "I have returned to the inn and have no interest in heading out again today. But I will visit the Tianyi Pavilion tomorrow and see how good you really are at alchemy." Was that a challenge? Did this mysterious alchemy grandmaster intend to challenge Grandmaster Tianbao in alchemy? How arrogant! It seemed that he had considered Grandmaster Tianbao beneath him since the beginning. What a conceited man he must be. Standing in the courtyard, he was facing several top cultivators of 9th Street who came to capture him, yet he didn't take them seriously at all. Was it simply the typical arrogance of an alchemy grandmaster? "How fascinating," Lin Sheng said with a smile. "You all have heard him. This mysterious master will pay a call on the Tianyi Pavilion tomorrow, and we will be able to witness the spectacle by then." Everyone on 9th Street was watching the situation in the 9th Inn closely. They were all shocked that the mysterious master dared to challenge Grandmaster Tianbao. His arrogance was beyond people's imagination. If he really was so capable, Grandmaster Tianbao indeed insulted him by sending his disciple to summon him to the Tianyi Pavilion. Even the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion was at a loss for words at this moment. Yi Futian had informed them that he would go to the Tianyi Pavilion tomorrow. What else could they do at this point? While the cabinet master was still contemplating a response, Grandmaster Tianbao answered offhandedly, "In that case, I will be waiting for you in the Tianyi Pavilion. Let's wait for a day then." The domineering energy was pulled back. The cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion left, and the face in the void also disappeared. The crowd dispersed in a short time. However, a few Renhuangs were still monitoring the inn with the divine consciousness as though they were worried that Yi Futian would slip away. Although the top cultivators took off for now, 9th Street was thrown in a ferment. Everyone discussed the mysterious outsider who issued a challenge to Grandmaster Tianbao, who was unrivaled in 9th Street when it came to alchemy. Grandmaster Tianbao could make extremely high-grade pills and had been a well-respected guest of the Tianyi Pavilion. All the big fish in the 9th Street gladly associated themselves with Grandmaster Tianbao. Even the ancient royal family of Duan had sent people to make contact with him. If not for having a better grandmaster within the Duan family, they would undoubtedly recruit Grandmaster Tianbao. Nonetheless, many people were not fully convinced yet. Although the mysterious man had a perfect great path, he was on a lower cultivation level than Grandmaster Tianbao. It would not be easy for him to compete with Grandmaster Tianbao in alchemy. Having said that, some people might be willing to take him under their protection as long as he could display excellent alchemy skills. The news soon spread from 9th Street to other parts of Giant God City. The arrogant and mysterious master on 9th Street slowly rose to fame. Yi Futian continued to rest in the courtyard after the top cultivators left. Grandmaster Tianbao was the best and the most renowned alchemy master on 9th Street. It was alleged that he could make 9th-grade pills of the great paths. Yi Futian certainly couldn't do that. But that didn't matter. Since Yi Futian was at a much lower cultivation level than Grandmaster Tian Bao, he couldn't win the challenge. Nevertheless, winning was not his goal anyway. He simply needed to do his best to make pills and take advantage of Grandmaster Tianbao's fame during the process. An alchemy grandmaster from the outsider challenged the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street. Yi Futian was confident that his move had attracted considerable public attention. "Master!" A voice rang out. Lin Shang, the owner of the 9th Inn, walked over. Yi Futian nodded slightly at Lin Shang and said, "Please have a seat." Lin Shang sat down right away without feigning politeness. He said to Yi Futian, "Master, why did you issue a challenge to Grandmaster Tian Bao? Tianyi Pavilion is their territory. You might get yourself in trouble there. Are you sure that you can walk out unscathed?" "It's going to be all right," Yi Futian replied. "I won't bring you any trouble." "That's not what I meant," Lin Shang explained with a smile. But he still didn't understand where Yi Futian's confidence came from. He continued, "Perhaps someone will step up and offer you protection if you can demonstrate superlative alchemy skills. In that case, even the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion wouldn't harm you without thinking twice. I'm heartened by your optimism, and I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you." Yi Futian gave an enigmatic nod. Lin Shang cracked a smile and said, "Master, I will leave you to it then." After that, Lin Shang stood up and left the courtyard. He was rather excited about what might happen at the Tianyi Pavilion tomorrow. Yi Futian seemed impossible for him to read. Could he really compete with Grandmaster Tian Bao in alchemy? Lin Shang couldn't predict the result and had no choice but to wait patiently. He was not the only one on the edge of his seat. A lot of people were waiting with bated breath as the news circulating in and beyond 9th Street. What kind of a place was the Tianyi Pavilion? It was the largest trading center on 9th Street. On top of that, Grandmaster Tian Bao was the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street. He made the finest pills for the Tianyi Pavilion. Now, a mysterious outsider killed Grandmaster Tian Bao's disciple and issued him a challenge. How conceited the man must be. The Tianyi Pavilion was extra busy and crowded the next day. Not only the residents near 9th Street gathered there, but many cultivators from other parts of Giant God City also showed up, including people from various prominent and influential families in the city. 9th Street was acknowledged by everyone to be the largest commercial hub in Giant God City. It was also a place that was frequented the most by people from aristocratic families in the city. Needless to say, the people from the distinguished families were more or less on familiar terms with Grandmaster Tian Bao. Of course, they would come on this day to watch the drama unfold. There was an elevated stage in the Tianyi Pavilion where auctions were usually held. But it was empty on this day for Grandmaster Tian Bao and Yi Futian. A lot of seats were located under the stage to accommodate auction participants. At this point, the seats were filled with cultivators who came to watch the match. Some people didn't show up in person but had covered the entire field with divine consciousness to not miss a single detail. Even so, more cultivators swarmed in to witness the competition with their own eyes. A voice boomed at this moment. "Cabinet Master!" The man just headed out. The cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion immediately walked out of a great hall and strode in the direction of the elevated stage. He was accompanied by several people who all had a stately bearing. "Have a seat!" The cabinet master gestured and said to everyone. All of them were from aristocratic families in Giant God City, including a man who enjoyed the same status as the cabinet master. "Where is Grandmaster Tian Bao?" someone asked. "Grandmaster Tian Bao is still resting. He will come out soon," the cabinet master replied. "All right, I'm surprised that so many people came here today. This is good. Let's check out how this clown who doesn't know his limitations is capable of. He even dares to challenge Grandmaster Tian Bao." An old man chuckled. "We need to have a drink with Grandmaster Tian Bao after he takes care of this clown. I want to ask him to make a pill for me," another person said. He was here to seek favor with Grandmaster Tian Bao. Most of the people came here not only because of curiosity but also to reinforce their relationship with Grandmaster Tian Bao and to ask him for pills, which were crucial to the youngsters in their families. "Sure," the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion said. The Grandmaster wouldn't accept this man's challenge if Lin Shang didn't insist on saving him. He is nothing but a fool who overestimated his abilities. They couldn't kill Yi Futian when he was inside the 9th inn. It was obvious that they didn't want to fall out with Lin Shang after all. Otherwise, a prestigious man like Grandmaster Tianbao wouldn't care to compete with Yi Futian at all since it was utterly meaningless. However, if Grandmaster Tianbao accepted the challenge, Yi Futian would come to the Tianyi Pavilion voluntarily and have no chance to make off alive. While chatting casually, they noticed that several people who had courtly manners were mixed with the crowd. An elderly man gazed at the distinctive group, his eyes narrowed. "They are," the old man muttered. Right away, the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion and his companions looked in that direction as well. A group of young men and women, attended by several people, were standing there. They kept a low profile and seemed unfathomable. Startled, the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion stood up and was about to walk over to them. Coincidentally, one of the young men darted the cabinet master a look at the same time. He nodded slightly at the cabinet master and transmitted his voice to him. "Keep doing whatever you need to do. Don't mind us." The cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion paused for a moment and sat back down. He transmitted his voice back to the young man. "Yes, Your Highness. Please let me know if Your Highness needs anything." "Okay," the young man replied and looked away. Several people alongside the cabinet master also greeted the young man via voice transmission. They were all surprised to see people from the ancient royal family here. It seemed that the news reached rather far indeed. That being said, they might have come here simply out of curiosity. The excited crowd created a din in the Tianyi Pavilion. Far away, many cultivators cleared out a path. Bei's demonic beast was sauntering down the street, carrying a man wearing a metal mask. The man seemed extremely relaxed. Even his eyes were closed under the mask. Everyone felt that this alchemy grandmaster was exceptionally arrogant. It was as if he considered everything and everybody beneath his notice, including Grandmaster Tianbao. Such an attitude! Many people were lost for words. The man didn't take Grandmaster Tianbao seriously at all. The young people who came from the ancient royal family were intrigued by Yi Futian. They came out to watch the fun after learning about the eccentric alchemy grandmaster, who was staying on 9th Street. He appeared to an interesting man indeed, but his alchemy skills were unclear. Yi Futian and Beis strolled down the street without hurry. The crowd made way for them spontaneously. Plenty of people were wondering if Yi Futian was feigning nonchalance. Yi Futian didn't open his eyes until Bei's demonic beast stopped. He shot a glance at the people in front of him. The cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion and the others were all staring at him with a cold and stern face. They didn't attack him right away only because they accepted his challenge the day before. They were men of high standing who cared about their reputation on 9th Street and wouldn't go back on their word. "Where is him?" Yi Futian asked casually. He scanned the stage and didn't see Grandmaster Tianbao. Before his voice faded, a lithe figure flew out of the great hall and landed on the stage with extraordinary grace. It was Grandmaster Tianbao. Grandmaster Tianbao darted a look at Yi Futian. He never thought that a youngster would be so impudent and audacious. Without mincing words, he said, "You really have the nerve to come. I will take your life for sure after we make the pills." "Great arrogance for an old man," Yi Futian snickered. Beis carried him forward to the stage. He jumped off and walked over to Grandmaster Tianbao. "I would also like to see what kind of pills you're capable of making and what makes you think that you can summon me at will," Yi Futian said contemptuously. Grandmaster Tianbao's eyes were filled with menace, his long beard flowing in the wind. However, he heard the cabinet master talking to him via voice transmission. "Grandmaster, the ancient royal family has sent some people here. You need to take the competition seriously even if you want to kill him." "All right," Grandmaster Tianbao replied. He darted a disdainful glance at Yi Futian and said, "Let's begin." Grandmaster Tianbao didn't want to waste his breath on Yi Futian anymore and jumped to start at once. Everyone knew that Grandmaster Tianbao didn't believe this to be an equal match. He was eager to finish the competition early so he could kill Yi Futian as soon as possible. Grandmaster would not let Yi Futian live no matter what kind of pills he could make. Yi Futian slaughtered Grandmaster Tianbao's disciple, who went invite him over for a visit. If he could survive this unscathed, Grandmaster Tianbao would lose all prestige he had on 9th Street. Yi Futian shot Grandmaster Tianbao a contemptuous look from behind the mask. Then he stood on the opposite side and waved his hand. An alchemy cauldron appeared, floating in midair. Humph! Grandmaster Tianbao snorted. Another alchemy cauldron popped up in an instant. Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao stood face to face. Their cauldrons were on opposite sides. Buzz! A jet of superheated steam immediately shot out and billowed around the cauldrons. The audience near the edge of the stage felt the touch of the intense heat. Some people couldn't help but raise their arms to protect their faces from the heat. After that, they saw that the flames of the way were lit under the two alchemy cauldrons at the same time. True fire of 6 ding. The crowd sized up Grandmaster Tianbao's flames of the way. The golden flames were blazing under the cauldron and formed a brilliant pattern. Grandmaster Tianbao obtained this 9th grade imperial level flames of the way during a serendipitous encounter in his early years. It was why he had a high success rate of making 9th grade pills of the Great Path even though he was only at the peak of the 8th level Renhuang plane. There were only a handful of grandmasters in the alchemy circle. In addition to that, even an alchemy grandmaster couldn't always successfully make pills of the Great Path that were on a par with their cultivation level. Nevertheless, Grandmaster Tianbao's success rate of making 8th grade pills of the Great Path was higher than 90%. He could even make an effective 9th grade elixir 3 out of 10 times. The statistics were awe-inspiring. Apart from his remarkable flames of the way, it was also because Grandmaster Tianbao had extraordinary alchemy skills. Many people looked in Yi Futian's direction. His flames of the way felt unique. Strong and vigorous, they were burning as if they would never die out. On top of that, the worldly spiritual qi in the surrounding area was flowing toward his flames of the way to fuel the blaze. 5th level, perfect grade, the crowd exclaimed. It confirmed the rumor that had been circulating. Grandmaster Tianbao also noticed Yi Futian's flames of the way and began to take him more seriously. A greedy look flashed in his eyes. It seemed that he couldn't simply kill Yi Futian as he imagined. He needed to find a way to seize hold of Yi Futian's flames of the way first. While the flames of the way were burning, both Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao poured herbs and other ingredients into the alchemy cauldrons, their sleeves flapping in the wind. They closed their eyes to concentrate on creating the elixir. Silence reigned over the stage. The audience was waiting quietly as well. No one dared to speak a word to disturb Grandmaster Tianbao and Yi Futian. Only the crackling sound of the flames of the way could be heard. Elixirs couldn't be made in an instant. While Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao remained silent on the stage, the spectators started to talk to each other in whispers. The popping and crackling noises came from both alchemy cauldrons. That is, someone noticed that Yi Futian's flames of the way formed a dazzling phoenix around the alchemy cauldron. His flames of the way are so gorgeous, a person murmured. Moreover, Yi Futian's flames of the way gave them an inexplicable feeling that it would burn for eternity. It seemed that the mysterious alchemy grandmaster was not an ordinary man indeed. No wonder he dared to provoke Grandmaster Tianbao and even issued a direct challenge to compete against him in alchemy. This is getting interesting. Lin Shang was also among the crowd. Although he was prominent enough to sit on the stage, he chose not to due to the conflict over Yi Futian between him and the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion. He would rather watch the match from below. Ling Shang was very intrigued by Yi Futian. This mysterious alchemy grandmaster was arrogant, overbearing, and eccentric. Why did he act this way? What was his purpose? Did he want to become famous? This seemed to be a risky way to gain fame. Who do you think will win? Someone whispered under his breath. Grandmaster Tianbao, of course. He will surely do his utmost to make a 9th grade pill of the Great Path this time. With his marvelous ability, it is very likely to be a success. This person is at a much lower cultivation level than Grandmaster Tianbao. We have to wait and see what kind of elixir he can create, one person replied. It was apparent that most people believed that Grandmaster Tianbao would win a resounding victory. Everyone was confident that Grandmaster Tianbao's elixir would be at a higher grade than Yi Futian's. There was no suspense in that regard. The flames of the way were burning more and more intensely. Yi Futian and Grandmaster Tianbao kept tossing new ingredients into the alchemy cauldrons. It looks like Grandmaster Tianbao is attempting to make a 9th grade elixir. People could tell what kind of pills Grandmaster Tianbao wanted to make based on the ingredients he put in the cauldron. Of course, the ingredients Yi Futian used were also rare and precious. He obtained several of them through trading on 9th Street. The flames of the way blazed up. As time went by, a rich aroma wafted out of the cauldron. Even though the pills were not finished yet, the fragrance was already tantalizing and intoxicating. The alchemy cauldrons were vibrating in the void, making a sizzling noise. Grandmaster Tianbao outstretched his arm and slapped on the alchemy cauldron. The cauldron instantly started to spin in front of him. The great path's energy currents rushed down from above as soon as he formed a seal with both hands. Much to everyone's surprise, the alchemy cauldron was devouring the power of the world. The terrifying flames of the way were licking the alchemy cauldron, and the incandescent glow of the fire illuminated the clouds. The entire sky was turned scarlet. The flames converged and lunged into the alchemy cauldron like fiery dragons. Grandmaster Tianbao is making fire elemental pills of the Great Path. It's his strong suit. Some people immediately understood what Grandmaster Tianbao was aiming for. On the other side, a faint call of the phoenix was coming out of Yi Futian's alchemy cauldron. A translucent divine phoenix took shape and wrapped around the cauldron. Yi Futian was emitting brilliant celestial light from his body. He looked like a heavenly deity as wisps of sacred energy flowing from him to the cauldron. The Great Path's divine light shot into the clouds, and an extraordinary phenomenon came into view. A gigantic shadow of a phoenix appeared in the sky as an overpowering aroma rising from the alchemy cauldron. The clanking sound inside the cauldron was becoming louder and louder as well. Judging by the extraordinary phenomenon, he is as good as Grandmaster Tianbao. A lot of people were astonished by Yi Futian's ability. Yi Futian kept his eyes shut behind the metal mask. He exerted all his strength and went into a state of abstraction. Unlike the conceited man everyone on 9th Street remembered, Yi Futian looked majestic and dignified like a true master. "What type of pill is he making?" someone asked. "If I recall it correctly, he said he came to the 9th Street to try his luck in searching for the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years, which is the main ingredient of some elixir." "What kind of elixir?" People were curious. "Immortal elixir, which can bring the dead back to life, can grow flesh and bones that will never perish. Therefore, even a dead man with a broken body can come back alive," someone said. "This man always wears a mask. Could it be that he suffered an irreparable injury to his face and wants to heal it with this elixir? Seems like it's going to be over soon." The crowd gazed at the cauldrons without blinking. Grandmaster Tianbao's performance was to be expected, but Yi Futian did come as a big surprise. The mysterious alchemy grandmaster was anything but ordinary for sure. After a short time, the aroma of the elixirs finally jumped out of the alchemy cauldrons. A beam of divine light pierced the clouds and shone like a high flame. It gave a red glow to the sky above 9th Street and even cast light upon the areas nearby. Countless people in Giant God's City turned their eyes to the source of the light. The elixir is made. The audience stared at the scarlet elixir as big as a palm taking shape in front of Grandmaster Tianbao. The flame current rushed frantically toward the dazzling elixir. The entire area was tinged with red. "Divine Fire Elixir, 9th grade," an expert announced. This was not the first divine fire elixir made by Grandmaster Tianbao. The elixir was extremely beneficial to people who cultivated the Great Path of Fire. Consuming it could directly enhance the cultivator's flames of the way and increase his fire elemental power. In addition to that, it could temper the cultivator's body and even cleanse his spiritual soul. Grandmaster Tianbao took a brief look at the divine fire elixir before putting it away. With a satisfied look on his face, he glanced at Yi Futian on the opposite side. He would love to see what Yi Futian was capable of besides boasting and swaggering. At this moment, rays of blinding divine light shone out of Yi Futian's alchemy cauldron. An elixir emerged immediately after that. Furthermore, an enormous shadow of a phoenix also appeared in the void, as if it was greeting the elixir. The elixir rose high in the sky and was caught by the phoenix. Instantly, the will of the great path of life filled the space. Everyone on 9th Street felt more energetic. It was as though they had been recharged. Ugh! Such a powerful pill. Yi Futian's elixir was as good as Grandmaster Tianbao's, if not better. A perfect 6th-grade pill of the great path. Impressive. Lin Shang expressed his approval. This pill may be even more effective than the 9th-grade one. Besides, it is probably more helpful for cultivators below the 9th level. At this point, Lin Shang finally understood why Yi Futian was so confident. This pill alone was enough to save Yi Futian's life today. Plenty of people, including Lin Shang, would not let Yi Futian die here. This alchemy grandmaster was much more valuable than Grandmaster Tianbao. Lin Shang would even argue that they were not at the same level at all. Grandmaster Tianbao stared at Yi Futian's pill with an embarrassed look on his face. He had lost the match the moment Yi Futian's pill emerged from the cauldron. They didn't need to compare the actual effects of the pills. As a 5th-order Renhuang, Yi Futian created a perfect 6th-grade pill of the Great Path. He had proved that he was more capable than Grandmaster Tianbao. There was no reason to drag the competition on any longer. It was safe to say that Yi Futian had won a resounding victory over Grandmaster Tianbao in this competition that Grandmaster Tianbao was so confident of winning. Yi Futian defeated him. Grandmaster Tianbao was once the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street. Now, he didn't deserve the title anymore. The audience was jabbering with astonishment and excitement as well. They stared at the pill, wondering if it was really so marvelous. "What kind of pill is it?" someone asked. "Nyeyuan pill," a voice answered. It was an exceptionally refined young man. Startled, the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man from the ancient royal family. A perfect, 6th-grade Nyeyuan pill. It can alter a cultivator's constitution and build an extremely strong foundation of the Great Path. "Is this pill for sale?" the man asked. Yi Futian turned around and darted him a look. He paid attention to the young man's sophisticated manner and immediately realized that he was not an ordinary spectator. Moreover, he noticed that the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion was also looking at the young man in a special way. Could it be? Thinking of that, Yi Futian raised his hand with the palm facing up. The pill flew into his hand at once. Yi Futian put it in his mouth and swallowed it. Right away, his body emitted bright light of the Great Path and intense energy of the Great Path of Life. To everyone's surprise, he ate it himself. "I'm not here today to trade pills," Yi Futian spoke calmly. He glanced at Grandmaster Tianbao and asked, "Now, do you still think you can summon me as you please?" Many people were swayed by Yi Futian's remark. Yi Futian had shown marvelous alchemy skills. No wonder he behaved so arrogantly. Indeed, Grandmaster Tianbao had no right to demand Yi Futian's presence. He treated Yi Futian like an ignorant child by sending Tang Chun to invite him over. Tang Chun tried to use force when Yi Futian refused to go. That was why he was killed. Now it seemed that Tang Chen's death was not unjustified at all. One might well imagine how Grandmaster Tianbao would react if Yi Futian sent someone to request his presence. "You're better at putting on superior airs than making pills," Yi Futian scoffed. He scanned everyone sitting on the stage as if he was referring to all of them, including the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion. Grandmaster Tianbao glared at Yi Futian. His eyes grew dark and threatening. All of a sudden, towering flames surrounded Grandmaster Tianbao's body as he dashed forward at lightning speed, leaving a streak of fire behind. Grandmaster Tianbao reached Yi Futian and raised his hand to strike his head. There seemed to be a blazing sun in his palm that could annihilate everything. "Watch out!" Lin Sheng cried. No one expected that Grandmaster Tianbao would attack Yi Futian outright. The audience was dumbfounded, their eyes glued to the stage. Grandmaster Tianbao was vanquished in the alchemy competition. He couldn't bear the humiliation and chose to kill Yi Futian here and now. It was obvious that Grandmaster Tianbao was a ruthless and decisive man. Yi Futian was an outsider who had no connection in Giant God's city. As long as he died, Grandmaster Tianbao would still be the best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street. Who would give offense to him over a dead man? All the problems would be solved once Grandmaster Tianbao killed Yi Futian. Yi Futian remained expressionless when he saw Grandmaster Tianbao coming. An 8th Order Renhuang, Grandmaster Tianbao was heading for a fall due to his overconfidence. A bundle of frightening energy burst out of Yi Futian's body. He raised his hand and dashed it against Grandmaster Tianbao's. Two distinctly different types of energy met head-on. Bang! With a deafening noise, the terrifying shock wave traveled outward and reached the audience under the stage. Many people hurried to release their power to protect themselves. Nevertheless, there were still plenty of spectators who were blown away by the shock wave and suffered serious injuries. It was a scene of utter chaos. Stronger cultivators bore up against the shock wave and stared at the battlefield on the elevated stage. Yi Futian was standing firm instead of being incinerated by Grandmaster Tianbao's attack as people expected. When their hands touched, Grandmaster Tianbao felt two completely opposite types of the purest form of destructive energy rushing into his arm. What kind of power was that? Grandmaster Tianbao was disconcerted. He was flung away, and his arm was injured so badly that he thought it was about to fall off. The horrifying energy surged into his body and attacked his spiritual soul. He felt that two distinctly different types of power were consuming him. Grandmaster Tianbao uttered a low moan, his face as white as a sheet. A trickle of blood was dripping down his chin from his mouth. He lifted his head and glared at Yi Futian. Somehow he was wounded during the blitz attack he launched against Yi Futian. Yi Futian also took a few steps back. He raised his head, darted a contemptuous look at Grandmaster Tianbao, and ridiculed. "A puny man like you dared to make a sneak attack on me. How laughable. You probably can't win against me even in a fair fight. You're not a match for me at either alchemy or cultivation, and you don't deserve to compete against me." The audience became even more astonished. Who would have thought that Yi Futian also possessed impressive strength and fighting ability? No one had even imagined that the arrogant and mysterious alchemy grandmaster would be so dangerous and formidable. Even the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion began to waver at this point. What Grandmaster Tianbao did just now was beneath his status. On the other hand, Yi Futian had displayed better potential in both cultivation and alchemy. He was already much more valuable than Grandmaster Tianbao. It was beyond imagination how much profit he could bring in the future. If the Tianyi Pavilion could recruit him, besides, it was probably impossible for the cabinet master to kill Yi Futian now. If he launched an attack, there was no doubt that someone would step up to protect Yi Futian to forge a friendship with him. He would be doing everyone else a favor. As the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion, he was well capable of assessing the situation. Having said that, it was not appropriate for him to speak at this moment since he might affront Grandmaster Tianbao. "Wonderful," Lin Sheng said. "What an amazing alchemy grandmaster you are. So can we all agree that Grandmaster Tianbao was in the wrong before for being reckless and thoughtless?" Grandmaster Tianbao disrespected Yi Futian by sending his disciple to bring him to the Tianyi Pavilion. It was reckless and thoughtless for sure. However, at that time, no one knew that Yi Futian was such a mighty figure. Right before this match, many people firmly believed that Yi Futian would lose the challenge and even his life to Grandmaster Tianbao on the stage. What about now? Everyone knew clearly that nothing would happen to Yi Futian now. Instead, a lot of people on 9th Street would scramble to associate themselves with Yi Futian and win his friendship. Grandmaster Tianbao was too ashamed to stay on the stage any longer. He flapped his sleeves and was about to turn around and leave. "Grandmaster Tianbao, are you going to leave without an apology?" Lin Sheng said with a snicker. He was not afraid of offending Grandmaster Tianbao, who worked for the Tianyi Pavilion and had no interests coinciding with him. That's right. Tang Chun was merely a disciple of Grandmaster Tianbao. Yet he dared to use violence against this master to force him to come to the Tianyi Pavilion. He was way out of the line. In addition to that, Grandmaster Tianbao attempted to murder this master just now. It's not right to take off like this, someone else said. He was a powerful cultivator who had some bad blood with the Tianyi Pavilion, which was why he spoke up in a sarcastic tone. That's enough. Both sides are in the wrong for being thoughtless and inconsiderate. This is simply a misunderstanding. That's all for this matter, the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion declared. Although he was on the same side as Grandmaster Tianbao, he didn't dare to come down on Yifutian right this moment. He couldn't recklessly affront Yifutian, who had just proven his strength to everyone at the scene. He had to bear in mind that the cultivators from the ancient royal family were also present. They witnessed everything and might want to rope Yifutian in. After all, Yifutian was an alchemy grandmaster with limitless potential. In the meantime, he needed to save Grandmaster Tianbao's face, which was why he wanted to put an end to this matter as soon as possible. Misunderstanding, Yifutian said in a mocking tone. You didn't show any civility or respect when you went to capture me yesterday. I'm afraid that I would be killed by you immediately if I didn't stand my ground. Even though there isn't much I can do right now, rest assured that I will never forget about it. We can settle the scores later if you can't account for your behavior. Yifutian's aggressive scolding put an uncomfortable look on the cabinet master's face. However, other people around were secretly enjoying the drama. The Tianyi Pavilion suffered a major setback this time. Being resented by such an extraordinary alchemy grandmaster was not a trivial matter. Apart from his amazing alchemy skills, Yifutian was bound to become a better cultivator than the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion sooner or later. This arrogant alchemy grandmaster was as domineering as usual. He insisted on explanations for the actions of the Tianyi Pavilion. The cabinet master stared at Yifutian with a grim face. He said, "What do you want me to do? Do you need to ask me?" Even though Yifutian was wearing a mask, his unflinching gaze was making the cabinet master feel very uneasy. The cabinet master was tongue-tied. An awkward silence followed. Everyone understood that the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion was unable to extricate himself from this difficult situation. If he took a stand against Yifutian, the ill feelings between them would only become worse. But if he gave in, he would lose respect from others. On top of that, what should he do with Grandmaster Tianbao? Could he ask Grandmaster Tianbao to leave the Tianyi Pavilion? It was hard for him to make up his mind to lose an alchemy grandmaster. Yifutian showed no interest in letting them off. Nevertheless, he wasn't deliberately making things difficult for the sake of the Tianyi Pavilion. In fact, he didn't care about the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion or Grandmaster Tianbao at all. Not only could Yifutian easily beat Grandmaster Tianbao in alchemy, but he could also kill him with little effort. The so-called best alchemy grandmaster on 9th Street was beneath Yifutian's notice. Yifutian was only causing trouble for the Tianyi Pavilion in order to make a scene and attract the attention of the ancient royal family. He speculated that the young man who spoke before was not an ordinary commoner. Therefore, he was putting on a show on purpose rather than sincerely demanding an explanation. As the situation came to a standstill, a voice rang out. "Since the Tianyi Pavilion is at fault, Cabinet Master, why don't you offer an apology?" Many people were stunned by the suggestion that the cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion should apologize. Who was it? They turned around and saw that it was a young Renhuang. He was surrounded by several people who were around the same age and carried the same stately grace. They were attended by a small group of people standing behind, making sure they have enough room in the crowded space. Who was he? The cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion darted a look at the young man. His eye twitched slightly. Then, he turned to Yifutian with an enigmatic expression. He said, "The Tianyi Pavilion is indeed in the wrong. As the cabinet master, I am responsible for the mess. I am sorry for our rash and disrespectful act and humbly ask for your forgiveness." Ugh. A lot of people in the audience were dumbfounded by the cabinet master's apology. They realized that the young man was not an ordinary person and began to see him in a new light. Yifutian was also surprised. He vaguely sensed that he might have achieved his goal. They had taken the bait. "Do you think a simple apology is enough?" Yifutian replied coldly, as though he still didn't want to let it go. He shifted his attention to the young man and looked directly into his eyes. The young man cracked a smile and said, "Master, your alchemy performance was phenomenal. May I ask your name?" The young man, affable and unassuming, asked with extra politeness. "My last name is Qi," Yifutian replied. "Master Qi." The young man cupped one hand in the other before his chest to show respect and said, "How should this matter be handled in your opinion? Do you have the authority to make decisions?" Yifutian asked him tentatively. "Yes, I do." The young man nodded without hesitation. The crowd was even more intrigued now. They shifted their eyes to the cabinet master to see his reaction. To everyone's surprise, the cabinet master remained expressionless and apparently acquiesced to the young man's statement. The young man really could make decisions and tell the cabinet master what to do. Who had this kind of power on 9th Street? No one. The cabinet master of the Tianyi Pavilion was already at the top of the food chain. No one could order him around, unless an idea popped into many people's heads and filled them with astonishment. Did people from that place come to 9th Street as well? "It seems that you're not an average man. In that case," Yifutian gazed at the young man and said, "I want the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years. If you can get that for me, I will forget about what happened today and even offer other things to trade." The young man was stunned for a moment upon hearing Yifutian's request. Then he laughed. "Master Qi, you certainly didn't hold back. I'm afraid that you overestimated me." He was aware that Yifutian figured out his identity and tried to take advantage of him. Nonetheless, the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years was not a common ingredient. Even he had to put in some effort to obtain it. It was not as simple as it sounded. "So, can you get it?" Yifutian asked. "We can try," a female Renhuang next to the young man answered. She had been quietly watching the situation and only chimed in now. No one dared to act frivolously in front of her for her breathtaking beauty and dignified manner. "How confident are you?" Yifutian looked at her and asked. "We will give it a shot, but can't make any promises," she replied. The young man nodded with a smile and echoed, "That's right, we can do our best. But the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years is not an ordinary object. It will take some time." "Okay, I will let them off the hook if you can give me your word," said Yifutian. The crowd looked at him. It was clear that he came to 9th Street specifically to acquire the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years. "Good. If we can find it, Master, we don't need anything else in return. All we want is to become your friends," the young man said with a carefree smile, as though something as precious as the phoenix's marrow of 10,000 years was nothing but a tool for him to forge friendships. "No problem," Yifutian replied. "Let's talk on the way." "All right, please." The young man outstretched his arm to show the way. Yifutian nodded, walked to the edge of the stage, and climbed onto Bei's demonic beast. Beis carried Yifutian and sauntered away. The crowd spontaneously made way for him to walk on. Watching Yifutian's receding figure, everyone understood that he was another prominent figure rising from 9th Street, where he was only staying temporarily. Now that the ancient royal family had entered into the picture, they would probably recruit him. They would have never thought that Yifutian was here exactly for the ancient royal family. At the 9th Inn, Lin Cheng personally hosted a banquet in honor of Yifutian and the visitors from the ancient royal family of Duan. Many cultivators in the inn were paying attention to this meeting. They had guessed where the group of people came from, and now all of 9th Street was closely watching their interactions. At the banquet, Lin Cheng personally poured wine for the young couple who sat in the main seats. Yifutian didn't know how to address them but heard the young man smile and said, "I think Master Qi must have guessed a thing or two, so Elder doesn't need to hide it." Lin Cheng smiled and nodded. He gestured with his hand and said politely, "Your Highness, please." The young man nodded with a smile and cast a glance at Yifutian. As expected, Yifutian's expression remained steady. "The master must have already guessed who we are. Tianyi Pavilion is the #1 trading pavilion on 9th Street, and both of you were able to command the pavilion master of Tianyi Pavilion. Who else could you be other than the cultivators from the ancient royal family? But, of course, I have no idea as to your actual identities. Yi Futian didn't continue with his pompous facade. Facing those from the ancient royal family, it would be preposterous for him to continue with this act. On Giant God's continent, the ancient royal family of Duan was a peak existence. No matter how powerful an alchemy grandmaster might be, his status would not be higher than that of the man in front of him. I am Duan Yi, and this is my sister Duan Shang, and we are members of the ancient royal family. The young man introduced themselves to Yi Futian, looking very polite and courteous, without the hubris of being a descendant of the Duan family. The ancient royal family of Duan had many descendants, and the competitions were fierce among them. Of course, what they were pursuing was not power but cultivation. In the cultivating world, power was determined by cultivation level, and a powerful alchemy grandmaster could provide great benefits to cultivation, thus a subject for recruitment. Therefore, Duan Yi had displayed enough respect toward Yi Futian without the slightest exhibition of superiority. Your Highnesses, Yi Futian bowed slightly with his hands together. They came from the ancient royal family and had the surname of Duan. Their identities were beyond doubt. Now that he had come into contact with the prince and princess of the ancient royal family, his plan was halfway there. He could even take them down right now, but it would be complicated. Moreover, he wouldn't get away easily because he still needed assistance from old Ma. The most important part of the plan was to tease out important figures from the ancient royal family. Now that Duan Yi and Duan Shang were right in front of him, his plan was on track, as long as there were no unexpected events. Master is overly courteous. Duan Yi waved his hand and said, Master's alchemy technique is so outstanding that it's unfathomable we have never heard of your name before. Where is the master cultivating? I'm not a cultivator of the Giant God's continent and have been traveling around the Xianxia domain in search of medicinal plants and to practice alchemy. Now that my alchemy technique has gotten better, I came to the Giant God's city for some hard-to-find materials, Yi Futian replied. No wonder, Duan Yi nodded. It is true that only the main continent of the upper 9 heavens has the possibility of finding phoenix marrow of 10,000 years. Is the master intent on making the immortal elixir? So, your highness is aware? Yi Futian looked at the other. This immortal elixir is said to be capable of life and death, as well as growing flesh from scratch, a truly divine potion. I heard from the elders in the palace that the phoenix marrow of 10,000 years is its main medicinal ingredient. Why is the master so eager for the immortal elixir? Duan Yi asked again. I have been seriously injured before, which left a major defect in my great path, so I require the immortal elixir. Yi Futian turned his eyes to look at other places. Duan Yi looked at Yi Futian's face and said understandingly, I am too nosy. Let me drink up as an apology. As he finished speaking, he drained the content of the cup by himself. No worries, your highness, Yi Futian said. The master is outstanding in both alchemy and cultivation. I am curious as to who had the pleasure of calling you their disciple. Duan Shang regarded Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes and asked. Duan Yi raised his brows slightly. This was also the question he wanted to ask, but it was better for Duan Shang to pose it. It was hardly possible for such a formidable character to cultivate independently. There were not many like him in all of the Giant God's continent. In addition to his excellent alchemical ability, his great path of cultivation was also flawless. If Yi Futian had a master, the person must be someone extremely eminent, and it was possible that they would have heard of the person too. Yi Futian directed his gaze at Duan Shang. Under the stare of those eyes peeking out beneath the mask, Duan Shang felt an invisible pressure. Yi Futian's eyes seemed to be bottomless, as vast as a starry sky. Duan Shang had a feeling that this grandmaster must not be very advanced in age. My master prefers peace and quiet without being disturbed. He instructed me that I may only reveal his identity to extremely close confidants and to bring them to see him. Yi Futian replied pleasantly. Duan Shang was a little stunned, and she then avoided Yi Futian's eyes after that. His explanation seemed reasonable, but why was it that she felt something was out of place? However, many hermits cultivated in seclusion. Perhaps Yi Futian's master was one of them, which was not entirely surprising. If so, we won't inquire further. Duan Yi said, "Is the master comfortable staying here? If you came to the palace as our guest, it would allow us to host the master properly." "That's quite all right. This inn is pretty good, and Elder Lin is taking good care of me." Yifutian responded with a smile and thought that there was no way he would go to the palace. If he did, he would be under their control. "All right then, after I get back, I will search for the phoenix marrow of 10,000 years for the master." Duan Yi didn't skip a beat. Although Yifutian had pulled back in his swagger, the arrogance in his bones was still there. Even with them, there was not the slightest hint of fawning. It was as if their status as prince and princess was not enough for him to lower himself in any way. But because of this, Duan Yi felt that Yifutian was more than what met the eye, and perhaps his master was really someone even more prestigious, which would explain his confidence. They chatted for a while longer before Duan Yi and Duan Shang bid their farewell. When they left, Yifutian added, "Even if the phoenix marrow of 10,000 years cannot be found, please be sure to send word so that if I leave, I will have a chance to say goodbye to your highness." The two nodded slightly as Yifutian's eyes fell on Duan Shang, making her feel a little peculiar. "No problem. Even if we don't find it, we will visit the master soon," Duan Yi replied. "Since we are friends, no need to be so formal. If your highness doesn't think I am being too bold, perhaps you may address me as Brother Qi," Yifutian continued. "If Brother Qi doesn't mind, it is the best." Duan Yi smiled heartily. "If so, we will visit Brother Qi again tomorrow." "Very well," Yifutian nodded. "Goodbye, Brother Duan and Princess Shang." The two left and headed towards the palace. Duan Yi smiled and said, "Master Qi is quite interesting. He calls me Brother Duan but addressed you as Princess Shang. His way of talking was quite amusing." Duan Shang's expression was cold when she said, "I feel this man was a little unusual." "Indeed," Duan Yi nodded. Such a powerful alchemy grandmaster is unfathomable. If he wanted, he could go to any top principalities. I wonder if he has wanted anything else other than the phoenix marrow of 10,000 years. Duan Shang acknowledged. "It's fine. We'll have to investigate him a little more," Duan Yi said. He smiled and told the person behind him, "After we get back, send a few cultivators of the 9th realm from the palace to 9th Street. Remember to tell them to act normally and don't do anything. Just be ready for our orders." "Yes, Your Highness." The man behind him nodded. "I'm curious about where this master really comes from," Duan Yi said with a smile. He had completely lost the friendly and insouciant guise that he wore when he was with Yifutian. He seemed calculating. In the 9th inn, Yifutian returned to his room after the others had left. He closed the door and took out the communication device as a divine consciousness shot into it, transmitting a message. After he sent out the message, a light lit up from the device as the response was transmitted back. Yifutian put away the device, then closed his eyes to meditate. He must act quickly this time, and they couldn't afford any delays that would give way to unforeseen changes. If he was careless, failure was all but certain. On this day, a major event concerning the ancient royal family of Duan occurred in the giant god city. The envoy from Four Corner Village arrived at the ancient royal family and demanded the release of their people. Just recently, news from Four Corner Village had spread to Giant God's continent, and many powerful figures in Giant God City had heard about it by now. The presence of the envoy from Four Corner Village caused quite a stir. After Zhang Yi arrived at the palace, he was not received by the overlord of the ancient royal family. Instead, a prince met with him and, as expected, did not agree to hand over the hostages. However, Zhang Yi was allowed to see Fang Gai and his son to ensure their well-being. It was obvious that they just wanted the divine techniques, which Fang Gai refused to give up. As long as they could get their hands on the divine techniques, they would release the hostages. Zhang Yi proposed to communicate with Four Corner Village and settled down in the palace. At the same time, he sent back the latest information, which was also shared with Yifutian. He was relieved to know that Fang Gai and his son were still alive and well, although this was expected. Next, it all hinged on his plan. In a way, Zhang Yi would be facing some danger, but nothing would happen to Zhang Yi as long as the plan succeeded. Yi Futian continued making panacea in the inn. Many from 9th Street requested to see him, but Yi Futian had declined all such requests. Those who wanted to see him had no choice but to leave, unaware that Yi Futian's refusal to meet with them was his attempt of not getting anyone else in trouble later on. Yi Futian had been waiting quietly in the inn. The next day, Duan Yi and Duan Shang arrived as promised and came to the 9th inn to see Yi Futian. Yi Futian had sensed their arrival and immediately sent out a message. He then walked out of his room to meet Duan Yi and Duan Shang. He smiled and greeted them. Brother Duan, Princess Shang, Brother Qi. Duan Yi and his people landed in the courtyard, as he smiled and said to Yi Futian, "After I went back yesterday, I made some inquiries, and we came here to share some good news with Brother Qi." "Oh!" Yi Futian looked at Duan Yi and prompted, "The treasure was found in the palace?" Duan Yi smiled and nodded. Yi Futian thought that the ancient royal family was indeed plentiful in resources. Precious things as the phoenix marrow of 10,000 years could be found there. Should he accept it or not? Of course, Yi Futian remained calm on the outside as he looked at Duan Yi with a smile on his face. "Brother Duan has been working hard at my behest. If there is anything Brother Duan requires of me, I will gladly be of service." "No need." Duan Yi dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand and spoke very heartily. "I have said before that there is no need for Brother Qi to do anything in exchange." Yi Futian nodded, thinking that Duan Yi seemed quite decisive in this initial contact. At least that was what it appeared to be so far. As to whether he had any ulterior motives, it was something yet to be seen. At their level, it would be difficult to know if he had deliberately camouflaged his true intentions or not. But at this moment, Duan Yi stopped as if considering how to phrase this next sentence. Yi Futian saw that the other had paused, so he asked, "Is there a problem?" "No," Duan Yi shook his head. "There is an alchemy grandmaster in our palace. I don't know if Brother Qi has heard of it." "I heard something about that here." Yi Futian nodded. "This phoenix marrow of 10,000 years belongs to this grandmaster. After I explain the situation, this grandmaster is willing to give it to Brother Qi. If Brother Qi needs assistance in refining the immortal elixir, he is also willing to help. Therefore, this master would like to invite Brother Qi to the palace and hand over the phoenix marrow to you, and conduct the process together to lend a hand to Brother Qi." Duan Yi said, "What do you think?" Yi Futian was taken aback as he didn't expect Duan Yi to make such a request and asked him to go to the palace. The eyes under the mask looked at Duan Yi. At this moment, he felt that Duan Yi was not as simple as he appeared. Here at the inn, he had some subjectivity regarding his own movements. If he were to go to the palace, he would be in a completely passive situation, and it was not an overstatement to say that his life and death would be in Duan Yi's hands. He was invited to the palace to get what he asked for, which was an interesting strategy, but the outward reason was impeccable. They were helping him and were even willing to assist him in his endeavor. For a moment, Yi Futian didn't know quite how to respond, to agree or to refuse. Now, he needed some time. It was definitely impossible for him to go, but if he refused, everything he said previously would appear a bit hypocritical and full of holes. "I know the reason why Brother Qi desires the immortal elixir, so I thought nothing of it when I agreed our grandmaster's offer to assist on behalf of Brother Qi. Rest assured that once the immortal elixir is made, absolutely no one would take it for his own as it is promised to Brother Qi. As a member of the ancient royal family, I, Duan Yi, can make this guarantee." Duan Yi said openly. Everyone in the inn must have heard it as well. Brother Qi need not worry about unforeseeable events. Brother Duan overthinks the matter. This here is the giant god city. If Brother Duan wanted to do anything at all, there is no need to go about it with such efforts. Yi Futian said with a smile, "No problem. I will go with your highness." Duan Yi had blocked any possible excuses from him with a few words. He could only acquiesce for the time being. He was beginning to realize that this man was anything but simple, quite contrary to what he had imagined before. It seemed that he had misjudged Duan Yi. The prince of the ancient royal family could not be a simpleton, after all. Then, thanks to Brother Qi and our grandmaster, It seems that we will have the opportunity to witness the making of the immortal elixir. Duan smiled and continued, this legendary elixir is said to be able to raise the dead and grow flesh from bones, but I've never seen such a thing before. I wonder how amazing it would be. Brother Qi, this way, please, Duan said with a smile. As long as Yifutian went to the palace, he would find a way to keep him there. By then, everything about Yifutian would be thoroughly investigated and revealed. Just a minute, I have to wait for someone. Yifutian said, Brother Duan, let's sit here while we wait. Waiting for someone? Duan looked at Yifutian with some doubts. Didn't Brother Qi come here alone? Who are you waiting for? An old friend had made an appointment to meet me here. After he arrives, Brother Duan will know who he is. Yifutian responded with a smile. Very well, Duan nodded. Yifutian had agreed to go to the palace readily enough, so he couldn't very well refuse Yifutian's request. A few more moments of waiting couldn't possibly do any harm. As long as Yifutian was there, he couldn't believe that this talented alchemy grandmaster would escape him. This alchemy master must serve him, or else it would be meaningless. The two chatted in the yard. Both Duan and Duan Shang were very curious about the person Yifutian was waiting for. However, as Yifutian did not wish to reveal the person's identity, Duan was hard-pressed to inquire further. At this time, Duan Shang asked, Is the person we are waiting for also an alchemy master? No, Yifutian shook his head and said, This elder is not an expert in alchemy. Brother Qi's elders? Duan Shang said. Yifutian nodded. Someone from your clan? Duan Shang continued to probe. Yifutian looked at her with a smile and replied, Is your highness really that curious about matters relating to me? Duan Shang looked at those eyes under the mask, her eyes cast to the side slightly, and said, I'm just curious as to who is worthy enough for the master to wait here, so I wanted to know who this person might be. Patience, princess. Your highness will know when he arrives. Yifutian responded. People chatted casually around them, but Yifutian keenly sensed that many were focusing their attention at the inn. Yesterday he had caused quite some commotions on 9th Street, so it was normal that he attracted their attention. However, this time he felt a little different. It was as if someone was monitoring their movements. Perhaps it was because Duan was here? However, whatever the reason might be, it no longer mattered. As a precaution, Old Ma had been staying just outside the city. When Duan and the others arrived, he had sent a message, and Old Ma should be on his way over. Old Ma's cultivation was more than enough for him to reach Yifutian quickly, but before they could execute their plan, he didn't want to attract unnecessary attention. At this time, inside Giant God City, Old Ma had restrained his aura. Just as when Yifutian had first seen him, there was nothing that could be detected from him at all. Even around his body, there was not the slightest indication of his actual strength. But when he paced casually, he was able to traverse the void. Many people in Giant God City expressed a surprised look where Old Ma had passed. They turned their heads to take a look. They had sensed someone passing by. It was as if it was someone quite ordinary, but all they saw was a shadow. It was a strange feeling. Seemed a little unreal, but it really happened. Although Old Ma did not employ a great force in his travel, he was still speedy, nonetheless. It didn't take him long to arrive outside of 9th Street. A sweep of his divine consciousness revealed Yifutian's location. He commanded, Take them down. At this time, Old Ma's voice was heard in Yifutian's mind as he was chatting with Duan and Duan Shang. His eyes darted and saw that Duan Yi's expression had changed ever so slightly. Is something the matter, Brother Qi? Duan asked when he saw the expression in Yifutian's eyes. Suddenly, he had a bizarre feeling, as if he sensed an inexplicable danger. However, as to where the danger was coming from, he couldn't say. Would it have something to do with them waiting here? However, on 9th Street in Giant God City, what could happen to them? Unless, Duan looked at Yifutian, and his eyes suddenly became solemn, with a faint sense of caution. He asked, The person Brother Qi is waiting for is here? He's here. Yifutian nodded. I would trouble your highness to come with me. As he finished speaking, A powerful aura of the Great Path immediately shrouded this area, sealed shut by an overwhelming power of space. Duan Yi and Duan Shang's expressions changed to shock as the aura of the Great Path exploded out from them. However, the tyrannical force of the spatial power had sealed the void tightly, making it difficult for them to move. At the same time, countless branches and leaves appeared in this space, wrapping around them until they were well tucked within. Boom! An extremely violent aura was released from the two of them as they levitated into the air, wanting to rush forth. Behind them, and at several different positions on 9th Street, other tyrannical auras also exploded, and a few of them was a Renhuang of the 9th realm. The nearest person was right behind Duan Yi and Duan Shang. That 9th realm cultivator raised his hand to grab Yifutian, turning the space into a prison, hovering around Yifutian. All around them, the streaming light of the Great Path circulated. That prison of the Great Path was extremely secure and made a roaring sound. However, a brilliant burst of divine glory now exploded upon Yifutian's body as his eyes became quite demonic. A massive illusion of the peacock appeared and shot out a terrifying light of 7 colors. Yifutian's body turned into a flash of lightning. It hit the prison with a blast, causing the prison to shatter and collapse. But at this moment, many Renhuang descended in his area at the same time. Their aura of the Great Path was frightening. Boom! A suppressive pressure of the Great Path enveloped this corner of the world. This vast world seemed to have transformed into a world of a starry sky, giant stone tablets coming to suppress the space. Both Duan Yi and Duan Shang were cultivators of the ancient royal family, with extraordinary talents and strong cultivation. But at this moment, facing Yifutian, they felt that they were tiny in comparison. It was as if they had no ability to fight back. They realized now that the flaming ability Yifutian exhibited before was just one of his many abilities, and it was a relatively minor one. He could even battle the cultivators in the 9th realm. This meant that Yifutian didn't need to fear any cultivators on the 9th Street, including the pavilion master of Tianyi Pavilion, which explained his audacity. His own strength dictated that he need not fear anyone he encountered. Who are you? The vast space seemed to turn into Yifutian's field of the Great Path. Duan Yi and Duan Shang found that though their cultivation was not lower than that of Yifutian, it seemed impossible for them to contend with him. Yifutian's figure flashed and appeared in front of them. "Careful, your highness!" someone cried out. But they were too close, and Duan Yi and Duan Shang's movements were restricted. Yifutian reached out, and in one fell swoop, both of them were restrained, and their bodies rose into the sky with him. Other Renhuang wanted to stop them, but an old man appeared high in the sky as a supreme coercion enveloped this corner of the world. Suddenly, everyone on 9th Street seemed to feel the might of heaven as their bodies trembled slightly. The man was Old Ma. At this moment, he exposed his whereabouts to help Yifutian to escape. In the area above Old Ma, a huge spatial door appeared, from which a terrible spatial power surged out. The space door seemed to open up to another place. It seemed that once walked through it, one might disappear into a completely different world. If visitors from Four Corner Village have already arrived, why not come to my palace so I may fulfill my duty as the host? When the voice fell, the entire giant god city seemed to have changed as a terrifying force now spreading from the city. It was only at this moment did the people in Giant God City realize that people from Four Corner Village had arrived. This meant that whoever had gone to the palace for negotiation was just a ruse, for Corner Village had other plans at work. The people on the 9th Street were even more shocked to find this arrogant alchemy grandmaster with mighty strength had come from Four Corner Village, and his alchemy techniques were unbelievably outstanding. Yifutian felt that he was unable to move another muscle. Old Ma wanted to lead him into the spatial door, but at this moment, the entire giant god city was illuminated by a terrifying divine light. An incomparable sacred power now shrouded the entire city, and everyone's body became extremely heavy, like statues glued to the ground. They could hardly move even half a step, and Yifutian was no different. Boom! With a loud bang, the spatial door was shattered by an attack. Old Ma took Yi Futian up to a higher part of the sky but saw that in the area above Giant God City, a gigantic godlike figure was there in the direction of the imperial palace. The Overlord. Countless cultivators in the giant god city had no idea what had happened. Upon hearing the voice of the Overlord, they gathered that something was afoot. Their hearts trembled as they saw his face from afar. This was the master of the giant god's continent, the Overlord of the ancient royal family of Duan. I've heard that there is a being in the village not often seen. No one even knew that he could cultivate. But he has, in fact, broken the shackles and created his own great path. I am pleased to finally meet you today, the Overlord of the Duan family said. He had clearly guessed Old Ma's identity. Four Corner Village has never harmed the ancient royal family of Duan. But your excellency has seized our people from Four Corner Village to pilfer our divine techniques. It is not behavior befitting of your position, replied Old Ma. The divine light emitted from him had covered Yi Futian and the others. Even though they weren't able to leave, the prince and princess of the ancient royal family of Duan were under their direct control. For Corner Village was not part of the cultivating world before, and there were only a few who had left. According to the village rules, once they left, they were no longer part of the village. Feng Huan killed a member of the ancient royal family, so we captured him. It just so happened that the Four Corner Village was entering the cultivating world around the same time that I decided to spare his life by exchanging it for the divine techniques. If Four Corner Village disagrees, I will not force the matter, the Overlord said. Of course, these were all words from the other side, and there was no way to know whether they were true or not. No one knew if Feng Huan had really done what they said he did. But there were definitely some conflicts. In any case, there was no doubt that the Duan family coveted the divine techniques of Four Corner Village. Otherwise, they didn't need to hatch these devious plans, including sending a letter to lure Feng Gai into their lair and try to procure the divine techniques. Unfortunately, it had not succeeded thus far. Now that your excellency also has hostages in our hands, the divine techniques are no longer on the table for exchange, said Old Ma. However, the man only smiled and continued. Even if your cultivation is extraordinary, you can't walk out of this city. If you want the two of them, it is difficult to say whether you two could get out of this bind at all. Old Ma looked down and saw a majestic aura of the great path permeating out of the vast giant god city. A great power dragging on the space above so that even he was affected. Other cultivators from the giant god city and Yi Futian found it was extremely difficult for them to move. Are there divine items sealed beneath the city? Old Ma looked at the Overlord of Duan in the distance and asked. This city itself is a divine item. The other responded. It's useless to threaten me with the two of them, for Corner Village just entered the world. I don't think you want to take any risks. As Old Ma stared at the other, Yi Futian spoke up. Sir, the ancient royal family of Duan had threatened us with hostages taken from Four Corner Village first, and we only resorted to this measure after being pressed. It's an even exchange. If you do not care about the consequences, why should we? It is true that Four Corner Village just joined the cultivation world, but we are not afraid of anyone. As long as the teacher is there, Four Corner Village is still what it always meant to be. In the past, 3 top figures of the Xianxia domain entered Four Corner Village and recognized its existence. Although the teacher loathes matters from the outside, he would come to seek justice if he were really provoked. Then, whether or not Giant God City could survive his wrath would be anyone's guess. The teacher couldn't leave the village for special reasons, but it didn't mean that the Overlord of the Duan family knew what they were. He could use this chance to feel out the stance of the other man. The ancient royal family of Duan was acting secretive before, and it must be because they didn't want the news to leak and offend Four Corner Village. They, too, had their concerns. The Overlord of the Duan family looked at Yi Futian and said, You are the one who is rumored to have come from the Donghua domain to cultivate. Indeed, I am. Yi Futian nodded. I heard that you have extraordinary talent and not someone native from the village. You possess great luck that allowed you to control the divine techniques of the village. You even drove out the original leader of the village. Your name is known throughout the Donghua domain. Even the domain chief's manor was hunting you. Now you are here again to intercept my kin. You are indeed a rare animal, Duan Tianxiong from the Duan family said loudly, and everyone finally realized just how legendary this alchemy grandmaster truly was. The overlord gives me too much praise. Yi Futian took off the mask, revealing a strangely handsome face. His long silver hair moved with the wind, and his appearance surprised many. This genius alchemy grandmaster had turned out to be such an enchanting figure. Duan Tianxiong looked at Yi Futian and said with a smile, Duan Yi Duan Shang, though you are the prince and princess of the family, now you know firsthand that there are always those who excel even the best of them. You are the same age, but the gap between you is so vast so that you too have become the hostages in the hands of others. Duan Yi and Duan Shang looked at Yi Futian at a loss. When they heard Duan Tianxiong's words, they were ashamed. Indeed, there was a huge gap between them and Yi Futian. Could be said that they were not even on the same level as Yi Futian, or they would not have fallen into his clutches. Whenever you two have returned home, you should take a good look at yourselves and think about this, Duan Tianxiong continued. As the overlord, he was truly extraordinary. Under such circumstances, he still remembered to make it a teachable moment without the slightest hint of worry for their safety. He was a true leader. He turned his attention back at Yi Futian again. He said with a smile, Domain Chief Ning Yuan of Donghua Domain didn't promote a genius talent like you, but put you on the most wanted list instead. I have no idea what he was thinking when he did that. If it were me, I certainly would not have done that. Aside from the turmoil Yi Futian caused in the Xianxia domain, his undertaking in the four-corner village alone was enough to surprise everyone. Now that he had taken 2 of his descendants into his hands as hostages while revealing himself as an outstanding alchemy grandmaster, the sky was the limit for such a man and too terrifying to contemplate where he would end up. Although he did not have an influential background, he had been through various trials and experienced much in the world. He couldn't understand why the domain chief of Donghua Domain would forsake such a talented person. Since your majesty holds me in such high regard, why don't we stop right here and forge a friendship between us? The prince and her majesty may remain my friends. After all, what happened today went against my intention, as I was forced by circumstance. Yi Futian suggested to Duan Tianxiong. His goal was simple enough: save Fang Gai and Fang Huan. As for the Duan family, for Corner Village had just joined the cultivating world, and he did not want to make them their enemy. The most important thing was to focus on their own development and get themselves established first. It was best to resolve this matter peacefully, so the 2 sides could stop this vendetta. As for the friendship he referred to, it was nothing more than diplomatic words. They both knew the reality very well, and this was to give each other a way out. I have no strong feelings about this, but what I said was not false, and I will never deceive you. Fang Huan did take the life of our kinsman. If I let him go, where is the justice for us? Duan Tianxiong said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at the man and realized that Duan Tianxiong couldn't let bygones be bygones. The giant god city was his territory. He could easily shut down everything here so that no one could leave. Yi Futian had taken Duan Yi and Duan Shang hostage, but the real power was still in Duan Tianxiong's hands. In that case, I have a suggestion. Would your majesty care to take a listen? Said Yi Futian. Yes, Duan Tianxiong replied from the air. I will go to the palace alone for our people. Your majesty, as the judge, will not interfere. If no one can stop me without employing divine items that will restrict my mobility, I will take our people away with me. If anyone can intercept me, I will leave your people to you and the divine techniques. What does your majesty think? Yi Futian looked at Duan Tianxiong from across the sky and said loudly and clearly. Everyone was shocked. Countless people looked up at that handsome and exceptional figure. His silver hair was flying in the wind, and he exuded an air of indescribable self-confidence and insolence. Even Duan Yi and Duan Shang, who was taken by him, now looked at Yi Futian in shock. The man without the mask was even more audacious and daring. Never mind the 9th Street or giant god city, even the cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan were not taken seriously by him. He wanted to rush the palace and take his people away. It was a bold proposition. Yi Futian's proposition was based on some of the things that he found out before. In the royal palace of the Duan family, there was no upper Renhuang with perfect great path like Ninghua. People at that level of cultivation posed the most threat to him. Without this type of cultivator, even if they were in the 9th realm, he had the power to combat them. Now, the two sides were at the point of no return. If he won, he might take his people away. If he lost, they would need to hand over the divine techniques. You mean, you want to rush the ancient imperial palace by yourself? Even Duan Tianxiong's voice was slightly perturbed. A cultivator of Renhuang 5th realm wanted to break into the ancient royal family of Duan. How insolent! Did he really think that no one from the ancient royal family could stop him? Yes, replied Yi Futian. It was just one word, yet it was sonorous and determined. Even old Ma had to take a second look at him. This guy rushing the palace by himself was pure madness, to say the least. The Duan family was a major force in the middle third heavens. It held the most esteem because Duan Tianxiong had the true strength to dominate the area. However, the ancient royal family of Duan had no lack of powerful cultivators, and there must be countless of them inside the palace, including some old monsters in the 9th realms. Futian, it's too risky. Old Ma transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. Old Ma, there is no better option than this. Even if we fail, it will only be paying the price of the divine techniques. Would you say Uncle Fong is not worth it? Yi Futian explained. Old Ma had no reply. When they were at the village, he had known that Yi Futian was a person who cared about the others, or else he would never have felt so close to him. He even went so far as to push him to become the village chief of Four Corner Village. However, his proposition encountered some resistance because Yi Futian was still inexperienced. After all, he was an outsider before, not someone who was native to the village. However, old Ma had to admit that Yi Futian was right. The only way was to give it their best shot, for there were no other options. Well, if you are sure, I will indulge you, Duan Tianxiong said. I'll be waiting for you here. Yi Futian looked at Duan Yi and Duan Shang. I would ask your two majesties to bear with us for a while longer. He then handed the two of them over to old Ma. Old Ma looked at him, still hesitating. Yi Futian's entry into the ancient royal family meant that he would be completely within their control once he set foot there. Don't worry, as the overlord, he will not go back on what he promised. Yi Futian knew just what made old Ma so worried, so he tried to assure him. Old Ma nodded slightly. Duan Tianxiong had agreed to Yi Futian's request for a battle in front of everyone. He would see that the agreement was honored. I'll go with you, old Ma said, leading Yi Futian in the direction of the ancient royal palace of the Duan family. At this time, the light from Giant God's city gradually dimmed until it disappeared. There was terrifying pressure. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. One after another, they levitated into the air, heading in the direction of the ancient royal family. Conducting this rescue mission inside the palace of the ancient royal family by himself? He's crazy. The entire Giant God city was roiling. Countless people rushed toward the location of the ancient royal family, wanting to witness this battle. As a mere Renhuang of the 5th realm, Yi Futian is attempting something impossible. Does he think he has the power to alter his fate and manipulate the will of heaven? Some elders with powerful cultivation commented, not at all optimistic about Yi Futian's future. To attempt a jailbreak inside the palace of the ancient royal family all by himself, how difficult would that be? If Yi Futian succeeded in taking his people away with throngs of cultivators inside the palace, even without the direct involvement of the overlord himself, the ancient royal family would forever be shamed, with no hope ever to raise their heads again. In an instant, Giant God City was feverish over this news, which had swept through the city in a short time. After all, because of all the events that led to this moment, all the cultivators inside Giant God City were paying close attention to this meeting. Now that Yi Futian had set the terms of the battle, how could it not electrify Giant God City? Many people marveled that if Yi Futian could successfully carry out this battle, it would be enough for him to make his name known throughout the world, even in all of the Xianxia domain. Only that no one was optimistic about his prospect because everyone thought it was an impossible task. The ancient royal family of Duan was a majestic city within a city, feeling ancient and historic. At this time outside the ancient royal family, a white-haired man stood there, his deep-set eyes looking straight inside of the city. Behind him, from sky above, many cultivators had come in a hurry, as their attention focused on Yifutian and the ancient imperial city. Did he intend to go in there by himself? Within the ancient royal family, there were also mighty figures now made their appearance. Many cultivators stood in the void and looked at the person standing outside. They knew what had happened. A man who came from Donghua domain originally had joined Four Corner Village. Now he wanted to enter the ancient royal family under his own power alone to take away their prisoners. His arrogance and audacity spoke volume of his contempt to them all. What Yifutian said had already offended the powerful cultivators of the entire ancient royal family. They had deemed him arrogant beyond reason and impertinent to boot. In that palace, the ground was sprinkled with a layer of holy radiance, and a magical force sealed the level below to prevent the ancient royal family from being affected by the impending battle. In the depth of the ancient royal family, there were two men, Fang Gai and Fang Huan. They were staring at a place, somewhere far away, and Fang Gai was overwhelmed with emotions. He did not expect Yifutian to come in this manner. Now, he could only hope that nothing would happen to him. Fang Xiwen's master? It was Fang Huan, who looked to be about middle-aged. His long black hair was a little disheveled, but his eyes were dark and shiny as he questioned Fang Gai. Fang Gai nodded. He had mentioned Yifutian to Fang Huan. Isn't he a little too impulsive to do this alone? Fang Huan asked. One man to take on the entire ancient royal family? If it was him, there wouldn't be much concern. There was no upper Renhuang with perfect great path in all of the ancient royal family of Duan, and he was already perfect at the 7th realm. Even cultivators at the 9th realm would not pose a problem for him. But Yifutian, as he understood from his father, was only at 5th realm. How could he possibly hope to get in? He doesn't look like someone who behaved carelessly. If he dared to say that, it must mean that he was certain of his chances, said Fang Gai. Of course, it was also possible that Yifutian had no choice but to take the gamble. If he lost, he would have to surrender the divine techniques. Fang Gai sank deep into his own thoughts. A fearsome divine might envelop the boundless space. Duan Tianxiong stood on the top of the tallest hall in the palace with many cultivators behind him. Their eyes focused on the figure outside. Although the distance was great, in their powerful sight, it was as if everything was right in front of them. Duan Tianxiong was curious to see just how this man, notorious for upsetting the balance of Donghua domain, could really penetrate the ancient royal family like he claimed. Yifutian came to our territory alone, so you may take action one at a time, but you must not intercept or choreograph your attacks at the same time. Duan Tianxiong announced in a loud but clear voice, full of strength and power. Yes, Overlord. Voices resounded throughout the void. As cultivators of the ancient royal family of Duan, they also cared about their reputations. Yifutian was a Renhuang of the 5th realm, attempting to break into the ancient royal family under his own power. If they were to stymie his effort together, it would be as if they were trying to win by numbers alone. Furthermore, was there really nobody from the entire ancient royal family who could take him down? Next to Duan Tianxiong, there was a young man with unmatched temperament, who bore some resemblance to Duan Tianxiong. He was the prince of the ancient royal family of Duan, Duan Qiong. As a Renhuang of the 6th realm, Duan Qiong possessed perfect great path, along with incredibly aggressive strength. He did not believe that Yifutian could succeed. Him alone would stop Yifutian in his track. Go and tell all the cultivators of the ancient royal family of Duan to meet him in the challenge. It would be a good opportunity for them to know that there is always someone more powerful than what they have experienced. Duan Tianxiong ordered Duan Qiong. I'll go now. Duan Qiong nodded as he went about carrying out this command. Clearly, they took Yifutian's entry into the ancient imperial city as a trial to polish the haughty Renhuang inside the ancient royal family, so they could see just how fearsome a top figure could be from the outside world. Outside the ancient royal family, Yifutian looked forward and said in a loud and clear voice, Yifutian from Four Corner Village, seeking your instructions." When his voice faded, he walked into the ancient royal family under the gaze of countless eyes. For a moment, everyone inside Giant God's city stared at him with slight trembling in their hearts, and found that they were all very much looking forward to this battle. Although everyone thought that Yifutian would lose for sure, they were perhaps still secretly hoping for a different outcome. Yifutian stepped into the ancient royal family, and a mighty pressure shrouded his body. It was an invisible pressure, formed by the terrifying aura of the many Runhuang inside the ancient royal family, and had transformed into an astonishing force. The coercion felt extremely uncomfortable, but he appeared cool and collected as ever, and walked forward in the void. Traces of divine light surrounded him, rendering his body totally radiant as if he was a transcendent being. At this moment, a figure stood in the sky above Yifutian. This man was also dressed in white, like a gentle scholar. He was holding a silver long sword that felt like a cold star, gave out a feeling of chilling sadness. His arm moved slightly as the silver long sword whirled slightly with it. A cold air pressed toward Yifutian, as a cold light swooped toward him. This man was an upper Rinhuang of the 7th realm. He appeared in an instant, and his sword was so incredibly fast that no one could keep up with its movements. It was only in seconds that a cold atmosphere enveloped the void, chilled the spiritual souls, as countless cold light of the sword sheltering the sky. The area around Yifutian seemed to have transformed into the realm of swordsmanship, where there was only the sky full of sword aurora. Life and death could be determined in just a turning of the mind. The swords rained down in the sword domain like a meteor shower, and they seemed on the verge to pierce through Yifutian's body. However, at this moment, the divine light flowing around Yifutian's body became even more dazzling, and a chiming of the swords rang between heaven and earth. There were countless rays of light that came from his body, and each ray of light turned into a sword intent. The wisps of swordsmanship and divine brilliance traversed with the meteor sword shower, created a spectacular sight in this space. The two men stood between the sword screens as the other man launched another sword strike, passing through the void, aimed at its mark. But Yifutian raised his hand and pointed, colliding with the sword of the other. In an instant, the radiant sword river was torn apart, as countless swords pulverized into dust and vanished. The silver long sword made a crystalline sound as cracks crept on it. Yifutian pointed his finger forward, and in the next moment, the great path reversed its course, and everything seemed to have returned to their previous state. The body of the other man flew backward. His sword domain disappeared, and the skyful of sword intent also dissipated into nothingness. That swordsman in white stood there looking at Yifutian, and groaned suddenly as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. His eyes fixed on Yifutian, who had never even moved. Just one finger. Although they knew the odds of winning were not optimal, they did not expect to be defeated so badly. Yifutian casually raised his hand at random and disarmed the other swordsmanship with just a point of his finger. Moreover, with the same swordsman's abilities, it seemed that the two of them were not at all on the same level of cultivation. The fact remained that the other man's realm was higher than that of Yifutian. Awesome! Many let out a praise, but they were not too surprised. This was just a Renhuang of the 7th realm. If Yifutian wanted to enter the ancient royal family, this was just the beginning. If he had trouble with a Renhunag of the 7th realm, then this entire attempt was a ridiculous farce. Yifutian continued to move forward. There were Renhuang standing proudly on either side in the sky above in the front, and their eyes all fastened on Yifutian. Even if his great path was perfect, he was, after all, a Renhuang of the 5th realm. Could his combat effectiveness be really that powerful? Another Renhuang of the 7th realm made a move, as he lifted his hand and pressed it down. Suddenly a 5-fingered mountain appeared above Yifutian. The vast space was overwhelming, and the sky above Yifutian was completely sealed off. The 5-fingered mountain was flowing with magnificent splendor, as if it could suppress all things and was totally indestructible. This, in fact, was a very powerful type of the Great Path. Heaven and earth roared as the 5-fingered mountain was on the verge to fall on top of Yifutian. Yifutian raised his hand and pointed a finger at the sky. Suddenly, A brilliant divine sword pierced the center of the mountain. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on it, and in the next moment, the mountain pulverized and collapsed immediately. That Renhuang still attempted to return with another attack, but Yi Futian's eyes directed toward him. With a single glance, he felt a deep chill to his bones, as if he had stepped into the world of sorcery. In this corner of the world, Yi Futian walked towards him, appeared in front of him in one step to traverse the space. As the divine sword pointed at his brow chakra, bang, he retreated rapidly away from the battlefield. However, everything seemed to return to normal in the next moment. He looked in the distance and saw that Yi Futian was still where he was without moving, as if everything that just happened was an illusion. It was a trick of the eye sorcery that lured him into Yi Futian's world. Cold sweats crawled down his spine as he stared at the white-haired young man. He realized that this demonically handsome young man was in possession of power that was terrifying beyond words. A person of the seventh realm could not possibly contend with him. Watch out! He is very powerful. He spoke via voice transmission to the others. Yi Futian could bring the others into the world of sorcery in just a glance, as that was his divine wheel of the great path. Yi Futian possessed a pair of divine pupils, and one careless move would risk falling into his trap with no hope for redemption. If they were on a real battlefield, he may have already fallen into his hands in a single thought. Above the firmament, golden ancient seals suddenly appeared all over the sky, and there seemed to be extremely radiant patterns that appeared on those ancient seals, which aroused the resonance of the great path. Standing high above the sky, he raised his hand and slammed them forth. Instantly, infinitely golden ancient seals blasted downward at the same time as the great path resonated with the attack, and the sky and earth shattered by its unstoppable force. Yi Futian looked up and took a step forward. At this moment, many were hearing the sound of Buddha in their ears. Countless golden tablets now surrounded around Yi Futian. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient seal exploded madly, as Yi Futian's speed turned into that of light. In an instant, the crowd saw the two men came into contact, and the person who stood in the way flew out directly. Yi Futian continued forward, even speeding up now as he rushed towards all those cultivators. Yi Futian shoved past a lot of people, yet none of them could stop him. Every person who attempted to block Yi Futian was at least a seventh-order Renhuang. People who hadn't reached the high-level Renhuang plane. They didn't even have a chance to make a move. Almost everyone from the ancient royal family was nearby, watching how Yi Futian was marching into the palace as if there were no resistance at all. It seemed that seventh-order Renhuangs weren't capable enough to thwart him. Yi Futian rushed through another area and slowed down his pace as he sensed a ton of formidable energy pressing on him from ahead. Several eighth-order Renhuangs were standing in front of him, blocking his path. They also noticed that Yi Futian was approaching. One of them rose in midair, towering over Yi Futian. In an instant, the sky changed color as thunder rumbled in the dark, rolling clouds. The world was transformed in a flash. Yi Futian felt like he was in the great path domain of thunder. The deafening booms that came from the gigantic thunder drum above the man's head drowned out all other sounds. The terrifying thunder could shatter people's spiritual souls. Yi Futian raised his head and took a quick look. It was a quite unusual divine wheel of the Great Path that contained two types of power of the Great Path, the Great Path of Thunder and the Sonic Wave. It was why it could launch an effective attack on its opponent's physical body and the spiritual soul at the same time. Instead of personally charging at Yi Futian, the eighth-order Renhuang waved his hand at the thunder drum. Bang! The sudden blare almost split everyone's ears. Countless people from the ancient royal family could feel their spiritual souls trembling and their qi and blood surging in their bodies. Even cultivators at the Renhuang plane were greatly affected by the shock wave. One could well imagine how horrifying it must be to be directly struck at the center of the storm. Yi Futian felt that infinite divine thunder crash down upon him from above, and the blinding light flew at his spiritual soul like blazes. He would be slaughtered immediately if he were a little less strong. The invisible sonic wave spread out from Yi Futian's body. A faint shadow of an ancient Buddha with a ferocious face manifested himself behind Yi Futian. The gilded Buddha cast the golden divine light on Yi Futian, as though he dressed him with a set of invincible golden armor. Bang! The blinding light of the thunder crashed down from the sky. It cracked the golden armor and penetrated Yi Futian's body. Glowing with the purple light of the thunder, Yi Futian trembled slightly as he was engulfed by the thunder light. Nevertheless, he remained unscathed even as he was irradiated by the terrifying and ruinous thunder light. He emitted powerful energy of life, which made his body of Wei indestructible. The Eighth Order Renhuang frowned in surprise. Yi Futian was trying to bear the attack with his body? Moreover, the thunder light only jolted Yi Futian a little and didn't injure him at all. In the Eighth Order Renhuang's eyes, Yi Futian was so arrogant that he didn't take the attack seriously at all. The Renhuang raised his hand and released numerous shadows that smashed into the battle drum of the Great Path. The battle drum started to pound right away, and the horrifying sound wave of the Great Path swept across the world as if the earth was about to crack open. Even the cultivators outside of the palace felt the chi and blood surging and rolling in their bodies. Some groaned in agony, and some were bleeding from their mouths. The people inside the palace were not seriously affected as they were protected by the divine light of the Great Path. But other Renhuangs who were not under the protection suffered the pain and discomfort as well. On the other side, Yi Futian looked like he was about to be devoured by the destructive thunder light. Many Renhuangs were on pins and needles. Would Yi Futian be killed by the ancient royal family if he wasn't strong enough? The ancient royal family would never show any mercy on Yi Futian. It was impossible to control the attack so precisely anyway. The blazing divine light of thunder fell from the sky. Countless pairs of eyes were glued to Yi Futian. Bathing in the dazzling, golden divine light, Yi Futian stood upright and firmly on his feet. His divine body of the Great Path was unbreakable. A scary starry dimension formed around Yi Futian's body. Then it was transformed into a Great Path domain which blocked the devastating attack. Even this won't do. A look of frustration furrowed the Eighth Order Renhuang's brow. Could a Fifth Order cultivator with a perfect Great Path really possess such strong power? Why don't you take a hit from me too? Yi Futian said. Before his voice faded, a majestic and towering Vajra Buddha took shape and emitted the brilliant light of Buddha. The Buddhist voice reverberated in the air and developed an invisible sound wave in the space. It was the Vajra demon-slaying rhythm. Almost instantly, the powerful Eighth Order Renhuang felt dizzy and listless. He outstretched his arm, trying to wave at the war drum of lightning again. However, Yi Futian threw a hard punch at him. Innumerable divine monuments smashed down from the sky and squashed everything in the area. At this moment, Yi Futian seemed extra sturdy and imposing in the Eighth Order Renhuang's eyes. Fierce and relentless, his strike was developed based on his comprehension and cultivation of the gate to world suppression. The Eighth Order Renhuang let out an angry roar. He raised his hand to continue to beat the war drum of lightning, impelling the spine-chilling thunder light to dash against the divine monuments. Nonetheless, an ancient sky tablet that was engraved with words appeared and plummeted from the sky. The Eighth Order Renhuang was caught in a crossfire. Bang! With a loud noise, a crack appeared on the battle drum. The Eighth Order Renhuang was flung away. He vomited a pool of blood, his face ghastly pale. The Eighth Order Renhuang was vanquished. Bang! Yi Futian kept marching forward like a conquering hero. The void trembled beneath his feet. Several Eighth Order Renhuangs joined hands and summoned a stunning amount of power of the Great Path. They were ready to attack Yi Futian at the same time. Eighth Order Renhuangs can't harm me even when working together, said Yi Futian. Instantaneously, the incoming assailants were encased in Yi Futian's Great Path domain. The light of Buddha, the Buddhist voice, and the divine monument of world suppression bombarded the Renhuangs trapped in the starry dimension. It was a horrific sight. Yi Futian didn't consider Eighth Order Renhuangs worthy of his attention. Just when one of the cultivators was about to fight back, Yi Futian kicked it up a notch. A brilliant and magnificent pattern became visible in the starry dimension, and a majestic golden-winged giant pung bird emerged in the sky. The bird was slaughtering various big demon beasts as though it was the king of beasts. The extraordinary phenomenon looked remarkably real. Even old Ma was staggered by the scene unfolding before his eyes. Everyone in the village knew that Yi Futian could comprehend the divine techniques and even cultivate them. Yet, no one realized that he had already achieved so much and could successfully conjure up the extraordinary phenomenon. The divine techniques were the villagers' unique heritage. How did Yi Futian master the techniques as an outsider? Anyway, Yi Futian managed to do it. He charged at one of the cultivators like the Golden Wing Rock Emperor, who could put any monster to death. Yi Futian's target was busy blocking the attack from the divine monument. He was barely holding up against the divine monument when Yi Futian rushed toward him as the Golden Wing giant Peng bird. A glint of golden light flashed briefly, and blood sprayed across the sky. Another 8th Order Renhuang was hurled away. He is so powerful. He can defeat an 8th Order Renhuang with one strike. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The terrifying golden wing giant Peng bird soared in the sky and pounced on their enemies. All the 8th Order Renhuangs were brought to their knees in the blink of an eye. No one could block Yi Futian's path. The 8th Order Renhuangs suffered the same fate as the 7th Order ones. They were not good enough to stop Yi Futian. It would be a tremendous feat even if his quest ended here. Someone far away from the palace commented. Yi Futian had demonstrated superb strength and talents. No wonder he could become a well-known spokesperson of Four Corner Village in the Donghua domain despite being an outsider. Even Duan Yi and Duan Shang, who were under Old Ma's control, were amazed by Yi Futian's performance so far. They never expected this alchemy grandmaster to have such extraordinary fighting ability. Even 8th Order Renhuangs couldn't stop him from advancing. There were always people better than you, no matter how good you might think you were. Duan Yi's foolish plot against Yi Futian only backfired on himself. While Yi Futian was striding forward, Duan Tianxiong spoke up. Everyone below the 9th Order should stay back. Many Renhuangs who attempted to thwart Yi Futian immediately drew back and left the battlefield. They were not capable enough to join the fight and could only watch from the sidelines. A 9th Order Renhuang showed up in front of Yi Futian. He stood firm like an insurmountable mountain that was blocking Yi Futian's way. Yi Futian also stopped and gazed at the middle-aged man in front of him. The man with indomitable spirit put up a stout defense with his presence. Yi Futian's face grew somber. After all, Yi Futian was only a 5th Order Renhuang. His cultivation level was significantly lower than his opponent's. Even though he had activated the Emperor's will to kill someone of the 9th Order in the past, he was well aware that a 9th Order Renhuang would be a formidable enemy. Yi Futian stood there. Then suddenly, a surge of powerful might covered the entire ancient royal family. The feeling was suffocating. Surrounded by divine light, Yi Futian could only feel a divine force pushing against him. It was mighty and reminded him of the feeling of being immobile. In front of him, the 9th Realm Renhuang's body emanated a might that felt like it originated from a Tianxin. The Renhuang stared at Yi Futian. A sense of grandeur emanated from his body. This practitioner was a royal member of an ancient royal family. While he was not a core member, he was still powerful. Then his gaze shifted towards Yi Futian. In that instant, Yi Futian could only sense a powerful force hidden within his gaze, and it was a pressure that came directly from the spiritual soul. The winds and clouds over the ancient imperial city changed their colors as if the entire palace had transformed into his great path of space. Beams of divine light flowed around as the figure of an ancient god appeared. It was stalwart and lofty. Yi Futian raised his head and saw multiple giant god figures appear in the sky. A vast amount of might emanated from each and every giant god figure. All who were outsiders to the ancient imperial city trembled in their hearts. The might was too powerful. This was the strength of the ancient royal family of Duan. At that moment, the 9th Plane Renhuang moved his body. He took a step forward, and the foot of a Tianxin descended from above. The sky quickly changed color, and the frightening storm pressed against Yi Futian, intending to crush him. All around Yi Futian, the starry Great Path domain was crumbling, stars were breaking into pieces, and the divine monument was cracking. At that moment, everything was going to be destroyed. The space he occupied was about to be completely crushed. Yi Futian's gaze shifted towards the sky. The formless giant leg was stomping downward, intent on crushing everything within its range. He raised both his arms and swung them forward. Instantly, countless doors of space danced forward. These doors of space seemed to have formed a separate independent space until a gigantic light screen of space that devoured everything was formed. When the attacks landed, they directly fell into the doors of space. Boom! From the space, a shockingly loud explosion was heard. After that, the doors of space shattered into pieces. Frighteningly powerful aftershocks continued to descend upon Yifutian. His body shook violently before falling straight down from the sky, landing upon the light screen covering the ancient royal family. It was extremely heavy. When a type of power of the Great Path reaches a peak level, a mighty force would be created. The ninth plane. It was the peak cultivation level of a Renhuang. The attack of someone so powerful, just how frighteningly strong was it? No matter how talented a person was, it would still be challenging to withstand it. The hearts of those watching from afar skipped a beat when they saw this scene unfold before them. However, this was actually what should have happened. Yifutian was already freakishly strong, but ultimately, he was limited by the constraints of his plane level. For a person on the 5th plane level to fight against someone on the 9th plane level, it was just incredulous. It was almost impossible. The ability that he had shown at the 5th plane level was already amazing and shocking enough. Rumble. Just as the onlookers were deep in their thoughts, the 9th plane Renhuang continued to walk forward. As he walked, everything around him shook. Every step he took felt as if the mountains and rivers would crumble. The blood of the Renhuangs within the ancient royal family boiled. Some even made some low grunting sounds as they became collateral damage. The huge battle had also affected the other Renhuangs. Meanwhile, Yifutian was right in the center of the mighty attack. One could only imagine the kind of pressure he was facing. Then Yifutian slightly lowered his head. A 9th plane level was still too much for him to deal with, after all. Moreover, he was not your everyday run-of-the-mill 9th plane Renhuang. He was a member of the Duan ancient royal family. Perhaps Yifutian would only have the strength to fight against 9th plane level figures after reaching the Renhuang 6th plane level. You've done pretty well. This battle today will be enough to spread your name everywhere. However, provoking our great Duan royal family has its price, said the Renhuang loudly. His voice shook and spread all across the land. Just his loud and powerful voice was enough to feel the authority of heaven. When he continued to step forward, Yifutian made a slight grunting sound. He raised his head and glared straight at the person walking towards him. Then he said, "Really?" Just as he finished speaking, an immensely powerful and endless aura spread from his body. It was an exuberant life aura. Spiritual wills rose instantly from that point onward. At the same time, a dong sound could be heard between the sky and land as if a heart was beating. Yifutian's blood boiled in his vessels. Then, a beautiful array of divine light burst forth from his body. It was the light of the demon god. Vong! Strong and billowing winds raged between heaven and earth, and a holy, illusory divine and gigantic peacock that covered the sky appeared. Yifutian took a step and charged into the sky. He stood at the center of the peacock illusion. The peacock spread its wings like a demon god. Its wings had multiple eyes, each of which released a beam of frightening divine light that created multiple continuous explosions all around his body. As the great path was crumbling, these beams of divine light had directly destroyed the power of the great path pressing against him. At that moment, Yifutian was like the son of the demon god. Imperial glory and the peacock demon god. The overlord of the Duan ancient royal family's gaze rested on Yifutian. He heard that Yifutian was pursued by Ning Yuan from the main house of the Donghua domain because of these. He broke the seal off a ruin, and he had personally witnessed today the true strength of the peacock demon god. Yifutian extended his hand. Then, suddenly, in his palm, a spear suddenly appeared, surrounded by a monstrous amount of battle will and devouring tens of thousands of divine light. At that moment, Yifutian stood there, and he looked like the peerless god of war. Even if facing against a 9th plane level Renhuang, he could still fight. Humph! A cold grunt was heard, The ninth plane cultivator moved another step forward. This time, a towering Tianxin stomped downward with the intent to destroy everything in its path. Yi Fuqian's figure looked immensely small when compared to the illusory the Tianxin. However, the illusory body of the peacock had materialized. Divine lights of the great path were released, and with his body as the center, a frightening and destructive domain was formed. Great path continued to be crushed. Vong! Winds raged as the peacock demon gods flapped its wings. Divine light burst forth and filled the area. Yi Fuqian raised his arm and thrust his spear towards the illusory Tianxin. What followed was a gigantic illusion of a peacock charging towards the Tianxin. Countless illusory spears also appeared at the same time. Every spear thrust was like a ray of divine light. The illusory peacock and Tianxin clashed together. Great paths were on the verge of crumbling. Many people could only feel heaven and earth breaking apart. Countless rays of divine light struck the body of the Tianxin, puncturing and creating multiple holes on its body. After that, the Tianxin's illusory body began to crumble and dissolve. He can actually put up a fight against a ninth plane Renhuang? Many people were shocked, and they could not put their shock into words. Was that really just someone on the fifth plane level? At that moment, everyone who was watching the battle seemed to have forgotten Yi Fuqian's plane level. The only thing they felt was that this was a battle between truly might figures. It was unbelievably intense and crazy. The expression on the face of the ninth plane level Renhuang of the Duan ancient royal family became several degrees colder after he witnessed the scene before him. His expression turned serious. He stepped into the sky. In that instant, the only thing everyone could feel was that the world was crumbling. Countless meteorites fell from the sky towards Yi Fuqian. Every single one of those meteorites looked like they could shatter the sky. If it were any other common Renhuang, he or she would undoubtedly be crushed instantly. The aura emanating from Yi Fuqian's body became even wilder. The giant illusory peacock demon god spread its wings. Blades of divine light shot towards those falling meteorites and turned them into dust. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sky shook. The space where Yi Fuqian was located looked like the Tianxin had buried it. The Tianxins looked down at him at the same time. After that, they raised their gigantic legs and stomped toward the space that Yi Fuqian was in. They wanted to completely bury that space. Heavy, solemn. Yi Fuqian's space had turned into an absolute forbidden domain. It looked like everything was about to become still and be destroyed by this great force. Under this great force, Yi Fuqian was also withstanding a frightening pressure. He felt like he was going to be killed by this great force. Inside his body, his heart beat intensely. Surrounded by divine light, it looked like the heart of a demon god. He had already devoured the divine heart of the peacock. His power was terrifying. Bottom, Biadum, Biadum. In the vast space, the hearts of everyone within also beat intensely, as if they were going to break into pieces. What is this power? They looked toward the direction where they sensed the power came from. It was where Yi Fuqian was located. The unparalleled power was bursting from his body. The next moment, all they could see were countless blades of beautiful and bright divine lights shooting out. These blades of divine light pierced the sky and destroyed the descending meteorites. The blades of lights looked like the Tianxin's light that destroyed everything in its path. It seemed as if there was nothing they could not destroy. Vong! Yi Fuqian's body also started to move at that moment. The gigantic illusory peacock's body charged towards a certain direction along with countless blades of divine light. The divine lights merged into the spear, and battle will completely engulfed the entire area. Yi Fuqian's spear thrust forward. In an instant, one Tianxin turned into dust. The gigantic peacock demon god's illusory body charged towards a location, and it was the location of the ninth plane level Renhuang. His expression changed slightly. A Tianxin appeared near him while a frightening defensive force was formed around him. The gigantic peacock arrived. Yi Fuqian's spear devoured the divine light and arrived instantaneously. Bang! Everything was going to be crushed. It was invincible. The Tianxin crumbled, and his opponent's defense was instantly dissolved. A spear directly arrived right in front of the 9th plane level Renhuang. A terrifying storm of the Great Path raged and caused the long hair and shirt of the Renhuang to flutter and dance wildly. Two mighty power of the Great Path had clashed together. However, Yi Futian's spear did not reach its target. Otherwise, it would have already broken through his opponent's defensive power of the Great Path and pierced right between his eyes. The 9th plane level Renhuang stared at the white-haired figure in front of him intensely. The two bright eyes first showed shock. Then they became darker. Finally, it was a look of relief. He lamented quietly, "The youth has surpassed the older generation." After that, he turned around and walked toward a certain place. He bowed to Duan Tianxiong and said, "This subordinate is useless." A 9th plane level Renhuang was not able to block Yi Futian's attack. Defeat. The Duan ancient royal family became eerily quiet. No one thought that Yi Futian would ever get this far. A 9th plane level Renhuang was defeated by a 5th plane level Renhuang. It was as if there was nothing that could stop him from moving forward. On that day, was the ancient royal family of Duan that controlled the giant god's continent about to be broken by Yi Futian alone? It looks like the Xianxia domain will soon have another famous great figure, thought the practitioners outside the palace. Their hearts shivered. The Xianxia domain did not have that many great figures of this caliber. On this day, whether or not Yi Futian could utterly defeat the ancient royal family of Duan or not, his name would spread worldwide. This battle would make him famous. A person at the 5th plane level had actually infiltrated the ancient royal family of Duan. 7th and 8th plane level Renhuangs could barely last a round against him. And even when a 9th plane level Renhuang appeared, he was still defeated by the hands of Yi Futian. This battle record of his was completely unheard of. The ancient royal family of Duan's giant god's continent was a middle 3 heavens of the upper 9 heavens. Yi Futian being able to break into the ancient royal family of Duan meant that he who was at the 5th plane level had already made his way into the ranks of some of the mightiest cultivators of Xianxia domain. He was truly a 5th plane mighty figure. Old Ma was also shocked by the strength displayed by Yi Futian over the course of this battle. So, the divine technique of Four Corner Village was only the icing on an already amazing cake that was Yi Futian. The techniques and skills that he possessed were already so amazingly powerful. A person like him was definitely not any weaker than the awakened people in their village. Yi Futian was truly a person who could lead Four Corner Village forward in the future. Master could not leave Four Corner Village. Yi Futian could become the representative of Four Corner Village. After all, after Four Corner Village entered the world, they had to stand on the peak of the Xianxia domain. He himself was not sufficient. They needed someone even stronger to stand up. It was not that old Ma was too ambitious, but it was necessary. Considering everything that had happened up to that point, if Four Corner Village were not powerful, could not even exist in the world, their Four Corner Village was more special than any other factions. As such, they had to stand on the top. At that moment, within the ancient royal family, figures stepped into the air one by one. They appeared in front of Yi Futian. It was not a lot of people, and they stood in different locations. However, the aura emanating from each of them was terrifying. A strong and oppressive pressure radiated from them. They released the aura from their bodies, and it looked like they were just as powerful as the 9th plane level Renhuang that Yi Futian had just defeated earlier. While there was not a lot of them, they were truly the strength of the ancient royal family of Duan. Apart from the overlord, they were the key reason why the ancient royal family of Duan could conquer the giant god's continent. Each of them was a mighty figure that could completely change the world just from a few stomps if they wanted to. Some of them were even figures that the practitioners of the ancient royal family rarely saw in their daily lives. They only stepped up after Yi Futian defeated the 9th plane level Renhuang. Clearly, they were shocked by the battle, hence why they stepped out of the land of cultivation. For example, in a spot further away from Yi Futian, somewhere deep within the ancient royal family's base, an elder stood on top of an ancient palace. He donned a simple long robe, but the power radiating from his body gave a sense that he was immovable. He was an elder of the ancient royal family. He spent most of his days deep in cultivation but was alerted and stepped out due to the earlier fight. Seeing the appearance of these people, The hearts of the outsiders watching the battle shivered intensely. It looked like even though Yi Futian had defeated a 9th plane level Renhuang, defeating the ancient royal family of Duan was quite impossible. The difficulty was immense. Even some ancient and old monsters had now appeared. In this place, it was a given that figures who had reached the peak of the Renhuang for many years and were single-mindedly dedicated to breaking their shackles so that they may reach the next level existed. Such figures were too frightening. None of these people would be easy to deal with. For Yi Futian to go through them and defeat them one by one, it was simply an impossible task. However, after the battle, no one would ever underestimate Yi Futian. Even if he were to lose right now, his name would still spread far and wide. His exceptional battle record since stepping into the palace was enough. Among the ranks of 9th plane level Duan ancient royal family cultivators, there was a person who was at the 6th plane level. This person was extremely talented, and his aura was exceptional. Even when he was standing among a group of esteemed 9th plane level cultivators, he did not seem out of place. The might of the great path emanating from his body was not inferior in any way. This person was the prince of the Duan ancient royal family, Duan Xiong. Before, he thought that Yi Futian had bitten off more than he could chew. He was sure that Yi Futian would not be able to get past him. Yi Futian was a 5th plane level Renhuang with a perfect grade great path. However, he was a 6th plane level Renhuang who also had a perfect grade great path. They both possessed perfect grade great paths. The difference in their plane level was insurmountable. Not to mention, he was the prince of a royal family. It was natural that he had absolute confidence in himself. Yi Futian's arrival was simply the delivery of some divine techniques. However, right then, even though he still did not think that Yi Futian was capable of defeating the ancient royal family, at the very least, he was not confident enough to say that Yi Futian's combat strength was beneath him. There was even a high probability that Yi Futian was stronger than him. Duan Xiong, what do you think your chances of winning are if you were to fight him? At that time, someone's voice reached his ears. It was the overlord, Duan Tianxiong's voice, asking him a question. Not much chance at all, answered Duan Xiong. The power emanating from Yi Futian's body, the demonic imperial divine brilliance made him feel, albeit slightly, that if he were faced against Yi Futian's attack, it was likely that he would not be able to withstand more than a few strikes. Yes, answered Duan Tianxiong. The Donghua domain actually let someone like this go. Since Ning Yuan did not keep him for himself, he should not have let him leave the Donghua domain alive. He would most definitely haunt him in the future. It is no wonder they sent 2 such amazingly strong cultivators from the Donghua domain to Four Corner City. It looks like they have also realized that. And now we are also at a crossroads and need to make a choice. Tell me what you think. Duan Xiong instantly understood what his father meant. His father said that since Ning Yuan did not use Yi Futian, he should not have let him leave. He should have killed him. Now, the ancient royal family of Duan should consider how they want to interact with Yi Futian. They needed to consider the relationship between them. Defeating Yi Futian and taking the divine techniques meant that they would become enemies. For Corner Village would never forget this, and Yi Futian would most likely remember it as well. Then, it was highly probable that they would end up as enemies. Based on his father's words, an enemy like that should not be left alone and must either be killed immediately, or they should not make a potential enemy like that in the first place. Even though, at that moment, Yi Futian could not yet threaten the ancient royal family of Duan, what about the future? He was only at the 5th plane level at the moment. Once he stepped into the 9th plane, if he still maintained his perfect grade great path, just how strong would he be? Father, killing Yi Futian is the equivalent of starting a war with Four Corner Village. Moreover, under the circumstances of today, it is quite immoral and shameful. Furthermore, the master of Four Corner Village is an unknown factor. Also, Duan Yi and Sister Shang are in their hands. This choice would be quite dangerous, analyzed Duan Xiong. Then he said, as such, I suggest we give it up. Yes, answered the overlord Duan Tianxiong. It looks like we have to give up the divine techniques. The cultivation of the divine technique is to give our Duan family another method. It won't change anything essentially, answered Duan Xiong. But, One of the 7 great divine techniques of Four Corner Village is somewhat similar to the power that we cultivate. We had wanted to take it to see how we can assimilate the technique into our cultivation. But since we've already reached this step, we can forget about it, Dun Tianxiong said. He had already made up his mind. Just as Duan Qiong said, killing Yi Futian was, in truth, an unwise choice. It was not possible to do that. Now that the battle had already reached this stage, ignoring his position, he actually admired this youngster a lot. His achievements in the future could be incredible. If he chose not to kill Yi Futian, it would mean that he had no choice but to give up the divine techniques. Yi Futian did not know what Duan Tianxiong was thinking. He continued forward. The peacock divine light on his body shone brightly as he held the spear in his hand. He stepped forward toward another cultivator at the 9th plane level. At the same time, the 9th plane cultivator released a shocking aura. His face was solemn. He treated the battle seriously. After the previous battle, who would dare underestimate the 5th plane level Renhuang in front of them? That is fine. At that moment, a sound suddenly rang in the air. Gazes shifted quickly towards the person who spoke. It was actually the overlord of the Duan ancient royal family, Duan Tianxiong. That's enough. You can step back, said Duan Tianxiong. The 9th plane Renhuang looked at his overlord with a slightly confused face. However, he still obeyed the command and stepped back. Yi Futian was also similarly confused. He looked at Duan Tianxiong, perplexed. Duan Tianxiong looked at Yi Futian and said with a loud voice, "While the battle today has not finished, the ancient royal family of Duan has lost. For so many powerful cultivators to fight a Renhuang of the 5th plane, even if we win at this stage, it would still count as a defeat. So, there is no need to continue fighting." Many people had looks of realization on their faces after hearing Duan Tianxiong's words. Indeed, the ancient royal family of Duan's 9th plane figures had appeared. But so what if they defeated Yi Futian? Even if they had won, it would still count as a defeat. However, they would be able to get their hands on the divine technique. The battle itself did not really have much meaning. Yi Futian's battle had proven that he was strong. Yi Futian, a younger generation 5th plane Renhuang, has defeated members of our Duan ancient royal family. With your own strength, you entered our palace. Even though I'm a little bit annoyed, I have to admit that no one in our Duan family can stand head-to-head against you in terms of abilities. This battle can be considered a lesson to them all. Let's leave this matter as it is, Duan Tianxiong said, addressing Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at him oddly and said, "So, let them go." Duan Tianxiong looked toward a direction. Yi Futian's gaze shifted there, and after a brief moment, from the depths of the palace, 2 figures leaped across the sky and moved towards them. One of them was Fang Gai, while the other one, a person who had a few points of similarities to Fang Gai, was naturally Fang Huan. "Thank you for obliging, Lord," Yi Futian said to Duan Tianxiong with a polite bow. This young one also experienced great pressure in the last battle. If I were to keep fighting, there's a high chance I will lose. My actions today were also because I had no choice. Now that you have fulfilled my quest, this young one is immensely grateful. With the other person being the lord of a royal family whose side still held the initiative, Yi Futian was naturally not going to make a fuss about it, especially since it was the overlord who was willing to take a step back and end things peacefully. After all, if their opponents were to keep going on forcefully, they would not have had any other choice. Old Ma was also very grateful after seeing this. He did not expect things to end early. He was also anxious about Yi Futian earlier. The ancient royal family of Duan willingly letting their captives go was, naturally, the best result they could wish for. He also let go of Duan Yi and Duan Shang and said, "Apologies for the offense." The 2 who were freed were also incredibly grateful. They leaped into the air and stepped back into the sky above their ancient royal family palace. They gazed at Yi Futian. They would most likely never forget the battle on this day. The alchemy grandmaster had actually struck and successfully infiltrated their ancient royal family of Duan all by himself. If things were to continue, no one would know what would have happened. Even though Yi Futian humbly said that he would lose, no one really knew how things would end for events that did not transpire. Yifutian also gave the ancient royal family some face. Both sides had made concessions to end this debacle. The father and son duo of Fang Gai and Fang Huan met up with Yifutian and Old Ma. Fang Gai's gaze fell on Yifutian. His heart was filled with emotions. It looked like pushing Yifutian for the position back then was the right choice. Nonetheless, the old him never would have anticipated something like this happening today. Yifutian attacked the ancient royal family alone to save the two of them. It was a battle between him and the ancient royal family of Duan's overlord. While the battle had not yet ended completely, Yifutian's domineering and overbearing strength had completely convinced Duan Tianxiong, the overlord of the Duan family. They naturally understood that Duan Tianxiong freeing the two of them early was due to Duan Tianxiong realizing Yifutian's limitless potential. He most likely did not want to become Yifutian's enemy in the future, which was why he took a step back and released the two of them early instead of letting the battle continue. "Thank you for your hard work," Fang Gai thanked Yifutian. "I'm just glad you're both fine," Yifutian answered with a casual smile. "I heard father said that Fang Xiyuan had found himself a teacher. I was worried about who the teacher was, whether he could teach Fang Xiyuan or not. But now it looks like I worried for nothing. This is Fang Xiyuan's luck," Fang Huan said, which made Yifutian look toward him. While Fang Huan's hair was a little messy, his outstanding aura could still be felt. His bright eyes and piercing gaze showed that he possessed an exceptional aura. "Fang Xiyuan is brilliant. He does not need much teaching," answered Yifutian with a chuckle. Fang Huan nodded and bowed slightly to Old Ma. "Uncle Ma, after several years of not seeing each other, I see that you've matured some more," said Old Ma with a laugh. In truth, he had become very seasoned. Back when he left, he looked green and young, and traces of his age were nowhere to be found. It looked like he had experienced a lot over the past decade. Then, at that moment, someone said, "Fang Huan." They turned around to look at the source of the voice. It was Duan Tianxiong. Then, he said loudly, "With regards to the event of the past, both sides had faults. However, we will forget about it completely. Let's treat it as if nothing had happened before and forget about everything. What do you say?" Fang Huan nodded. "I was also in the wrong in that incident. Since your highness is willing to forget about it, I have no qualms about it. Both were exceptional people. They would not let themselves be tangled in something like that for a long time. Both sides had lost some face. However, now that they had both decided to take a step back to resolve this grudge match, they would not keep dwelling on it. They had at least that amount of magnanimity. All right, since that is settled, we understand that Mr. Ma and everyone from Four Corner Village came from afar. What say you we sit down, have a drink, and bury the hatchet? We can also use it to celebrate Four Corner Village's entry into the world," Duan Tianxiong said. Then he asked, "What do you say? If your highness is willing to hold a banquet, we would be honored to attend," Old Ma replied. The implication of Duan Tianxiong holding a banquet for them was not only just that they had buried the hatchet, but there was also the recognition of Four Corner Village's entry into the world. To the current Four Corner Village, it had an extraordinary meaning. Naturally, there was no downside to having an additional faction recognize them. Perhaps enemies could become friends. Who's to say what could happen? Now that they had entered the world to cultivate, it was natural that they had to consider many things. Very straightforward. "Please go ahead," Duan Tianxiong said. After that, he strode downward. Old Ma and the others followed behind. Inside and outside of the ancient royal family of Duan's palace, all the practitioners felt as if they were inside a dream. A raging battle had suddenly de-escalated. In addition to that, the two sides involved in the battle decided to bury the hatchet just like that, and they were even going to drink liquor together. Not long ago, Fang Gai was still a prisoner of the ancient royal family. Then, in the blink of an eye, he had become a VIP guest? The switch of position was so drastic and fast that many still could not wrap their head around it. And the one that caused all these to happen was not any of the big shots from the Four Corner Village. Instead, it was the exceptional and stylish white-haired youngster called Yifutian. His name would spread far and wide because of this battle. Moreover, It had made the overlord of the ancient royal family of Duan recognize his strength and want to interact with him. Of course, considering the strength displayed by Yi Futian in the battle, Duan Tianxiong's admiration and recognition of him was more than expected. Inside the ancient royal family base, a banquet was set up in front of a large hall. All the core figures of the ancient royal family of Duan were present. The Duan ancient royal family overlord Duan Tianxiong, the crown prince Duan Xiong, and the prince Duan Yi and princess Duan Shang and others. Duan Tianxiong sat in the main seat. The number one person on the guest side of the seats was Old Ma, and directly opposite him was the crown prince Duan Xiong. After Old Ma, the seats were occupied by Fang Gai, Yi Futian, and the others. Before long, delicacies and cuisine were served. Beautiful women surrounded them as food and liquor were served up. It was a very harmonious atmosphere. There were no signs of a battle or grudge remaining. It even looked as if they were friends who had come to visit. I've always had a wish to go walk around Four Corner Village and visit the master since a long time ago. However, due to the prohibition order, I have never been able to head there personally. Nonetheless, I have been an admirer of Four Corner Village for many years. I wanted to get my hands on the divine technique this time because the cultivation technique of our royal family is somewhat similar to one of the divine techniques of Four Corner Village. That's why I wanted to take a look, said Duan Tianxiong. He did not have any reservations and spoke his mind. Since they had already made peace with each other, there was no need to avoid the topic. Indeed, Old Ma nodded. The divine technique inherited by the Shi family was similar to the cultivation technique of the ancient royal family. It was also one of the 7 great divine techniques passed down from their ancestors, the Starry War Song. Its attack power was extremely strong, and its impact frightening. Naturally, Yi Futian also knew of this technique. He had even cultivated it a little. Many years ago, the Xianxia domain was very respectful to Four Corner Village. Otherwise, we would not have sent people over there to obtain great path opportunities generation after generation. However, Four Corner Village's decision to enter the world has caused many factions to raise their guard. That's also one of the reasons why everyone keeps testing you. However, after today's incident, we, the Duan family, are no longer an enemy of Four Corner Village, Duan Tianxiong said. Then, he continued to say, after drinking this cup, every unhappy thing or incident that took place in the past will no longer be brought up. As he spoke, he raised his cup to Old Ma and the others. Everyone raised their cups and drank their liquor all in one go. They smiled and forgot old grudges and all other unhappy things. The Four Corner Village itself is already very mysterious and powerful. I would never have thought that the Donghua domain would send such an exceptional person away to the Four Corner Village. I wonder what Ning Yuan, the chief of the Donghua domain's main house, was thinking, Duan Tianxiong said, while looking at Yi Futian. He continued, did he not try to recruit you into the main house of the domain? He had heard of the incidents that took place in the Donghua domain. Caused quite a ruckus. The Millet Emperor had started a war against the main house's chief Ning Yuan behind the back of Wangshan Watchtower. As such, news of this had also spread to the other domains. The incident did not shine a very positive light on Ning Yuan. However, concerning the specifics of what had happened, that was unclear to Duan Tianxiong. After all, he did not try very hard to get the details. Elder, you might find this funny, but back when I accompanied Wangshan Watchtower to the Donghua Heavens to take part in the Donghua banquet organized by the domain's main house, my original intention was to join the domain's main house, Yi Futian said while laughing at himself. Back then, he wanted to rely on the main house and deal with some potential threats. Oh, Duan Tianxiong looked surprised. They did not take in a monstrously powerful person like him even when he went to them himself. In truth, before I participated in the Donghua banquet, the chief of the domain's main house, Ning Yuan, had already allied with the Lingxiao Palace and the great Yan ancient royal family to deal with Wangshan Watchtower. However, Wangshan Watchtower only thought that the latter two were targeting them. They did not know that Ning Yuan was behind the plan. We went there without knowing it, but our enemies had already planned and set up everything in advance so that they could kill the practitioners of Wangshan Watchtower, including me, answered Yi Futian. Understood. Duan Tianxiong nodded. Then he said, "That means that your respective positions were already set in stone before you'd even met. By the time Ning Yuan realized your talent, he would only want to kill you as soon as possible so that he may eliminate any future problems." "That's right." Yi Futian nodded. "I'm afraid Ning Yuan will regret this in the future," Duan Tianxiong said with a laugh. "If I were Ning Yuan, I would also most likely try to eliminate you. There would be too many future problems. You should be careful when you are moving about outside in the future." "This young one knows." Yi Futian nodded. Naturally, he understood this. Now you have Four Corner Village behind you. Even Ning Yuan would have to be cautious with you. "I'm sure he isn't very comfortable right now," said Duan Tianxiong, laughing. It was easy for him to understand what Ning Yuan was feeling. When he made his decision earlier, he had considered similar factors. "I noticed that you have quite a variety of cultivation techniques. I'm sure you did not only cultivate and train at Wangshan Watchtower, right? I'm guessing you were already pretty talented and amazing before that. Moreover, you also excel at alchemy. Do you not have your own family faction?" At that time, the Crown Prince Duan Xiong looked at and asked Yi Futian curiously. "I come from the original realm," Yi Futian replied. It was not a secret. Anyone would easily find out where he was from as long as they did some digging into the events that transpired in the Donghua domain. Duan Xiong was stunned. He had heard of the original realm before. He was quite shocked and never thought that Yi Futian was a practitioner from the original realm. With that, everything was possible. They did not understand the original realm and only heard that the original realm was the source of everything. However, it had long waned. Many years ago, the channel to the original realm was opened. Many people went there to look for opportunities. That included some of the top factions of the Divine Prefecture. Of course, some of the factions already had ties with the original realm. It looked like Yi Futian's experiences were very complicated. It was also impossible for them to know what kind of environment helped create such an exceptional person. Brother Ye's cultivation techniques are incredibly powerful. You excel at multiple types of great path, and your strength is profound that you make us ashamed of ourselves, said Duan Xiong. In the earlier battle, Yi Futian showed different types of power, and each one of them was very powerful. Your Highness, your praise is too much, answered Yi Futian with a chuckle. You're both going to be the best of the best in the future. You should interact with each other more, said Duan Tianxiong. He hoped that Yi Futian could become friends with his offspring. Most certainly. Moreover, I sure had some luck with Brother Duan and Princess Shang, said Yi Futian while laughing. He raised his cup apologetically to the two. What the Grandmaster said is right. Duan Yi raised his cup while smiling forcefully. He spoke and ridiculed himself a little. Your Highness the Prince and Princess, I hope you don't bear a grudge, said Yi Futian apologetically. Then he raised his cup and drank it all in one shot. The two also drank their cups. The situation had already reached this stage, so it was natural for them to keep the past in the past. Moreover, the issue between them was not big. Ha ha! Duan Tianxiong found the young ones interesting and let out a hearty laugh. After that, he looked at Old Ma and Fang Gai. Then he raised his cup and said, We will drink too. Old Ma and Fang Gai raised their cups and drank together. The banquet was filled with laughter, and the atmosphere was excellent. Seeing the atmosphere at the banquet, no one would have been able to guess that the two sides were engaged in a huge battle that shook the entire continent. While everyone was drinking to their heart's content at the banquet, Overlord Duan Tianxiong said to Old Ma, I have a suggestion. How about we build a teleportation grand matrix between Four Corner City and Giant God City? It meant that people living in the two cities could teleport through the teleportation grand matrix rather than traveling all the war across the continent. Since Four Corner Village has joined the rest of the world, you certainly need to establish contact with the upper nine heavens. It would cost everyone tremendous effort and time if they had to travel across the continent each time. However, with a teleportation grand matrix, the villagers could get to Giant God City right away or use it as a transfer station if they wish to visit other places in the upper nine heavens, said Duan Tianxiong. Giant God City was located in the middle third heavens of the upper nine heavens, an integral part of the Nine Heavens continents. Meanwhile, the Four-Corner continent was in a remote area that was far away from everywhere else. Although master cultivators like Old Ma had no problem traveling across the continent, it was rather time-consuming for other people. Old Ma pondered for a while. It was a nice proposal that would benefit Four-Corner Village a great deal. Duan Tianxiong obviously wanted to establish a friendship with Four-Corner Village. However, courtesy demanded reciprocity. Four-Corner Village had to pay Giant God City in some way if they wished to gain from Duan Tianxiong's work. Old Ma, I think it's feasible, said Fang Gai. Old Ma also nodded and said, in that case, we will have to trouble Brother Duan. Old Ma felt comfortable with addressing Duan Tianxiong less formally now. It's not a big deal. I will personally order people to build the teleportation grand matrix. In the future, if Futian or anyone else in the village wants to cultivate in the upper Nine Heavens, they can come to Giant God City and spend some time in my palace. We will have more chances to hang out together and exchange ideas, Duan Tianxiong said with a smile. As the saying went, out of blows, friendship grows. Duan Tianxiong had started to appreciate Yi Futian for the talents he displayed during the fight. He had also grown to respect the magical Four-Corner Village. Since he decided not to hanker after the divine techniques anymore, it would hurt him to become friends with Yi Futian and Four-Corner Village. All right, Old Ma nodded and said, the cultivators of the ancient royal family of Duan can also come to visit our village through the teleportation grand matrix. Duan Tianxiong cracked a smile and glanced at Old Ma, who apparently knew to reciprocate the gesture. He nodded and said, we thank you for your hospitality in advance. Our youngsters have long been yearning for a visit to the village. I will surely send them here to feel the magic of Four-Corner Village personally. That way, I will be able to come to invite Brother Yi to join me if there is anything exciting happening in the upper Nine Heavens. Duan Xiong chimed in with a broad grin on his face. I'm new to the Xianxia domain. Brother Duan, I indeed have to trouble you to take me along if anything is exciting. Yi Futian nodded and replied. He didn't turn down Duan Xiong's kind offer. There were many cultivation opportunities in the Divine Prefecture. He couldn't stay in the village and cultivate in seclusion forever. Sooner or later, he had to go out and see the world. Duan Xiong had more access to information here. Yi Futian would join him gladly if he found some cultivation opportunities. Now that the ancient royal family of Duan had taken the initiative to befriend Four-Corner Village, Yi Futian certainly wouldn't reject them. It was always better to have more friends, even if they had ulterior motives behind their kindness. At this stage of the game, no one would spend time on people from whom they couldn't benefit. Yi Futian was well aware that he could never have genuine friendship here as he had experienced in the lower worlds. He couldn't find more real friends like Yushang, Wuxia, or his senior brother. Yi Futian and the others bid their goodbyes and left after the banquet. After they were gone, countless people fervently discussed what happened here in Giant God City. The ancient royal family of Duan captured people from Four-Corner Village and interrogated them about the divine techniques. Four-Corner Village sent envoys to negotiate, while Yi Futian disguised as an alchemy grandmaster to approach the prince and princess. He took them as hostages and rose to fame by successfully forcing his way into the palace. The two sides somehow established a friendship after the fight and enjoyed a grand banquet in the palace. The dramatic turns of events almost seemed surreal. People heard that even Duan Xiong, the extraordinary crown prince of the ancient royal family of Duan, admitted his inferiority to Yi Futian with regret. The remarkable cultivator from Four-Corner Village was allegedly more talented than anyone in the ancient royal family of Duan. Later, a piece of news came from the palace. The overlord had ordered people to build a teleportation grand matrix to connect Giant God City and Four-Corner City. The announcement astonished everyone again. Nevertheless, the teleportation grand matrix was beneficial to cultivators in the Giant God's continent as well. They would be able to visit Four-Corner City through the matrix. In addition, Yi Futian's reputation grew far and wide, beyond the Giant God's continent. Nevertheless, none of these was Yi Futian's concern for now. Yi Futian and the others returned to Four-Corner Village. Everyone was exhilarated to see Old Ma, and Yi Futian came back with Fang Huan and Fang Gai. A person sprinted over from afar and stopped in front of everyone. It was Fang Cun. Ling, Tai Tu, and other kids followed Fang Cun behind. A lot of villagers were also coming, including several elders. "Grandpa!" Fang Cun shouted at Fang Gai. However, he was tongue-tied when he looked at Fang Huan. Fang Cun was only a young child when Fang Huan left the village. Now, he was a 15-year-old teenager. It was fair to say that Fang Huan wasn't a responsible parent. Fang Cun hadn't met his father for many years and didn't have many memories about him either. Even so, he always remembered that his father left the village and put him into his grandpa's care after his mother's cultivation accident. Therefore, Fang Cun still had strong feelings for Fang Huan, even though they hadn't seen each other in years. Fang Cun. Fang Huan stepped forward with a smile. He gently rubbed Fang Cun's head and said, "You have grown up." Fang Cun looked up at his father and said quietly, "Dad." "Yes." A big grin spread across Fang Huan's face. He struggled in the outside world for many years and lived through all kinds of experiences. But there was no place like home. All the villagers present smiled with gratification and muttered, "It's good you're back. As long as you're back. Old Ma, good job." An old man expressed his approval. "It had nothing to do with me." Old Ma laughed. "Futian brought them back. I probably wouldn't be able to save them if not for him." Many people were puzzled. Blind Tai asked, "What happened?" After Old Ma briefly recounted the story, the villagers started to see Yi Futian in a new light. They held him in even higher regard and finally accepted him as one of them. Before this incident, although Yi Futian had done many things for the villagers and became one of the 7 elders, he was always an outsider rather than a native born and raised in the village. Inevitably, people were more or less on their guard around him. However, Yi Futian single-handedly barged into the palace of the ancient royal family and saved Fang Huan and Fang Gai when they fell into dire straits. Even Shi Kuei and Gu Huai couldn't help but treat Yi Futian with more respect now. "Thank you, master." Fang Cun bowed to Yi Futian and spoke loudly. The young people in the village had accepted and approved Yi Futian a long time ago. After all, they were more trusting and open and were willing to get close to anyone who treated them well. Yi Futian was the person who helped little Ling and Duo Yu find their destinies. Fang Cun and Tai Tu also received significant help from him. Of course, Fang Cun would worship Yi Futian even more after he saved his father. "You don't need to be so courteous to me." Yi Futian flicked Fang Cun's forehead. Fang Cun looked up and flashed a silly grin. He didn't seem as mischievous as usual. Fang Huan spent so many years outside and finally came back. "We must have a grand celebration. Should we prepare a banquet?" An old man suggested. "Good idea. We should celebrate the bright future of the village." Everyone was on board. The warm welcome also brought a smile to Fang Huan's face. "Home sweet home," Fang Gai said to Fang Huan in a low voice. He wondered if Fang Huan was still the same person after spending such a long time in the outer realms. He heard several years ago that Fang Huan had gained considerable fame in the outer realms. He could only wish that his son didn't turn into another Muyunlan. Fang Gai still felt a strong sense of belonging to the village. "Yes." Fang Huan nodded and answered. Indeed, he was moved by the warmth and love of the villagers. He raised his head to check out the village and felt like he was in a dream. Everything seemed to be different now. All the divine techniques have come out. It would help if you talk to Futian more. Maybe you can have a chance to gain another awakening and cultivate the miniature world, Fang Gai said. "Sure. I will cultivate in seclusion for a while in the village." Fang Huan nodded and replied. He was currently a 7th Order Renhuang. If he could break through into the 8th Order, no one except for the Master Cultivators would be able to defeat him. It was a particularly joyful day in Four Corner Village. Fang Huan cultivated in the village and spent a lot of time with Yi Futian in the following days. He soon attained the miniature world and became even stronger. On the other hand, Yi Futian also cultivated studiously while coaching the youngsters at the same time. During this time, powerful cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan in the Giant Gods continent worked alongside matrix sorcerers to build a teleportation grand matrix in Four Corner City. The news created a huge buzz. The direct transportation between Giant God City and Four Corner City indicated that Four Corner Village and the ancient royal family of Duan had established a friendly alliance. It was more than a mutual acknowledgement between two top forces. Other top forces probably wouldn't make a prey of Four Corner Village after learned about this. Year 10061 in the Divine Prefecture calendar. A large group of people with majestic bearing arrived at Four Corner City through the teleportation Grand Matrix and headed straight to Four Corner Mountain. Their arrival set tongues wagging in the city. Many people already figured out that they were cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan. Rumor had it that Crown Prince Duanxiong was here. Before long, Yi Futian, who was cultivating in the village, received the news as well. The ancient royal family of Duan came to visit Four Corner Village. Led by Crown Prince Duanxiong, they specifically asked to meet with Yi Futian. Soon after he got the news, Yi Futian saw several people walking over to him from afar. They spoke simultaneously. Brother Yi. Sitting under the ancient tree, Yi Futian recognized that they were Duanxiong, Duan Yi, and Duanshang. Brother Duan, Yi Futian greeted Duanxiong. Duanxiong and the others came over and checked out the cultivation site. They looked up at the extraordinary phenomena in the sky and the magical ancient tree and exclaimed, "For Corner Village is indeed a marvelous place now. This could be considered a holy land for cultivation. Brother Duan, you can stay and cultivate here for a few days if you'd like." Yi Futian smiled and said, "I would love to do that. However, I'm coming for something else this time," Duanxiong replied. Intrigued, Yi Futian asked, "What is it?" Duanxiong personally came all the way from Giant God City for something other than cultivating in the village. It must be a crucial and urgent matter. We got the news from the domain chief's manor in the upper 9 heavens of the Xianxia domain. It said that some changes may happen in the Divine Prefecture soon. Perhaps they will summon powerful cultivators from the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture. At this point, the domain chief's manor has issued an order to call for representatives from various top forces to discuss what lies ahead. Has Four Corner Village received the news? Duanxiong asked. No, we haven't. Yi Futian shook his head and answered. Some changes in the Divine Prefecture? Duanxiong specifically said the Divine Prefecture rather than the Xianxia domain or other domains. Yes, we heard that it has something to do with the original realm. There are some conflicts between the Divine Prefecture and other forces. Maybe there is another war coming, Duanxiong continued. You came from the original realm. I suppose you know something about this. A surprised look crossed Yi Futian's face. Of course, he knew something about it. Only equally powerful forces could be in opposition to the Divine Prefecture. There were some conflicts for sure when Yi Futian was still in the original realm. The Dark Court, the empty Divine Realm. Some of the most powerful forces in the world took part in the mess in the original realm. Even so, Yi Futian thought that the Divine Prefecture had already controlled the situation. Did the tension and hostilities become worse now? I do know a little. Yi Futian nodded. Okay. Duanxiong nodded and continued. As you can imagine, there will be disastrous consequences if a war on this scale breaks out. It has been peaceful for almost 400 years since the great emperor unified the Divine Prefecture. We built up our home little by little during this time. But I'm afraid that all the cultivators in the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture would be in peril if a war breaks out. Donghuang, the great emperor, unified the Divine Prefecture and promoted martial arts. He usually stayed out of trivial matters and let people develop freely. Nevertheless, the entire Divine Prefecture surely would be tightly governed by the Donghuang Imperial Palace during wartime. No one could escape from the fate of fighting in the war. Moreover, it was impossible to imagine how war at this level would end. Many continents would collapse and perish. It's that serious already? Asked Yi Futian. We're not there yet, of course. But I heard that tensions have been rising. War is likely to happen in the future if this goes on. I guess they want to take preventive measures before it's too late, said Duanxiong. For Corner Village happens to join the rest of the world at this time. I don't think that you would be left out. Perhaps a messenger from the Domain Chief's manor will come soon. I decided to come here through the Teleportation Grand Matrix as soon as I received the news. Brother Yi, we can go together to the 9 heavens if you want. It will be a good trial. Since the domain chief's manor delivered the message to all the forces this time, many master cultivators and top renhuangs will be there, Duanxiong added. Yi Futian nodded. He was a little surprised to hear that the conflict had gone this far. He had no idea what the situation was like in the original realm. He had been in the Divine Prefecture for many years and really hoped to get a chance to visit back. At this moment, they heard some noise from afar. Yi Futian looked in that direction and saw Fang Gai and the others talking to someone. How can we help you? Fang Gai asked. Yi Futian immediately understood that it was the envoy from the domain chief's manor of the Xianxia domain. The domain chief's manor probably sent messengers to inform various forces located in different directions at the same time. The chief asked us to invite the head of Four Corner Village to the domain chief's manor to discuss some matters. Other forces and groups are invited as well. We only came because the injunction has been lifted, and Four Corner Village has ended the sequestration. Otherwise, the chief wouldn't send us to disturb you, the envoy said. Fang Gai nodded slightly and answered, I understand. The representatives of Four Corner Village will be there. Thank you. The envoy nodded and said, We have delivered the message and will be leaving now. All right, Fang Gai replied. There was no point in keeping a messenger here longer. The villagers gathered around and asked, What's it about? The envoy of the domain chief's manor specifically came to deliver the invitation. It must be something important, Fang Gai said. The crown prince also arrived moments earlier and seems to be talking about this with Yi Futian. Maybe they have more information. Fang Gai's words prompted the crowd to move in Yi Futian's direction. Duanqiong repeated what he said to Yi Futian just now. The villagers were astounded. No one expected it to be something so critical and serious. What a fortuitous time for our Four Corner Village to rejoin the world. Fang Gai shook his head and made a wry smile. It was impossible to foretell the effect of this conflict. Cultivators living in the 18 domains in the Divine Prefecture would probably be drafted by the Donghuang Imperial Palace if a war really broke out. Old Ma walked over and said, The master certainly can't go. I will pay the domain chief's manor a visit this time. Then, he looked at Yi Futian and said, Futian, you can join me if you want. Who else wants to go? I will go with you, said Fang Gai. Yi Futian saved him from the ancient royal family of Duan. It was only proper for him to ensure Yi Futian's safety this time. If Uncle Ma is going, it's better for you to stay and take care of the things in the village. I should go. Blind Tai chimed in. Everyone looked at him in surprise. They wondered what would happen when Blind Tai met his former enemies there. Perhaps he just wanted to take a walk outside. I will go with you too, Fang Huan said. He had made considerable progress and felt that he encountered a cultivation bottleneck period. He needed an opportunity to make a breakthrough. All right, Old Ma nodded and said, You can go with Duanqiong and the others. I will get there by myself and wait for you guys there. Yi Futian and the others would be safer when traveling with people from the ancient royal family of Duan. At least the top forces in the Xianxia domain wouldn't attack them in public. Good. Everyone nodded in unison. In that case, let's set out now, Duanqiong said. No one disagreed, and they left Four Corner Village together. Besides Blind Tai and Fang Huan, Yi Futian was also accompanied by Chen Yi and Zifeng, who had been cultivating in the village for a long time and were eager to have a trip as well. They went from Four Corner City to Giant God City with the help of the teleportation Grand Matrix, then headed to the 9 heavens. Their destination was the top main continent in the upper 9 heavens of the Xianxia domain. Xianxia continent. In the Xianxia domain, the upper 9 heavens was composed of a cluster of continents that were structured like a pyramid. At the very top was the Xianxia continent, surrounded by other less significant continents. The Xianxia continent was unquestionably the center of activity in the Xianxia domain. Apart from the Xianxia continent, where the domain chief's manor was located, other continents were also packed with prominent forces and were rather influential in general. In recent days, the news slowly spread in the Divine Prefecture and reached the continents in the upper 9 heavens. In the meantime, The notice from the domain chief's manor requesting the presence of representatives of various groups also went around fast in the Xianxia domain. Many people had set out for the Xianxia continent, including plenty of powerful cultivators who were curious about the situation. At this moment, a group of cultivators was marching through the clouds somewhere. It was an impressive assembly that consisted of Yifutian, other people from Four Corner Village, and cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan. They gazed into the distance and could see the continents that were floating in space. Because of the extended distance, the cluster of the continents looked like a single tectonic plate of an irregular shape. They had traveled through many continents on their journey. When they looked up at the sky, they could vaguely see a splendid heavenly palace far, far away, towering over everything as though it was the center of the continents. That's the Xianxia continent. Although we can see it with our naked eyes, it is still a great distance away, Duanxiong said. They had occasionally met other cultivators on their way. It was safe to assume that those people were heading to the Xianxia continent as well. Yifutian nodded slightly. He was not in a rush. Back in the Donghua domain, every top force had a teleportation grand matrix that was directly connected with the Donghua heavens. Yet, it was not the case in the Xianxia domain. According to Duanqiong, most of the top forces in the Xianxia domain were located in the upper 9 heavens. Therefore, teleportation grand matrices were not necessary. Even if something serious happened, the master cultivators could get to the Xianxia continent in a short time. As they moved forward, they approached 2 continents that were adjacent to each other. Yifutian and the others noticed that many cultivators from various directions were making a stopover in one of the continents. "I'm surprised that we are passing by this place," said Duanqiong. "It is a relic continent that is rather rare for cultivators to come across. It's made up of ruins and relics instead of a place for humans to inhabit. A great emperor used to cultivate there back in the distant past. People in the upper 9 heavens named it the Zhongyuan continent. Nevertheless, countless cultivators have been there to search for relics over the past centuries. They all wish to obtain treasures from ancient times. Generation after generation, the relics on this continent have all been raided and plundered. It's hard to find any more cultivation opportunities there. On top of that, some places are filled with dangers. Thus, few people are willing to explore the continent nowadays. That being said, cultivators who come from other continents far away still want to have a tour. After all, one of the great emperors allegedly cultivated there." Duanqiong explained to Yifutian in detail. "Do you want to take a look?" Duanyi asked Yifutian. "Let's check it out since we're passing by anyway." "We won't waste much time," Yifutian replied. They didn't need to make a detour as it was on their way. Yifutian would like to visit the relic continent, but he didn't have high hopes for encountering any cultivation opportunity. "All right, let's have a look then," said Duanqiong. Right away, they sped up in the direction of the Zhongyuan continent. They arrived at the Zhongyuan continent before long. While descending from the sky, they could vaguely see cultivators scrambling in the Zhongyuan continent in different directions. With the dilapidated walls, a desolate scene was all around. Giant steels were split open, and splendid ancient buildings were in ruins. Yifutian also noticed a divine gate that was over 100 yards tall and covered with cracks. Innumerable broken stones and fallen pillars scattered on the ground as though the place used to be the entrance of the continent. Yifutian sensed an indistinct smell of the ancient history as soon as he set foot on the continent. Over the years, this relic continent had gone through countless rounds of plunder and test of battles. According to the tales, the original ruler of the Zhongyuan continent had reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Any character he carved could represent the heavenly path. If he carved heaven, a stretch of sky that could project overwhelming might would materialize. If he carved kill, unparalleled and unstoppable deadly force would emerge. All creatures would be annihilated wherever his runes landed, said Duanqiong. He learned about these from the antique books possessed by the ancient royal family. Besides that, some of the characters carved by this early ruler still existed on the Zhongyuan continent, which was why the continent was infested with hidden dangers to this day. Some cultivators who came to the Zhongyuan continent to look for cultivation opportunities in the relics died inexplicably. Yifutian was surprised by the story. He didn't know what kind of power the ancient great emperor possessed. Nevertheless, he understood that the great emperor was certainly far superior to any Renhuang. Donghuang, the great emperor, was the only one in the entire divine prefecture who had reached that level. One could well imagine how powerful he must be to reign over the vast divine prefecture. Yifutian and the others kept moving forward at a faster pace into the depth of the continent. The solemnity and immensity of time that Yifutian sensed initially were becoming more and more intense. They noticed a lot of cultivators in the distance and sensed a burst of energy coming from afar. They raised their heads and saw a beam of brilliant divine light that shot up into the sky and pierced through the clouds. "What is that?" They looked in the direction of the light and whispered to each other. Could it be that someone found an unknown cultivation opportunity in the relic continent? "Let's go." They quickened their steps, marching in that direction. The energy they sensed before grew stronger and stronger. They saw that a lot of cultivators gathered around the light. Apparently, many people stopped at this relic continent just like them. And it seemed that someone had discovered something. As they approached the site, a cluster of tumble-down ancient buildings came into their sight. Although the buildings had fallen into ruin, it was not hard to imagine how splendid they were in the past. Moreover, the buildings sat on a vast expanse of land. It was probably the place where the great emperor used to cultivate. Many people from the outer realms were here too. They also gazed in that direction. Some of them were even walking toward the area. Everyone was curious to see what happened there and if a new cultivation opportunity had emerged. They only intended to have an easy tour of the place. Discovering a new relic would be a fortunate stroke of serendipity. At this moment, a person shot a look at Yifutian and his companions from the other side of the buildings. His piercing gaze riveted on Yifutian like a sharp, icy sword. Hair standing up on the back of his neck, Yifutian sensed the glare directing at him. He turned around and saw an arrogant young man, Muyunshu. Of course, Muyunshu was an adult now. He had outgrown his childishness and became a menacing presence. Even though it had been years since he last saw Yifutian, his hatred for him didn't diminish even a little bit. The Muyun family enjoyed a high status in Four Corner Village, and he used to be the ringleader of all the children. However, everything changed after Yifutian arrived at Four Corner Village. He never even dreamt that he would be expelled from the village. Subsequently, his father and everyone else in his family were banished as well. It was a tremendous shame that he would never forget. Now, he met Yifutian again here on the Zhongyuan continent. Who is he? A female Renhuang next to Muyunshu noticed the sudden change in his expression. She was a middle-level Renhuang from the Nanhai family with a dignified posture. The Muyun family followed Muyunlan to the Nanhai family after they were expelled from Four Corner Village. Muyunshu was well-respected and valued in the Nanhai family thanks to his extraordinary talents and promising potential. The Nanhai family put priority on grooming him and sent excellent cultivators to train and protect him. This middle-level female Renhuang was one of Muyunshu's cultivation instructors. It was an illustration of how much importance they attached to him. After he left Four Corner Village, Muyunshu enjoyed a luxurious life in the Nanhai family. It was nothing like his old days in the village, and it provided him a chance to see the real world. Even so, Muyunshu could never cease to think of the humiliation Yifutian brought upon him. "Yifutian," Muyunshu answered in a cold and menacing tone. The female Renhuang and other cultivators around Muyunshu all turned their eyes to Yifutian. Yifutian was a well-known figure nowadays. Rumor had it that he single-handedly forced his way into the palace of the ancient royal family of Duan. His reputation spread throughout the Xianxia domain. Even the cultivators in the Nanhai family had heard about him. Yifutian darted a disdainful look at Muyunshu as well. He had always despised the young man and wasn't shy to show his contempt. He loathed Muyunshu no matter how talented he might be. "I'm surprised that you dare to leave Four Corner Village," Muyunshu said to Yifutian coldly. "I would be hiding in the village for life if I were you." Everyone around Yifutian frowned in disapproval. Konder-sama scowled at Muyunshu and said, "Little bastard, how come you're as stupid as the time when you left the village? It seems that the lesson you got back then was not enough. You vile beast. You're courting death. Muyunshu shifted his anger to Black-Winged Condor. His eyes were filled with malice, and even his body was emitting brilliant golden light. He charged at Black-Winged Condor immediately. Since Muyunshu had initiated the attack, the cultivators from the Nanhai family stood ready in full battle array. They emitted the will might from their bodies to intimidate the enemies. Black-Winged Condor was surprised that Muyunshu rushed over right away. He always detested Muyunshu for his arrogance and impudence. Now that he had a chance to teach the boy a lesson, he clawed at him and bellowed, "Little bastard, you're in over your head." A striking golden-winged giant pung bird slammed into a sharp, black claw in midair and made a thundering noise. The magnificent picture of the domineering golden pung bird popped up at once behind Muyunshu's back. He dashed directly at Black-Winged Condor in a flash. Black-Winged Condor was not afraid of a boy, of course. He immediately spread his black wings, which blotted out the sun and stirred up a crazy whirlwind. The golden-winged giant pung bird and Black-Winged Condor came into collision in the sky. Black-Winged Condor's razor-sharp claws tore through space and ripped up the shadow of the golden-winged giant pung bird. He aimed straight at Muyunshu's head. Muyunshu was born in Four Corner Village with the innate energy of the Great Path and was taught by the master in the village for years. Therefore, he had a unique cultivation journey and was much better than most of his peers. Nevertheless, he was still too young to withstand Black-Winged Condor's attack. "How dare you!" Just when Muyunshu was about to be torn apart by Black-Winged Condor's claws, a wild explosion of energy erupted. A giant hand smacked at them like a crashing wave and transformed into an overwhelming mass of shadows. Bang! Black-Winged Condor was thrust back with a loud noise, and he could barely maintain his balance. Muyunshu was also swept back by the shockwave. He was forced back and vomited a mouthful of blood. Nonetheless, the injury didn't seem to bother him. He glared at Yifutian and Black-Winged Condor defiantly as though everything was part of his plan. Muyunshu was not stupid. He was well aware that Black-Winged Condor was a demon emperor and way out of his league. He didn't have the ability to kill Yifutian without any help. Knowing that Yifutian's reputation had spread to the upper nine heavens, Muyunshu had to set the Nanhai family against him to get rid of him by their hands. Despite his young age, Muyunshu was a devious and calculating person. "Kill this vile beast," Muyunshu ordered in a cold voice. The Sixth Order Renhuang, who intervened just now, darted a hesitant glance at Black-Winged Condor. However, he still raised his hand to attack since Muyunshu was injured by Black-Winged Condor. All of a sudden, a beam of blinding thunder light shot out like blazes. The Sixth Order Renhuang lifted his arm to defend himself when he saw the giant palm of Thunder God blasting at him from above. The giant palm was engraved with patterns of the Thunder God, and the dazzling divine light of the great path of thunder flooded the area. Crash! In an instant, the vast land was illuminated by the glaring light of thunder, and even the void was almost shattered and destroyed. When the two hands came into collision, the Sixth Order Renhuang wasn't blown away by the blast. Instead, he was struck by lightning. His badly charred body shivered while falling from the sky, and even his hair all stood on end. It was such a ghastly scene. Beigong Ao retreated to his original place behind Yifutian and the others. He showed some mercy in his strike and didn't take the Sixth Order Renhuang's life right away. After all, he didn't know what Yifutian intended to do. In the meantime, he had to fight back with a solid blow to demonstrate their strength when they were under attack. "How dare you assault cultivators from the Nanhai family? You have some nerve!" Muyunshu roared in anger. However, he didn't even dart a glance at the wounded Renhuang. Not only did he not care about his injury at all, but he was also hoping that he died on the spot. In that case, the Nanhai family would wage war against Yifutian straight away. Yifutian's brows knitted slightly. Muyunshu was an arrogant and nasty bully when he was living in the village. He even attempted to kill Tai Tu. Yifutian was sick to see him behaving in the same way still. Besides, Muyunshu was not an ignorant teenager anymore. Without a doubt, he was deliberately causing hostility between Yifutian and the Nanhai family. "Little bastard! Didn't your parents teach you some manners? Chen Yi also felt repugnance toward Muyun Shu. He had never seen such a vicious and impudent young man. Somehow, you're still so egotistical even without the protection of Four Corner Village. Just wait until I finish you off. I will grill that beast for dinner and kill the others slowly. Muyun Shu glanced over them and said, This woman is not bad looking. We can keep her a little longer to have some fun. Xia Qingyuan's expression changed upon hearing Muyun Shu's rude words. Her eyes became frosty and were filled with malice. Muyun Shu insulted and humiliated them one by one. Little bastard. Beigong Ao took a brief look at Yi Futian and stepped forward again. The thunder light engulfed the sky in the blink of an eye. However, another powerful Renhuang behind Muyun Shu also stepped up. He unleashed terrifying energy to shield Muyun Shu from the thunder light. A chilly breeze circled Yi Futian as he focused his icy and piercing gaze on Muyun Shu. In an instant, Muyun Shu felt like he was drowning in icy water without the ability to save himself. He uttered a terrified yelp. How dare you! The powerful cultivator from the Nanhai family walked over to Muyun Shu and blocked Yi Futian's gaze. As he raised his arm, millions of divine swords appeared in the sky above. Then, the divine swords plummeted when he made a downward gesture with his hand. They were transformed into a terrifying sword river and flooded the area. Blind Tai came forward in heavy and forceful steps. With a thundering boom, he raised his hand and blocked the path of the sword river. The swords made a series of sharp, whistling sounds and were halted midway down from the sky. Blind Tai's hand abruptly closed into a tight ball, and the sword river disintegrated and dissolved instantaneously. He turned to face Muyun Shu and the others. His blindness didn't stop him from expressing his deep-seated detestation of them. Muyun Shu, you're a disgrace to Four Corner Village. Blind Tai's stony and throaty voice reverberated throughout the area. The cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan had been watching quietly from the side. They knew that there had always been bad blood between the Muyun family and the rest of Four Corner Village. It seemed that the Nanhai family was bound to get involved as well. Although Muyun Shu was ready for a battle here and now, the Nanhai family was at a disadvantage at this moment since their key figures were not present. At this point, a burst of intense energy arrived on the scene. Everyone looked up in that direction and heard an arrogant voice. Since when can a blind imbecile comment on members of the Muyun family? Brother, they want to kill me? Muyun Shu recognized the voice and hurried to trump up a charge against his adversaries. The incoming person was indeed Muyun Lan, the most extraordinary cultivator of the Muyun family and the current son-in-law of the Nanhai family. A beautiful woman was by his side. With her gorgeous face, flawless skin, and effortless elegance, she looked like a goddess who could only be revered from afar. She was Nanhai Xianxia, the precious daughter of the Nanhai family and Muyun Lan's wife. The couple marched over in long strides. Everyone could feel their intimidating presence even before they came near the scene. Muyun Lan, in particular, radiated confidence and danger. His eyes glowed with golden light and his penetrating gaze riveted on Yi Futian and the others. More powerful cultivators from the Nanhai family were following Muyun Lan and Nanhai Xianxia. It was an impressive assembly. The domain chief's manor also summoned the Nanhai family to go to the Xianxia continent. They passed by the Zhongyuan continent and made a quick stop like everyone else, which led to everything that had happened so far. In a short while, Muyun Lan stopped in the sky above the crowd and looked down at Yi Futian and the others. Yi Futian stared back at him. Needless to say, Muyun Shu was trying to stir up trouble with his false accusation. Muyun Shu might be a young man, yet he was no less cunning than an experienced old fox. He deliberately drove a wedge between Yi Futian and the Nanhai family to instigate his elder brother Muyun Lan and the Nanhai family to kill Yi Futian. A lot of people who came from other groups were watching the drama unfold from far away. The cultivators from Four Corner Village and the ancient royal family of Duan were standing behind Yi Futian, who newly rose to fame, while Muyun Lan and the powerful Nanhai family from the upper third heaven were on the other side. Blind Tai, I don't want to make things difficult for you considering that we are both natives of Four Corner Village. Apologize to Muyun Shu and back off. I won't take your offense to heart. Muyunlan looked out on the crowd and declared in an overbearing tone. He commanded Blind Tai to apologize and pull back. Obviously, he was ready to take action against Yi Futian. Muyunlan, you have cultivated for too long in the outer realms. Since you have forgotten who you are and where you came from, there is no need for you to refer to the village incessantly. Muyunshu is a grown-up now. I let him off in the past because of his young age. But he only became more insolent. If you don't smack him and ask him to apologize today, it will leave me no choice but to teach him a lesson myself. Don't blame me for showing him no mercy. Blind Tai hurled back at Muyunlan. He stood upright in a dignified manner, not flinching at all. Muyunlan was a well-known cultivator, but so was Blind Tai. They were both 8th-order Renhuangs with the perfect great path. Apart from the master cultivators, other people could hardly be a match for either of them. Brother, this blind imbecile was extremely disrespectful to father and had a hand in pushing our family out of Four Corner Village. Since we ran into him here, we should kill him now, Muyunshu said bluntly. He was desperate to massacre everyone in cold blood. Muyunlan's face grew stern upon hearing Muyunshu's words. Golden divine light shone from the sky as he moved downward. Almost instantly, the entire area lay bathed in the glaring light. Blind Tai wasn't afraid at all. He stepped forward and struck back with overwhelming power. Although he couldn't see himself, he still looked like an invincible war god in other people's eyes. Sensing the battle intent emanating from Blind Tai, Muyunlan dashed up high into the sky. His golden gaze shot down below as he stared at Blind Tai and said, "If that is the case, then let me see how much you have improved since returning to the village." Bang! Blind Tai took a step forward, and his body shot up into the sky. He appeared right in front of Muyunlan. The two of them stood at opposite ends and stared at each other. In an instant, divine lights shone brightly, and the scene was terrifying. A dazzling, divine phenomenon appeared behind Muyunlan. A world seemed to form in the sky above him. A majestic golden-winged giant pung bird became the ruler of the world. It was the king of all demons as the surrounding demons prostrated before it. Everywhere the divine light of the golden-winged giant pung bird covered. Everything else appeared dim in comparison. Streaks of golden light flashed across the sky with unparalleled speed. In an instant, a shadow of the golden-winged giant pung bird had come very close to Blind Tai. Its golden claws ripped the space as it directly pounced onto Blind Tai. Its speed was so astonishing that nobody had time to react to it. Everything happened in a split second. Even though Blind Tai couldn't see anything, his senses were very sharp. A brilliant light pillar appeared and enveloped his body. The shadow of the golden-winged giant pung bird crashed into the light pillar, causing cracks to form. However, the shadow of the golden-winged giant pung bird couldn't break through the light pillar. Clearly, its attack was still lacking in power. Blind Tai took a step forward, and the shadow of the golden-winged giant pung bird shattered and turned to dust. A domineering divine might erupted from Blind Tai's body. Myriads of light pillars descended from the sky. Divine phenomenon similarly took shape behind Blind Tai. A towering war god stood unfazed, with a divine hammer in his hand. The war god shone as brightly as the heavens and earth and emanated a menacing aura. Amidst the divine phenomenon, countless illusory figures of Blind Tai could be seen. Each illusory figure radiated a golden halo and held a divine hammer. In this part of the sky, Blind Tai was the absolute ruler. Right at this moment, a long cry could be heard. The body of the golden-winged giant pung bird expanded, and it became more than 100 zhang long. It was akin to a divine bird, which shielded the endless space under its wings. When the crowd raised their heads and looked up, all they could see was the face of the golden-winged giant pung bird. The golden-winged giant pung bird flapped its wings, and immediately, countless golden, flowing lights were stirred up within the heavens and earth. Every streak of golden flowing light contained ferocious attacks that could slaughter dragons and phoenixes. The illusory figures of the golden-winged giant pung birds flooded the sky, and they charged toward Blind Tai all at once. The scene was spectacular. Blind Tai faced his opponent, and he raised his head slightly. Even though he couldn't see what was going on, an unparalleled divine halo burst forth from his body. His body seemed to have merged into one with the war god behind him as both of them were unleashing divine halos. Blind Tai lifted his arm high up, and the war god followed suit. He then swung his arm and smashed the divine hammer downwards. Instantly, the various golden illusions that appeared in the sky waved their divine hammers simultaneously. They brought their hammers down on the endless flowing light charging towards them. Dull rumbling sounds could be heard. Even though the battlefield was far away from them, the cultivators below still felt a suffocating pressure that was heavy beyond comparison. The sky above them was occupied by two powerful cultivators and had become a battlefield. In the sky above, the heavens and earth roared as their attacks clashed against each other. Endless flowing light destroyed and disintegrated everything around them. The space was frenziedly blown apart. A destructive storm was swept up, sweeping down below. It caused many Renhuangs to release the power of the Great Path to protect their bodies. Yifutian raised his head and looked up at the battlefield high in the sky. Both of them had inherited the divine techniques of Four Corner Village, the Golden Rock Heavenslayer technique, and the divine hammer of the Protector. Their cultivation levels were almost the same. Yifutian did not know who was stronger. Seeing the relentless attacks, Muyun Lan's expression seemed unchanged. His eyes were still calm and at ease as he extended his hand. In the sky above, countless beams of light shot out from the brilliant pattern. Each golden-winged giant pung bird seemed to become a golden, indestructible blade. As Muyun Lan waved his hand, the countless beams of light immediately shot forward. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Blind Tai's illusory figures still kept waving around the golden divine hammers. However, the endless beams of light kept shredding and shattering his illusions and continued to descend, charging towards Blind Tai. Blind Tai raised both his hands at the same time when he sensed this power. Countless divine halos instantly radiated from the figure of the deity. He waved the divine hammer and smashed it down on the space in front of him, suppressing this part of the space. Rumble. The divine hammer came crashing down. Almost everything was turned to dust. The endless golden light that the golden-winged giant pung birds became was also destroyed. The relentless power immediately crashed towards where Muyun Lan was. Muyun Lan flapped the divine wings on his back. He instantly became a light beam that shot up further into the sky, disappearing from his original spot. The sky trembled violently. An astonishing wave spread out. However, Muyun Lan's figure had already disappeared. He appeared high in the sky. Covered in divine halos, he was still peering down at Blind Tai below. From their clash just now, Muyun Lan understood that it was practically impossible to deal with Blind Tai with simple attacks. His opponent's ability had not deteriorated, and he was still mighty. This was expected from a cultivator who, like him, had inherited a divine technique and left the village before. A vast aura exploded from Muyun Lan. It seemed as though beams of divine halos were shooting out from afar. The divine halos enveloped the endless space and formed his domain of the Great Path. The scene from the picture of the domineering golden pung bird seemed to manifest in the real world. Beams of light descended, and cracks appeared in the sky. The space was ripped apart, and a part of the space was shattered. Buzz. Golden divine wings spread out and blocked out the sun. With a long screech, Muyun Lan's figure dashed up into the sky. He immediately became part of it, becoming a divine golden-winged giant pung bird. This golden-winged giant pung bird had the face of a man but the body of a bird. Its wings blocked out the sky, and its gaze pierced the space as it stared down at Blind Tai. Only now did Muyun Lan truly reveal his full might. Frenzy gales tore apart the space as the gigantic golden-winged giant pung bird flapped its wings and traversed across the sky. Immediately, countless cracks of the Great Path appeared in the space. The bird flew at Blind Tai with a frightening momentum. If the bird hit him, his body would most likely be destroyed. It is the Golden Rock Heavenslayer technique, Yifutian thought to himself as he looked at the battle above. When faced with this kind of art of supreme attack, Aside from some giant figures, very few men could withstand it. Blind Tai also felt threatened. His body merged with the body of the war god as he transformed into a real war god. He extended his arm, and endless divine halos gathered, forming the divine hammer of the protector. Streaks of divine halos draped on his body from the heavens above. He emanated a steadfast power. This power grew gradually stronger, as though the might of heaven was coalescing in his body. Rumble. When the war god raised his arms to swing the divine hammer, an intense rumble reverberated in the sky. The great path of the heavens seemed to be crumbling frenziedly. All the attacks that were aimed at the war god would be destroyed. No power of the great path would come close to his body. The divine hammer of the protector could suppress all chaos in a divine nation. It was an absolute, unparalleled power. Could also crush the sky. The illusory figure of the war god, transformed by Blind Tai, radiated colorful lights as he lifted the divine hammer with both his arms. In the sky, another gigantic illusory figure of a deity appeared. The deity seemed to be lending its power to Blind Tai so that the latter could swing this destructive hammer. Rumble. In the sky above, the great path crumbled as cracks appeared in the space. It was the shattering of the domain of the great path. The divine hammer, with its unparalleled power, was swung forcefully towards the golden-winged giant Pung bird. The might of the divine hammer enveloped the entire space. It was impossible for the giant Pung bird to escape. At this very moment, even Muyun Lan could not take the blow head-on and needed to evade the hammer. With speed as fast as lightning, the golden-winged giant Pung bird shifted and changed course, ripping the space apart as it charged towards the war god. However, Blind Tai's divine hammer actually swiftly made a turn and chased after its opponent, leaving behind afterimages. A thundering rumble sounded as the divine hammer and the golden-winged giant Pung bird crisscrossed in the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, the gale stirred up by the divine hammer pushed the golden-winged giant Pung bird backward. At the same time, a menacing heaven-slaying light slashed downwards and left a mark on the body of the war god. Gales howled unrestrained in the sky above. This part of the sky had transformed into the illusory figure of the golden-winged giant Pung bird, and countless heaven-slaying lights materialized. At the same time, Muyun Lan's body turned into a beam of light and traversed across space. Blind Tai could not see all of this, but he still waved the divine hammer around solemnly. Around him, it was as though various illusions appeared. When he swung the divine hammer of the protector, the heavens and the earth rumbled, and a vast power pressed down on this part of the sky. When both of them clashed again, the crowd below felt as though a golden-winged giant Pung bird demon god and a war god were fighting. Both of them unleashed attacks that contained unparalleled power. The golden-winged giant Pung bird had peerless speed while Blind Tai had immovable strength. Yi Futian observed the battlefield and knew that it was practically impossible for Muyun Lan to shake Blind Tai. Although Blind Tai could not see, he became even calmer and sturdier. He stood there like an immovable deity. His cultivation plane was also slightly higher than that of Muyun Lan. "I never imagined that he would be so powerful," commented Duan Xiong, somewhat surprised. Back then, he had heard of Blind Tai when Blind Tai was in the outside world. Later on, Blind Tai was blinded by others and returned to the village. Now that he had emerged again, he was even more frightening than before. Blind Tai had stayed in the village for many years. He had always been smithing. Although he did not rely on his cultivation, his technique was much more powerful. His divine hammer of the protector was even more refined and flawless. When Muyun Shu saw that his elder brother could not take down Blind Tai, his expression changed slightly. This blind man had never revealed his abilities in the village. Many people believed that he had already been crippled and could no longer cultivate. They never imagined that he was actually still so incredible and had even grown more powerful. "Elder sister-in-law, can you help me kill him?" Muyun Shu asked Nanhai Qianxue, who was beside him. Nanhai Qianxue was also a prominent and renowned figure. She was the proud daughter of heaven of the Nanhai family. Her abilities were extraordinary. She had a flawless great path and had already reached 7th tier cultivation. Now, with Muyunlan and Muyunshu, the future of the Nanhai family was glorious. It was highly likely that various giant-level figures would be born. Adding on the fact that Nanhai family was originally from the upper third heaven and had powerful abilities, they might even ascend to the peak of the Xianxia domain and become the strongest force. Nanhai Qianxua's beautiful eyes swept toward Yi Futian. This was a man well known in the region who achieved his notoriety in Four Corner Village and made considerable waves at the ancient royal family of Duan. Of course, the Nanhai family was not an entity with whom the ancient royal family of Duan could hope to be compared, one that was turning out many impressive figures in their younger generation. Naturally, she didn't think that a Renhunag of Fifth Realm could be compared with her. However, she felt a sense of threat from the person next to Yi Futian, and it was Fang Huan. He was also a cultivator from Four Corner Village. He stood quietly beside Yi Futian, but a slight pressure could be felt around him, especially when Muyunshu asked her to attack Yi Futian. This man raised his eyes to look at her, and she was instantly alarmed. She thought that Fang Huan, who was previously taken prisoner by the ancient royal family of Duan, was pressured by them to exchange the divine techniques for his freedom. This man had made quite a name for himself after leaving Four Corner Village. His name was known even in the upper ninth heaven. For some unknown reason, he was involved in a confrontation with the Duan family and was taken prisoner. However, the two parties had now become allies rather than enemies, and this cultivator from the Four Corner Village was probably the one who could threaten her existence. Older sister need not trouble to take action. A voice was heard as a man walked out from behind them. It was Nanhai Qing, who had been to Four Corner Village. When he first entered Four Corner Village, he was full of youthful hubris. He wanted to join forces with the Muyun family to take over the village and procure an ally for the Nanhai family. Instead, he was publicly humiliated by Blind Tai. Previously, he had been standing quietly behind because Blind Tai was there, and he was too embarrassed to make his presence known. Now that Muyunlan was busy dealing with Blind Tai, he would deal with Yi Futian himself. Nanhai Qing stepped out, and Nanhai Qianxua did not stop him. In their generation, she and Nanhai Qing were the two most outstanding figures. A wild aura erupted from Nanhai Qing. Suddenly, this space seemed to be filled with terrifying invisible giant waves, causing the black wind condor and Xia Qingyuan to retreat involuntarily. Just the pressure of the great path alone felt hard to resist. He took a step forward, and suddenly a heavy and coercive might swept out, slapping towards Yi Futian and the others. Duan Qiong remained calm, observing all this quietly. He knew very well that Nanhai Qing was the genius talent of the Nanhai family. But he had witnessed Yi Futian's battle with the ancient royal family of Duan. He thought it would be hard for anyone to best Yi Futian, so he had strong confidence in Yi Futian that Nanhai Qing would not likely win. Perhaps if Nanhai Qianxua got personally involved, there was a chance. Yi Futian's glance swept over Nanhai Qing, then landed on Muyunshu, who was behind him, with an icy expression in his eyes. His patience with Muyunshu had reached its limit. If it weren't because the Nanhai family was behind him, he would have already killed the guy. But even if he couldn't kill him now, Yi Futian would never let him off the hook. Extending his hand, a spear suddenly appeared in his palm. An extremely wild aura swept out in an instant with overwhelming fight intent. Yi Futian was surrounded by divine light, and the aura of the great path was escalating madly. What's more terrifying was that a trace of demonic breath was released from him as the peacock divine light surrounded him. His temperament had become wickedly enchanting, and those wicked eyes of his made Muyunshu feel very uncomfortable. A faint sense of terror was born in his heart as he felt Yi Futian's murderous intent aiming at him. With his brows tightly knitted, he squinted his eyes as he stared at Yi Futian with extreme sharpness, an unbridled look still on his face. Ha! At this moment, Nanhai Qing frowned. The peacock divine glory was extremely radiant, and the sky was instantly filled with its glow. A tremendous, vigorous aura of life erupted from Yi Futian. At this moment, the aura that came from Yi Futian was no less than him, a Rahuang of the sixth realm with perfect great path. Many cultivators around them focused their attention on Yi Futian, and all of them felt the aura that permeated from him. Just how strong was this cultivator who rose from Four Corner Village? Today's battle with Nan Haiqing would be enough to attest his true prowess. Nan Haiqing clearly felt Yifutian's power and did not dare to hold Yifutian in contempt any longer. Behind him, ancient seals in the shape of squares continued flying out, and each of them seemed to contain terrible power, with characters engraved upon them. Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of square ancient seals flew out, covering the sky and sheltering the sun. Above this ancient seal, rays of divine light were deployed at the same time. Heavy and majestic power swept out. Its aura annihilated all existence, and everything that stood in its way was pulverized and destroyed. When Yifutian saw this, the same terrible divine light came from his body as well. When the wings of the peacock opened, the destructive divine light, like lightning, collided with the light of the ancient seals so that they collapsed and shattered in the void. "Is that the light of the demon god?" someone asked in shock. "I heard that he robbed the opportunity of the domain chief's manor when he was in Donghua domain and inherited the power of the peacock demon god. Now, the divine light of the Great Path was not any inferior to the light from the mark of the earth unleashed by Nan Haiqing when the two collided." People were discussing amongst themselves. The mark of the earth was one of the specialties of the Nanhai family. It was rumored that the ancestors of the Nanhai family had obtained a divine item once upon a time, through which they cultivated the mark of the earth and the hand of God. Alone, the power of each was infinite. Using together, the combination was unequivocally unparalleled. The Nanhai family had used them to dominate the area and became one of the top 3 transcendent forces in the Xianxia domain. The divine light emitted by the mark of the earth continued to overlap, seemingly without end. It seemed that countless divine seals were running through the void, aiming at Yifutian, covering all the space where Yifutian was at. All the rest of the cultivators except Yifutian had retreated to avoid being affecting. The peacock's divine wings trembled slightly as the divine light emitted frantically, running through the overlapping illusions of the divine seals. Nan Haiqing's hands gathered to form another seal, and a phantom of 1,000 hands suddenly appeared behind him, as if these countless hands materialized from the ether. Above, hundreds of thousands of mark of the earth condensed and permeated the area with an unparalleled sense of heaviness. Yifutian felt a heavy pressure had descended upon this corner of the sky. Buzz! Yifutian stepped out suddenly and didn't wait for Nan Haiqing to attack. He acted first as his entire person turned into a streamer of light, ignoring the space between them. With his majestic fight intent, he pierced the spear straight forward. All the seals were shattered in its path. Thousands of phantom spears appeared as a straight light in the void. Boom! An incomparable pressure of the great path crushed this corner of the sky. Nan Haiqing slapped his palm forward, and it turned into a gigantic handprint that covering the sky. On the handprint was a character of the great path that shot out brilliant divine light, destroying all existence beneath the sky. His power was astounding. But at this moment, Yifutian's spear arrived, and it blasted directly on that boundless giant handprint. Boom! 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 An unparalleled brilliance erupted from the long spear, and the crowd saw rays of divine light rushed into the great handprint and filled every crevice inside the handprint. A crystal-clear crunching sound was heard, and they saw those lights turned into cracks. Everyone found to their shock that the terrifying giant handprint broke apart madly. Then came a loud bang as it collapsed and shattered in the void. The spear continued its forward movement and pierced straight toward Nan Haiqing. Numerous ancient seals behind Nan Haiqing gathered to form a massive divine seal that blocked him. Accompanied by a loud noise, the spear did not manage to tear it apart, but it could knock Nan Haiqing outward. How strong! Everyone trembled inside when they watched the demonically handsome young man with his silver hair dancing in the wind. Nan Haiqing was a Renhuang of the 6th realm with perfect great path, and he was repelled by a single spear strike. The force was able to break all kinds of contraptions, and this one strike contained awesome might. SSST. The divine light of the peacock bloomed and was shining brilliantly. Yifutian seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious demonic light. The divine brilliance that bloomed from him seemed capable of penetrating the shredded space. He glanced at Muyun Shu and continued moving forward with incredible speed. At this moment, a figure stepped into the void. This figure was incomparably graceful, like a goddess. She raised her hand and waved. Suddenly a sight appeared, similar to the one when Nan Haiqing attacked. Infinite seals appeared suspended in the air as if directly destroy the space Yifutian was in, imprisoning him. Yifutian didn't seem to see it as his body accelerated with increased forward speed, almost to the extreme. Nan Haiqian frowned and saw the seals of the heavens gather together at a terrifying speed, suddenly turning into an infinite and boundless mark of the earth. The coercion erupted from this divine seal slowed Yifutian's speed. Those characters lit up simultaneously as Yifutian's spear pierced upon the massive mark of the earth. This time, he could not break it open, as if the mark in front of him was indestructible. Buzz! The divine light shining on the mark of the earth was spinning, turning into a giant imprint that spun towards Yifutian. Suddenly, Yifutian felt the spear in his hand trembling wildly. If it were not a truly excellent divine item, it would probably have shattered a long time ago. Boom! Yifutian's body was repelled backward into the distance with a loud bang as he floated in the air, his eyes fixed on the divine seal in front of him. "I'll deal with him," a voice was heard. Fang Huan walked past Yifutian and headed towards Nanhai Chenxue, who was a Renhunag of the 7th realm with perfect great path. Same as him. For her to attack someone like Yifutian, who was in the 5th realm, was just unfair. Yifutian did not refuse Fang Huan's offer. He saw him take a step forward towards Nanhai Chenxue. The shadow of many arms appeared behind Nanhai Chenxue, and she appeared as a goddess of 1,000 hands. Divine seals now gathered together and turned into a massive mark of the earth. Her palms slammed forward, and everything in front of her was about to be shattered and destroyed. However, brilliant divine light shot out from Fang Huan's body, turning into miniature world. The terrifying attack of the Great Path blasted at him but was unable to get to him. Yifutian glanced at the battlefield yonder and surmised that Fang Huan should have no problem dealing with Nanhai Chenxue. At the very least, he wouldn't lose quickly. Although his opponent was the proud daughter of the Nanhai family, Fang Huan was equally well known after leaving Four Corner Village and had created quite a reputation for himself. Moreover, he inherited the divine technique after he returned, and his strength had become even stronger. As his eyes turned in another direction, Yifutian looked at someone in the distance. It was Muyun Shu. As if he had sensed the gaze from Yifutian, Muyun Shu felt a chill run up and down his spine. He involuntarily took a step back. Yifutian took a step towards him. Now that Muyun Lan and Nanhai Chenxue were both occupied with their own opponents, Nanhai Qing could do nothing to him and had been defeated. Indeed, Muyun Shu should feel afraid. The surrounding crowd expressed a look of surprise when they saw what was happening. The cultivators from the Nanhai family were subtly being suppressed. Although there weren't many that came from Four Corner Village, they were all elites among the elites. Muyun Lan and Nanhai Chenxue were well known throughout the Xianxia domain. But these two major characters were both stymied. Blind Tai and Fang Huan were fighting one of them, and Nanhai Qing was repulsed outright by one spear strike. "Little beast, are you afraid?" Behind Yifutian, Chani smiled as he looked at Muyun Shu. None of the people with Yifutian were pleased about Muyun Shu. This boy was quite recalcitrant in his personality, cruel and unruly, with a strong air of defiance and hostility. He cared for no one and intended to kill them using the Nanhai family. This kind of person with stronger cultivation could do more harm. If it were up to them, they would have ended him right there and then. However, they understood that killing Muyun Shu would be a difficult task. He had the Nanhai family at his back, so killing Muyun Shu would be equivalent to declaring war with the entire Nanhai family, which would put them at a disadvantage. There were so many powerful characters from Four Corner Village, and the four major disciples of Yifutian would undoubtedly grow up to be extraordinary figures. Now was the time to keep a low profile and wait for the opportune time. They needed time to allow Four Corner Village to continue to grow. Even if they wouldn't kill him, they had to teach him a lesson. Seeing a few people coming in his direction, Muyun Shu's eyes were full of cold murderous intent. He said to those behind him, "Stop them." A cultivator of the ninth realm from the Nanhai family took a step forward, and Nanhai Qing blocked them in the front with his eyes focused on Yifutian. Rays of the peacock divine light unleashed in straight lines, stabbing toward the two. Yifutian, holding a spear, stepping into the void. Suddenly, the sky and the earth roared, and a heaviness descended. It was as if all the stars in heaven were to crush this corner of the sky. Yifutian himself turned into a stream of light that moved straight forward. All the crowd saw was an infinitely gigantic peacock demon god that bloomed with great brilliance, and everything that was touched by it was pulverized. "Let's move together," Nanhai Qing said, intending to join forces with that cultivator of the ninth realm. An equally powerful aura also emerged from him. However, just then, he felt a sting in his eyes as that brilliant light seemed to have blinded him so that he could not open them. His expression suddenly changed with the shock when he saw that a light was coming straight at him, accompanied by a mocking voice saying, "Get out of the way!" Nanhai Qing made a roar, and an incomparable divine brilliance burst out of the mark of the earth and violently struck forward. However, rays of light appeared, and there seemed to be divine swords hidden in the light. The swords of light. Bang, bang, bang. The swords of light fell and pierced the many characters upon the mark of the earth, directly obliterating its light and passing through it little by little until the strong light pierced the void with a roar. The mark of the earth collapsed and shattered. Nanhai Qing was knocked back yet again. However, the bright light remained moving at an unfathomable speed. It was the way of light, and its speed was unparalleled. "Get away!" Nanhai Qing yelled, and the divine wheel of the great path appeared behind him. It was as if it was a divine seal itself, releasing an extremely radiant divine glory. A light screen of divine seal appeared in front of him to block the attacks. As the sword fell, it caused the light screen to tear and shatter, and the two looked at each other face to face. Nanhai Qing's expression was as gloomy as could be. He stared at the figure on the other side of the light screen and saw cracks continuously appearing on the light screen of the divine seal. "Who can you stop?" Chun-Yi unleashed a slap, and the light screen shattered instantly. Nanhai Qing flew out again. His face paled. In a single day he had been defeated twice. He claimed to be a man at the top of his power and was one of the top enchanting members of the Nanhai family. However, he was repeatedly humiliated and defeated time and time again. A cultivator that he hadn't seen and hadn't even heard of before had knocked him back with a sword strike. He was someone who was an expert at the way of light. This man was an unknown entity. He didn't even know who this man was. But a person like this was able to defeat him. Sixth realm with perfect great path, and the swordsmanship is the way of light. Everyone was greatly disturbed when they saw the man covered by those dazzling lights. Who were these people from Four Corner Village? Was any random person as powerful as this? Even the people from the ancient royal family of Duan were speechless when they saw this. Even Duan Qiong and Duan Yi were stunned. Chun-Yi was someone they had been in contact with before. He was laid back, and neither his appearance nor temperament were too outstanding. He had not been conspicuous among the crowd. They never expected him to be so strong. Now Duan Qiong thought, Yifutian aside, "Can I deal with Chun-Yi?" Outsiders aside, even Yifutian couldn't really see through Chun-Yi. This guy had always been relatively casual, following him around without any ulterior motive. He lost to Yifutian at Donghua Banquet, but later, Yifutian found out that Chun-Yi had not exerted his full strength in the fight. He had kept his true strength hidden. These past few years, Chun-Yi had not exhibited anything extraordinary, just quietly cultivating. When he entered the Renhuang sixth realm, he was not particularly joy, treating it as just another day. Even Yifutian had no idea what it was that Chun-Yi wanted. Or was it really, as he occasionally joked, that he just wanted to stay around someone who could beat him so that he had more motivation to cultivate? However, Chun-Yi did not seem to harbor any bad intentions and had no ulterior motive. If it were not Chun-Yi who let him escape, Ning Hua would have already caught up with him, so he didn't bother to ask any questions. Everyone had their own private thoughts and things that they didn't want to talk about. If Chun-Yi didn't want to talk about it, he would not ask him either. But at this moment, Yifutian had no time to think about any of this. As soon as Chen Yi made his move, so did he. The war godlike spear with the divine glory of the peacock lanced at that Renhuang of the ninth realm without any hesitation. Yifutian repelled him with a single strike. With a flash of his body, he went straight towards Muyun Shu. There are still some Renhuang in Nanhai family who wanted to step in to stop them. But when Yifutian's spear pointed at them, it was enough to stop them dead in their tracks. Who among them could withstand a strike from him? Muyun Shu immediately turned around to escape, but a loud rustling sound was heard as the vines from the ancient tree wrapped tightly around his body. The divine glory shone upon Muyun Shu, summoning the golden-winged rock to break him free, but he was bound tightly. The vines twirled towards Yifutian, delivering Muyun Shu in front of Yifutian. "How dare you touch me?" Muyun Shu stared at Yifutian icily, still full of unbridled arrogance. Yifutian raised his hand and waved. A giant handprint appeared in the void and went directly towards Muyun Shu. Bang! This giant handprint directly landed on Muyun Shu's face. With a scream, he spat out blood and a few teeth. A palm print was clearly visible on his face, already swollen. Turning around, Muyun Shu stared at Yifutian. His eyes were icy as if he came from hell. "I will definitely make you beg for death," Muyun Shu said coldly. Bang! Another giant handprint was thrown at him before he could finish his threats. Muyun Shu was looking quite disheveled. Bang, bang, bang. A series of slaps were thrown out in succession, and Muyun Shu was dumbfounded. With his head throbbing in pain and his spiritual soul shook, he became a little confused. Yifutian glanced at him. His eyes pierced directly into Muyun Shu's mind, and he took him into a terrifyingly fantastical space. He was tied to a blood-colored stone tablet in this space, with sharp blades in front of him, piercing on his body, trying to nail him there. "No?" Muyun Shu had a bewildered and frantic look on his face at the moment, as he struggled and snarled in panic. "Kneel!" A godlike voice sounded in his head. At this moment, Muyun Shu dared not struggle but knelt in the air and pleaded, "Let me go!" He was afraid now. In this space of illusion, Yifutian seemed to really want him dead. Stuck between states of sanity and insanity, he suddenly had a strong desire to live. When Yifutian saw this, he withdrew his sight, and the vines that seemed to bind Muyun Shu disappeared. He fell to the ground. He knelt on the ground, his body trembling non-stop. He opened his eyes and became more lucid. His body trembled even more violently when he saw what was in front of him. No, it couldn't possibly be. Was this him, Muyun Shu? Lifting his head, he saw Yifutian standing in the air looking down at him, with eyes full of contempt. At this moment, Muyun Shu felt his heart twist, and he was in extreme pain. Bang! In the void, a figure descended from the ether. It was Muyun Lan. He landed directly next to Muyun Shu. At the same time, Blind Tai also returned behind Yifutian. In their battle, Muyun Lan realized that he couldn't overpower Blind Tai. After returning to the village as a blind man, he seemed even stronger than before, be it in perception, attack, or reaction speed. He couldn't see with his eyes, but he was more terrifying than when he could see. Muyun Lan lowered his head to look at Muyun Shu, who was beside him. His eyes were icy and gloomy. He left when Muyun Shu was still very young, so he almost had never seen him since. He and his younger brother communicated entirely through transmissions. As the absent elder brother, he thought he had not done much for him, so he doted on him and indulged his whims. But at this moment, Muyun Shu was being treated thusly. Older brother. Muyun Shu's eyes were glowing with blood as he regarded Muyun Lan. Those eyes made Muyun Lan feel enraged. Nanhai Xianxia also stopped fighting immediately and came to his side. Seeing Muyun Lan's expression, she knew just how badly he was feeling at this moment. "Get up." Muyun Lan helped Muyun Shu up, then handed him over to the care of the Nanhai family. He raised his head to look at Yifutian, his eyes filled with terrible murderous intent, not just toward Yifutian, but to all the cultivators from Four Corner Village. This was not the case before because, after all, he was a cultivator from the village. Even if Four Corner Village did not want him and he lost in the fight, he still cared about their history together. However, his own feelings aside, the people in Four Corner Village did not seem to care about the past as much as he did. Everyone was following Yi Futian's lead and even abused his brother. In his eyes, Muyunshu was nothing more than a teenager. He looked at Yi Futian, Blind Tai, and the others. He said, "From today onward, I, Muyunlan, am done with Four Corner Village." Blind Tai, Feng Huan, and the others were moved slightly when they heard his words, but they did not have too much emotion. The Muyun family was expelled from Four Corner Village because of their own doings. The Muyun family was too ambitious and wanted to take control of the village and even entertain the possibility of joining forces with the Nanhai family, which was tantamount to betrayal. Muyunshu was more akin to a jackal. Perhaps the people in Four Corner Village didn't resent Muyunlan so much. But as for Muyunshu, even people like Blind Tai wanted him dead. This little beast was not worth calling a human being. Therefore, the positions of both sides were destined. They could ever only stand on the opposite side as enemies. Buzz! An extremely radiant golden divine glory flashed and was gone. A shadow of a golden-winged rock appeared in the void, rushing directly at Yi Futian. At this moment, Yi Futian sensed that a terrifyingly sharp aura covered him. "Be careful." Blind Tai's reaction was incredibly fast, and he appeared in front of Yi Futian in an instant. He raised his hand and a hammer strike came down. The gigantic divine hammer and the terrifying incoming golden-winged rock converged. With a loud bang, the body of the golden-winged rock shattered, but a gust of wind was set off between heaven and earth. Muyunlan did not continue to attack. He knew that they had lost in this confrontation. Although there were still those in the Nanhai family who had not taken action, it was of little use. Apart from him and Nanhai Xianxia, no one else could decide the outcome of the battle. What was more, the Renhuang of the Duan family had been watching from the sidelines. If they fought desperately at all costs, Muyunshu and the others could not afford such a price either. Therefore, his gaze swept toward Yi Futian. There was an undisguised murderous intent in his eyes. But he turned around, walked towards the direction of the relic in front of him, and said, "You guys stay and take care of little Shu. The others will come with me." After that, he went straight inside. He knew that Yi Futian and the others would not touch Muyunshu anymore. If they had wanted to kill him, they would have done it before. Yi Futian didn't dare. Many people were watching all this taking place. They didn't expect that the cultivators of the Nanhai family would be at a disadvantage, suppressed by Yi Futian. They asked for a truce, and Muyunshu was brutally humiliated. If it weren't for Yi Futian's concern about Nanhai family, they probably would have already killed Muyunshu on the spot. It would seem that this enchanting young talent still had a long way to go and had no capital to be as unruly as he had been. "Let's go take a look, too." Duan Qiong walked up and said in a low voice. Yi Futian nodded and headed inside as well. Previously, a beam of light had sailed across the firmament from the relic and was seen from far away. It would indicate that something had been discovered, possibly relics that had not been plundered. Now that the turmoil here had been settled temporarily, they ought to check it out. The cultivators from Nanhai family and Muyunlan had also entered, and they must have discovered something. Moreover, there were many other cultivators in the relic, and none of them had not come out yet. Yi Futian and the others walked directly into the relic and felt that they had stepped into the ruins of a magnificent ancient city. Many dilapidated buildings were thousands of meters high and awe-inspiring. There must have been many splendid and ancient buildings in their heyday, but now they lay in ruins. As they continued walking forward, an invisible coercion gradually spread out in front of them. Before they got any closer, they could feel its transcendent power. Yi Futian revealed a trace of surprise. The relic had been plundered throughout generations and should have already been depleted by all the lootings. All that could be taken had already been taken away. Now, after so many years, could there still be opportunities of the Great Path? So why hadn't it been discovered before? Yi Futian didn't think too much. They sensed the aura as they continued moving forward. It didn't take long for them to feel that they had entered the world of another space as if a wave of invisible power swept toward them. Be careful. This force is powerful. Blind Tai couldn't see the situation outside clearly, so he reminded Yifutian as the situation here seemed a bit complicated. Yifutian nodded. He had felt this power seemed to become stronger as they moved further along until Yifutian and the others came to the place where the dazzling divine light originated. They stopped and watched the scene ahead in shock. Not just them, but many people in this area had no time to even pay attention to the violent battles taking place outside, loitering in this space instead. In the front, what seemed to be the central area of the relic, there were 4 incredibly massive stone pillars surrounded the area. These 4 stone pillars were hefty and were far apart, surrounding a particular area. Terrifying brilliance dazzled in that area, and the 4 stone pillars were also bursting with dazzling light. This is an independent space, Yifutian murmured. Yes, a small world. It is self-contained, Blind Tai said. Besides the Nanhai family, there were other cultivators from other major principalities. All of them were focusing their attention to the front, their expression solemn, waiting with their guard up. Not long ago, someone tried to rush in by force and was slaughtered without a trace. The Zongyuan continent was plundered long ago. Why are there any relics appearing now? Said Duan Xiong from the ancient royal family of Duan. He looked at the people around them and thought that these people should know how this relic appeared. Because a word was solved. At this moment, someone raised his head and spoke to Duan Xiong, who was in the void. Solved a word. Yifutian looked at the speaker. Yes, one word. The man nodded and continued. One word contained an entire world. All these wonders are here because of the emergence of one word that materialized what we see before us now. Yifutian felt unsettled when he heard the man's words. On the way over, he had heard from Duan Xiong, and the others talked about how terrifying the former master of Zongyuan continent was. Now, he was hearing that the wonderment in front of them was nothing but a word. Previously, someone had discovered the word boundary in the ruins of the relic. After trying to communicate with it, the ancient word was cracked. Then, when the word disappeared, what is in front of us appeared. This world was hidden in the word boundary. A world hidden in one word. Yifutian's heart was quite stricken with this knowledge. Yifutian and the other martial artists looked ahead. Within the 4 pillars that surrounded that space, they could roughly make out a magnificent sight. It was like an incomparably luxurious ancient palace, and it looked majestic. The word world sealed a little world within it, and this little world was very likely to have something to do with the previous owner of this place, or it could even have been left behind by the previous owner back then. Yifutian wasn't the only one who thought this way. Everyone else thought the same way too. However, the 4 pillars that had seemingly formed a terrifying seal around the little world had made it impossible for all the cultivators to step in. Otherwise, all of them wouldn't have been waiting here for so long and would have gone in a long time ago. Wung, a Ren Huang who came later tried, and an illusionary shadow created by divine consciousness flew straight towards the pillars of light in front. But once it came close to the pillars of light, it began to bend, and after it entered the area surrounded by the pillars, the shadow created by divine consciousness was bent so badly that it shattered. The shadow ceased to exist, which made that Ren Huang let out a muffled cry, and he looked a little embarrassed. The great path here is not compatible with ours. If we try to enter by force, we will be destroyed, and our spiritual souls will also fall apart and turn to dust. We can't go at all, that Ren Huang said in a slightly low voice. For many years, nobody had discovered anything on this continent, but their trip this time gave them a pleasant surprise. They had found this hidden little world, which could be hiding a huge secret. It might have even been left behind by the deities who once occupied this place. But now they were all blocked from entering it, and none of them liked this feeling of being stuck outside very much. Yifutian's gaze became extremely frightening and deepened greatly as he looked fixedly in front. He noticed that the space surrounded by the pillars was completely different from the world outside the pillars. It was as if this space was a void. If it didn't have a barrier around it that forbade anyone from entering it, most people probably couldn't even see that this space existed. This made his heart suddenly start palpitating because he had discovered an extraordinary phenomenon. The way this space existed was very similar to a place he had been to before. Four Corner Village. Back then, the space occupied by Four Corner Village was also impossible for ordinary people to see since it was an illusionary space. Only certain people on the day of sacrificial rites were able to see it and enter it. These people were all people with great fates, and to Yi Futian this so-called fate was really an ability to perceive. It was one's ability to perceive the path that was incompatible with this world. Such a discovery made Yi Futian recall many things. It seemed as though the legendary people of the past lived in a different world from the world he lived in today. That year, the heavenly path collapsed and the world went through a major change, and that's how there was now a difference between this world and the original realm. Was there a link between the relics that the ones before him had left behind and the original realm? But of course, the real reason why Yi Futian's heart was palpitating was not any of these. It was his spirit. This spirit was a world tree, so it was able to develop a connection with divine items from the past, and it could even help him absorb from the land of demons and swallow the hearts of demons. This enabled him to overlap the two spaces of the Four Corner Village, which made it truly frightening. But what did all of this really mean? What exactly was a world tree? Was it really just a spirit that had been passed on? After cultivating to his current level, the things that Yi Futian understood could no longer be compared to what he understood in the past. Cultivators who had reached the Renhuang level could already remodel and change their own spirits. As their cultivation level increased, they could make their own divine wheel of the Great Path go through a complete transformation, which in turn influenced and changed their spirit. As it continued to evolve and be passed on, a real divine item could change one's fate against heaven's will, and so, it was only natural that the spirit could also be changed. He couldn't help but wonder if this world tree spirit was as simple as what he had inherited. It seemed like yet another opportunity to confirm his own spirit. This space here is a space of the Great Path that a legendary character of the past has left behind, and it is incompatible with the Great Path of space we have right now. This little world could be said to be a different world. Just then, someone spoke up as if he had also sensed something special about this space. The person who had spoken was Muyun Lan. He was a cultivator who had come from Four Corner Village and seemed to be more sensitive towards the aspect of cultivation. Also, his own cultivation level was very high, so he could sense that this space was different from the ordinary. This world here doesn't want outsiders to enter, so it has become a twisted and destructive space. So if one barges in by force, one would enter into a twisted Great Path of space, said Nanhai Xianxia as she looked at Muyun Lan. That's right. Muyun Lan nodded. If one can get in by force and can withstand this amount of force, then there's a chance you can go in. The other possibility is that those gifted in the cultivation of perfect grade Great Path of space might be compatible and enter this space. Perhaps I could give it a try, said Muyun Lan. His expression was grim as his eyes were fixed ahead. Nanhai Xianxia looked at him and said in a low voice, "It's too risky for you to do that." This was merely Muyun Lan's conjecture, and even though Muyun Lan's Great Path was perfect and could be compatible with the power from that space's Great Path, the space before them was left behind by someone great in the past. It would have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, so there was still a difference between the two. If Muyun Lan barged in like that, it would be very dangerous. Before this, I didn't try because I wanted to see it more clearly, but I think I'm quite sure now, and I'm 80% confident of this. Even if I fail, I don't think I'd be trapped either, given my level of cultivation, said Muyun Lan. He was determined to try barging in. Nanhai Xianxia knew Muyun Lan's temperament, and knew he was an extremely proud man. Since he wanted to try, then she wasn't going to be able to stop him. Be careful, said Nanhai Xianxia. Don't worry, Muyun Lan nodded. After that, the divine light on his body glowed brilliantly as he unleashed the power of the Great Path of space to its maximum. His entire body was glowing with the divine light, and the golden rock wings behind him spread out as if it was able to break through the void at any time. If there were any sign that he might be trapped, he would give up immediately. The others all turned towards Muyun Lan. This man was indeed a legendary character of their era, and his boldness and resolution were much higher than a normal person's. He actually wanted to barge in by force. They watched as Muyunlan walked towards the space surrounded by the pillars, flapped his wings, and entered the space. At that moment, they saw countless streams of lights flashing in the space as it enveloped his body. The rest of them watched Muyunlan with much anxiety. Would he be successful? The family members of the Nanhai family were the most anxious, especially Nanhai Xianxia. They saw that Muyunlan had run into some trouble inside, but he was still making progress. He seemed to have entered that space's dimension, and all the cultivators watching were surprised that they couldn't sense him anymore. His speed had slowed down as he moved along cautiously. Muyunlan seemed to be walking extremely slowly. Even though there was no sign of any great battle happening, many still felt like their hearts were in their mouth. Just then, they saw Muyunlan suddenly increase in speed as he rushed in like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, his body had entered the world surrounded by the pillars. Muyunlan's body seemed to become especially small as he stood inside. It was as if the measurement standards of the world inside were different from the world outside. In that case, even though this space didn't look very large from the outside, it might actually be huge once one got in. He's gone in. Many of them felt their hearts tremble. Muyunlan had been able to go in, but it was hard for the rest of them to do so. It was already rare to find a perfect grade Great Path cultivator in the first place, and someone who had perfected the Great Path of Space was even rarer. Even the top factions of power might not find many among themselves. Muyunlan has gone in. I suppose he will become enlightened again, said one of them. Just then, they saw another person walk forward, which caused a strange look to appear on many of their faces, especially on the cultivators from the Nanhai family. The person walking towards the front was none other than Yifutian. Nanhai Qing had a nasty look in his eyes. Did this fellow want to enter the space too? Even though his great path was perfect, it was still not easy to barge in. But he also hoped that Yifutian would give it a shot, and the best would be if he died inside as well. Yifutian, murmured someone softly. Would he be able to go in? It was probably going to be difficult and rather risky. But Yifutian stood before the pillars and released small amounts of aura towards the light in between the pillars. In no time, the power of his great path flowed continuously into the space and merged with the great path of space inside. After that, everyone looked on in shock as Yifutian walked right in without running into any obstruction. He just walked right through and into the space in the middle of the pillars. All the cultivators watching felt their eyes widen, and their mouths fell open. How was this even possible? How did Yifutian do this? Even though his great path was perfect, his cultivation level was low, and it was way off from Muyunlan's level. How did he manage to go in with such ease? Even Nanhai Qing, who had been hoping to watch Yifutian die a horrible death moments ago, suddenly kept that thought away as he witnessed with his own eyes how Yifutian had just walked right across this area and entered the space. Many of them felt that this was simply ridiculous. Never mind the rest of them. Even Duan Qiong stared with his eyes and mouth wide open as he watched Yifutian saunter into the space. That seemed a little too easy, didn't it? Even though Muyunlan had made it before Yifutian did, Muyunlan ran into some difficulties and seemed to have managed to enter the space after being very cautious. But Yifutian had just walked right in as if this space was no different from the outside world. This scene was challenging for anybody to explain. Even though this fellow is also gifted in Great Path of Space, he's made the process look a little too simple, said someone incredulously. Even I want to give it a shot now, grumbled another. Indeed, after watching Yifutian walk in so easily, many of them felt tempted to try. But it didn't take long for someone to learn his lesson. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he might have died on the spot. This really puzzled a lot of people. Why was Yifutian able to do this so easily? But they ended up nearly losing their lives from merely trying. Only the ones who were close to Yifutian thought this to be normal. They didn't look surprised at all, as if this was to be expected. He and Muyunlan have both gone in. Would the two of them end up fighting? Someone suddenly asked in a low voice. The others realized all of a sudden that Yifutian and Muyunlan had quite the feud, and they had gotten into a really violent fight outside not too long ago. And now Yifutian had gone in after Muyunlan. Wasn't he asking to get beaten up again? In the earlier fight, the Nanhai family and Muyunlan didn't gain the upper hand and were actually kept at bay, so Muyunlan might not actually dare to do anything to Yifutian. Otherwise, nobody knows what would happen in the outside world, replied another. Many of them agreed. Anybody who witnessed the fight outside earlier knew very well that Yifutian and the people of Four Corner Village had definitely gained the upper hand in that fight. If Muyunlan tried to kill Yifutian in there, nobody out here would be able to stop Blind Tai. Yifutian understood this very well too. After he entered the space, he felt like he had come to a completely different world. Looking in from outside and being inside this world itself gave him a very different feeling altogether. He now felt that he had truly come to a completely different space world. It was very real, and it was neither an elusive realm nor a void space. It was a place a legendary character of the past used for cultivation. All the buildings in this place were pure white and seemed to have been carved out of white jade. White jade pillars were tall enough to reach the sky as they held this place up and extended into the clouds. The beautiful sight before him gave him the feeling that he was now in a heavenly palace. Even the Donghua Palace of the Donghua Domain Chief's manor wasn't this majestic. This made Yifutian believe that this was a place where some godlike person must have cultivated. The ruler of the Zhongyuan continent possibly sealed off the place where he cultivated so that it would not be destroyed and would survive till today. A solemnness rose in his heart as Yifutian continued to walk ahead. But someone quietly stood in front of him and turned around to look at him. It was Muyunlan who had come in earlier. He didn't expect Yifutian to have come in after him. But even though he saw that Yifutian had made it in here, there was no dramatic change in his gaze. He just looked at Yifutian with some frostiness as he said in a distant tone of voice, "If I don't tell you to move, you shall stand there and not move." With that, he started walking forward. His voice had an authority that was not to be questioned, as if he had given Yifutian the command to stand there, and he was not allowed to move. Yifutian frowned. He knew that Muyunlan wouldn't dare to do anything to him, but he didn't expect Muyunlan's personality to be so audacious. He had come in here, but Muyunlan didn't allow him to move. Yifutian picked his feet up and started moving forward as well. But the moment he took one step out, Muyunlan stopped walking as well. Beams of gold divine light that carried the power of the great path emanated out from him. Boom! All of a sudden, a golden figure appeared in front of Yifutian. In an instant, the terrifying illusion of a golden-winged rock appeared from nowhere and came down murderously towards him. Its incredible pair of wings flapped and tore through the air as it made its way towards Yifutian. Yifutian shifted himself instantly and disappeared from where he was standing earlier to appear in a different place. But he soon realized that in the blink of an eye, several more illusions of golden-winged rocks had appeared before him. Each one seemed so real as they carried a ferocious aura while coming at him at the same time. They seemed to have drowned out the space here, and he had nowhere to escape to. At that moment, a gargantuan illusion of a peacock appeared behind Yifutian. It gave off countless beams of light from its body and attacked all the illusions of the golden-winged rocks. But they were unable to hold up against the attack power of the golden-winged rocks. Yifutian thrust his long spear outwards, only to see a golden-winged rock use its sharp claws to block the attack. It had actually used its razor-sharp claws to grab hold of the long spear as the other illusions continued to attack from other directions. The illusion of the peacock unleashed a glaring amount of divine light. It was as if it had come out from countless pairs of eyes at the same time, but it was still unable to fend off the force coming towards it that seemed to be able to blot out the sky. Bam! With a loud blast, Yifutian flew out from the impact and was sent far into the distance. At that moment, all the illusions disappeared as they merged into one and returned to Muyunlan's body. Those jealous-looking eyes were filled with cold-blooded and murderous thoughts. If not for the fact that he couldn't kill Yifutian now, he would have done it right now and gotten rid of this man. The power of level 8. The aura on Yifutian trembled as he looked up at Muyunlan in front of him. Muyunlan was at Renhuang level 8 perfect grade great path, and he was reaching its peak already, so he was practically invincible, while Yifutian's level was too far from his after all. Dealing with an ordinary level 8 Renhuang was no problem to him, and he would even have the upper hand. Still, Muyun Lan was a compelling character from Four Corner Village and had experienced enlightenment. It was really way too difficult for him at level 5 to defeat Muyun Lan. Everyone looking in from outside narrowed their eyes as they watched the battle. Muyun Lan had seriously tried to attack Yi Futian, but Muyun Lan didn't seem like he intended to really kill Yi Futian. There were too many things he had to consider, so he didn't dare to go too far. However, from what they could see, it looked like Muyun Lan was purposely trying to stop Yi Futian from discovering any secrets within that space. Blind Tai couldn't see what was going on inside, and he couldn't sense it either, but his ears twitched, and he could overhear the discussions among the rest of the people. His expression turned cold as he started walking towards where the cultivators from the Nanhai family were standing. Nanhai Qing and the rest immediately tensed up and were worried that Blind Tai was here to take revenge. "Do not make me repeat myself," said Muyun Lan aggressively before continuing to walk on. It was as if he had been standing there without moving throughout the attack. "But I want to understand a level 8 Golden Rock Heaven Slayer technique." Yi Futian ignored whatever Muyun Lan said and continued walking forward. The blasts of Great Path resounded from his body as countless beams of divine light shot out from within his body. His whole body was filled with exuberant energy. Even though he was not at a level able to fight Muyun Lan, who was at level 8 perfect grade Great Path, he didn't mind making use of Muyun Lan to hone his fighting abilities. Before leaving the Donghua domain, he had heard that the most talented and powerful person of the domain, Ninghua, had already reached level 8. Regardless of whether it was Ninghua or Muyun Lan, these were all rivals that he would eventually need to face in the future. So wasn't a chance to hone and perfect his skills a really rare chance? A tremendous amount of pressure filled the space. Yi Futian's body served as the center of this pressure, and a starry dimension with innumerable stars surrounded him. A bright white moon hung high in the sky as it emanated a chilling air, causing the space to nearly freeze over. Muyun Lan's body was suspended in the air as the incredibly glorious picture of the domineering golden pung bird appeared on his body. His gaze swept towards Yi Futian and his murderous intentions intensified, but he tried his best to hold himself back. Chi-Chi. A golden-winged rock flew out ferociously like a beam of light as it seemed to become a beautiful sword. This golden sword-like bird tore through the air and flew murderously towards Yi Futian. Many more golden-winged rocks surrounded it as if they were determined to kill everything in their way. Yi Futian shifted his consciousness, and the divine light from the frosty moon shone down on the legendary birds and affected their speed, but was unable to destroy them. At the same time, he raised a hand and slammed it down, causing all the stars to instantly rain down towards the birds like divine monuments coming down from the sky. Bam! 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 It shattered all the force that it landed on, and even though the golden rocks continued to fly towards Yi Futian, their strength had been greatly diminished. Many doors of space appeared in front of Yi Futian and made their way towards those sword-like birds. The divine swords created by the golden-winged rocks broke through the doors and shattered them. But just then, a long spear attacked them, blocking the swords and blocking the attack. But in the same instant, a strong wind began to howl as an enormous bird smashed down from the sky as it aimed straight for Yi Futian. The illusion of a peacock behind Yi Futian unleashed an incredibly gorgeous light of the demon god from itself. The incomparably huge peacock shot into the sky as it became one with the divine light to collide with the bird that was smashing down. Boom! Yi Futian was sent flying out again from the impact, and he gave a muffled cry. The blood force within his body roiled, but he caught his breath again almost instantly. He held a long spear in his hands and looked towards Muyun Lan. An eagerness to fight blazed in those eyes. Muyun Lan stared at Yi Futian and could sense that eagerness to engage in battle from Yi Futian's body. He could sense that Yi Futian was making use of him to train himself up, and he knew that his threats didn't mean anything to Yi Futian at all. They both knew very well that he didn't dare to do anything to Yi Futian, so Yi Futian ended up using his attacks to hone his fighting ability instead. When he realized this, Muyun Lan's expression darkened even further, and his murderous thoughts intensified greatly. But he had to think about the situation outside. Terrifying beams of divine light came down, and he wished he could kill Yi Futian on the spot. But he couldn't do that. Muyunlan spun around and left. He continued walking deeper into the space and didn't bother stopping Yifutian anymore. He knew there was no point in doing that, and he would only serve to benefit Yifutian instead. Yifutian felt that it was such a pity. It was so hard to find a rival at this level. An ordinary level 9 character wasn't his match either. But Muyunlan had realized what Yifutian was trying to do. So he decided to just leave. Muyunlan was in front, and Yifutian was in the back. The two of them walked on at the same time and passed many pillars that were so tall that they reached the clouds. Divine consciousness didn't work in this place, so they had to use their eyes to observe everything. They could vaguely sense a terrifying form of pressure in front, so they lifted their heads to look into the distance. They could make out a flight of stairs that extended high up towards the sky, and there were even more majestic-looking golden pillars at the top of the stairs. They sparkled brightly. It was as if there was something even more frightening to behold in that place. "What's over there?" thought both of them in their hearts. Muyunlan had already started walking briskly towards the stairs. He didn't walk too quickly, but each step was strong and steady. Every step he took created a booming sound, making one feel a tremendous amount of pressure. This authoritative pressure wasn't something that he unleashed on purpose. It was a natural sort of formidability that made his expression grim as he fixed his gaze in front. His expression was bleak because he could sense that this series of chance encounters might really have led them to find an actual relic of the past, and it could really be something left behind by a truly incredible person of the past. Muyunlan had been willing to marry into the Nanhai family to become their son-in-law, not only for the sake of his cultivation. He used to be from the village and knew very little about anything else. His knowledge of the world outside was blurry and as good as none. He only knew about cultivation and his wish to go out and explore the world. After wandering out there for several years, his knowledge expanded. But it was only after he met Nanhai Xianxia and came to the Nanhai family that he found out about the great secrets of ancient times. That was when he realized that there were still so many astonishing secrets to be uncovered and many stories that had been buried in the long river of history. And since he was facing what could be the relic of a godlike character, he became very solemn, and his heart was tumultuous. The gods of ancient times were those who dared to fight the heavens and were heaven-defying existences themselves. This sort of undefeatable boldness was something that triggered his ambition. He wished he had been born in that era to have competed with the heavenly palace. Yifutian looked equally solemn, but unlike Muyunlan, he was still in the process of searching while cultivating. He was searching for the secret of his own past, he was searching for the truth behind the world tree, and of course he wanted to know what this world really was like. There were many things that he felt like he had come into contact with but wasn't able to see clearly. But as his cultivation level continued to rise, he was beginning to inch toward the truth slowly. When he reached the stairs, he also felt this odd authoritative pressure coming from it. This pressure was ancient and solemn and wasn't brought here by some other power. It seemed like the purest form of might. It had no form or shape, but it weighed heavily on him and made him feel like he was suffocating. Yifutian started walking up the stairs. His body was surrounded by the glow of the divine light of Great Path as if he was a divine being himself. But the divine light of Great Path didn't seem as pretty or eye-catching in this place. On the contrary, it seemed somewhat dim, as if that mighty pressure had kept everything under its control, which caused Yifutian to feel that the power he had didn't seem to do any wonders for him, and he had to rely on his own body to endure everything that came his way. "What's up there?" wondered Yifutian. His heart was immensely calm. He looked up into the sky, and there was some anticipation in his eyes. But there was no way he could increase his speed, and he had no choice but to go up one step at a time. In front of him, Muyunlan had stopped walking, and his breathing seemed to have quickened. He hadn't released any aura and did not unleash any of his great path power. It was clear that Muyunlan had gone through the same thing as Yifutian. He had also realized that the powers he had were useless because this authoritative pressure had no regard for any great path power. It was a pressure that weighed on one's spirit. But after a few moments, he continued walking up. Yifutian followed behind him. His breathing started to quicken as well. He didn't stop and began to close the gap between himself and Muyunlan. The two of them continued to walk higher and higher up the stairs. When Muyunlan stopped again, he was left with only the last 3 steps. He took a deep breath, then picked up his feet and went up again. He stood at the top of the stairs, and for one moment, Muyunlan's gaze froze. He stood where he was without budging an inch and just stared straight ahead. Yifutian figured that Muyunlan must have seen something. He continued walking up from behind Muyunlan, finally reaching the top and stood on the landing. After that, his gaze was also frozen like Muyunlan's, and he too stood there without moving as he stared at what was in front of him. And so, the people outside witnessed a bizarre scene before them. These two enemies were actually standing side by side, quietly looking ahead. The people outside couldn't see exactly what was there and could only see an extremely bright ball of light. What did they see? Everyone's hearts trembled as a strong sense of curiosity overwhelmed them. These two were archenemies. What could they have seen that would make them stand there without moving the slightest bit? Many of them wished they could also go in to see what was there. But until now, the two of them were the only ones able to enter the space. Nobody else had been able to go in. If they wanted to know what the two of them had seen, they had to wait for them to come back out. At the same time, inside the space, Muyunlan and Yifutian were faced with a glaring flash of golden divine light. The gleaming diving light was so glaring that their eyes hurt. This place seemed to have been a place where one cultivated. Characters were carved into the pillars that seemed to reach the sky, and they were all over the floor as well. It looked like a gigantic formation, and it also resembled an altar. But right in the middle of this area, Muyunlan and Yifutian saw a golden coffin. That glorious golden divine light emanated from this golden coffin, and it hurt their eyes to look upon it. The mighty pressure was coming from this coffin as well, and it made both of them pant heavily. Even though they were powerful, they felt like their legs were about to give way. That was how frightening the pressure was. In this place, it seemed like none of the great path power was of any use. The might that shone on them had eliminated all the power they had. It's those words. Muyunlan and Yifutian looked towards the words written on the pillars. 5 pillars had 5 different words on them. The world has no and path. The world has no path, Muyunlan murmured to himself. Just when he was about to unleash the great path aura within him, it was instantly distinguished. For as long as the divine light of those ancient words shone down on him, the great path did not exist. No path existed in this space. The world has no path. Yifutian was equally shaken as he murmured these 5 words to himself. What did they mean? What was the path here referring to? The world had no path. Then what was the power that they had all been cultivating? If this sort of power existed, then why did it disappear completely in this space? Why wasn't it able to exist in this space? Muyunlan and Yifutian's hearts were both filled with questions as they looked towards that coffin. Bam! Yifutian stepped out, which caused the floor to resonate loudly. Even though his movement was extremely limited within this space, he still took that step out anyway. The strength of the world tree within his body slowly spread through the rest of his body, which filled his body with strength. Muyunlan's expression froze when he noticed Yifutian's movement. He tried to take a step forward only to find that he wasn't able to. It was already not easy for him to remain standing under this tremendous pressure. But Yifutian was actually able to continue walking. Did that mean he wasn't as powerful as Yifutian? Muyunlan was a proud man by nature. So even though Yifutian had made a name for himself recently and was incredibly gifted, he didn't think that he would be any less than Yifutian. But after they had both entered this relic and come here, he didn't have any more strength to keep walking, while Yifutian could continue walking ahead. This was a terrible blow to Muyunlan's pride. The great path resonated within his body, and it seemed like divine light was flickering behind him as he forced himself to take a step forward. But all of this was quickly extinguished by that formless divine light from the coffin. Muyunlan made a muffled noise as blood dribbled from his lips, but he still insisted on taking this step forward. He looked towards the front to see that Yifutian was still walking ahead. He was walking very slowly, but he had already made 3 steps forward. Yifutian seemed to have sensed Muyunlan's movement, So he turned back to glance at Muyunlan to see that Muyunlan was still trying to move forward despite bleeding from the mouth and nose. If he went on like this, he might end up bleeding from even more places. This man was naturally proud and was one who refused to give up or give in. But this obstinance wasn't always a good thing. Yifutian had taken more steps forward only because the world tree wasn't affected by the divine light and had given him more strength. Otherwise, he would have remained where he was. The path of cultivation is not an easy one. Don't go down the path of destruction, said Yifutian in a low voice. Muyunlan looked at him. Was Yifutian advising him now? Was he mocking him? Or was he laughing at his misfortune? If you die like this, then I'd have one rival less. It's better if you leave yourself alive for me to kill, continued Yifutian. After that, he didn't care about him anymore and took yet another step forward. Muyunlan was bleeding from more places now, so he ended up giving up. He moved his body backward to stand at the edge of the staircase once again and didn't dare to try moving forward anymore. Meanwhile, Yifutian had already reached the coffin. The glaring rays of light made it hard for him to open his eyes, so he used a hand to block some of it. He looked towards the inside of the coffin, and his heart pounded wildly as his hand froze. He had just taken one look, and Yifutian let out a tragic-sounding yelp as his body was sent flying right out. He crashed into one of the pillars and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Blood was also seeping out from his eyes, and he looked awful. Muyunlan felt his own heart pound wildly when he saw this. He stared straight at that coffin, then looked towards Yifutian. He watched as Yifutian put a hand over his eyes, and it was dyed red by blood. The energy from the world tree within his body extended to his eyes. He slowly moved his hand away, and the blood had all dried up. His eyes opened again to look towards the coffin. What's there? Muyunlan couldn't help but ask Yifutian, even though he knew Yifutian was injured. Yifutian's gaze looked back at where Muyunlan was standing. Muyunlan looked back at him, as if he was waiting for a response from Yifutian. What was inside this coffin? At that moment, Muyunlan felt his heart pound wildly on its own accord. But even though Yifutian wanted to say something, he didn't say anything in the end. His heart was also pounding equally wildly. What on earth is it? Muyunlan asked again since Yifutian didn't answer. His eyes glowed with curiosity. The thing almost blinded Yifutian and left him open-mouthed. What could it possibly be? What was hidden inside of a divine casket that was sealed in the mysterious site of relics of ancient gods? Was it a body? Could it be the remains of ancient gods if it was indeed a body? Sacred remains. Yifutian still didn't answer Muyunlan's question. It was not that he didn't want to reply, but that he couldn't tell what it was or to put it into words. Was it a corpse? He had trouble describing it clearly. While he still felt staggered and disconcerted at this moment, he was also filled with wonder and a strong urge to explore. His eyes, which had recovered from temporary blindness, were glued to the divine casket. Beams of divine light illuminated his body. It was imperial glory instead of the ordinary divine light of the Great Path. His eyes reflected the dazzling light and shone brilliantly as if they were eyes of God. He stepped forward again, walking over to the divine casket. He wanted to give it another try to identify the thing in the casket. He was almost blinded just now for taking a brief look. Any other cultivator at the same level would have lost his sight already. Muyunlan clenched his fists and stared at Yifutian without blinking. This jerk wouldn't tell him what was inside the casket. Muyunlan exerted himself to move a step forward, attempting to take a look himself. Even if you managed to get here, you probably would be blinded after one quick look. Do you really want to try? A cold voice said to Muyunlan. Muyunlan dropped the idea right away. He stood frozen to the ground and was at a loss for words. He certainly had been performing worse than Yifutian, even though he was unwilling to admit it. He saw what kind of price Yifutian paid to look inside the casket, and he knew he was very likely to be blinded if he tried it himself. Of course, Muyunlan noticed how Yifutian was glowing with the imperial glory as well. Yifutian was fortunate enough to obtain the will of the great emperor during a serendipitous encounter. Perhaps it was why he was better than Muyunlan and was confident enough to try again. Yifutian walked extremely slowly. Each of his footsteps was heavy. It was as if he was carrying tons of weight. He paused for a second when he reached the divine casket. His eyes already turned into a rich and bright golden color, as though they were brightened by the divine light. Yifutian approached the divine casket one more time to look inside. In an instant, countless rays of divine light pierced into Yifutian's eyes. He felt excruciating pain in his eyes, and even his spiritual soul was shaken violently. The blinding golden divine light seemed to be an endless flow of runes. Each rune was left by the ancient gods and contained enigmatic power. More remarkably, the countless runes all seemed to be coming from a body, which was essentially made up of golden runes. It was a corpse indeed. The sacred remains. However, the dazzling and magnificent sacred remains didn't have blood, flesh, or bones. Even if a god died, his body would never decompose, and his blood wouldn't dry out either. Moreover, he could resurrect himself even if he only had one drop of blood or one patch of skin left. Yifutian couldn't imagine what gods were capable of, but at least they would have bodies that could last forever. That being said, the sacred remains in front of him were composed of innumerable runes. It was a spectacular sight, but Yifutian felt a strong, sharp pain in his eyes. He let out an agonized yelp and fell back. 2 streams of blood trickled from his eyes and made him look miserable. Even though he was well prepared this time, Yifutian couldn't endure the pain for more than a split second. The runes that formed the remains thrust into his eyes and head. He couldn't persevere in the face of this kind of power. Was this developed after a god's death? Yifutian was astounded, even though this was not the first sacred remains that he saw. In the past, he had encountered the divine heart of the peacock left by the peacock demon god. What did the sacred remains mean this time? At the moment, this area in the outer realms was surrounded by a lot of cultivators. They were all eager to know what was going on inside. Why did Muyunlan stop moving forward? What happened to him? Yifutian, as opposed to Muyunlan, walked into the area that couldn't be discerned. Did it mean that Yifutian was doing better than Muyunlan in the relic? All of a sudden, everyone sensed the formidable authority of heaven. Many of them raised their heads to look in the direction of the source of the terrifying energy. They immediately saw a person appear in the sky above them. It was an old man with an ethereal quality. His long, white beard was flowing in the wind, making him look like a deity. Who is that? Everyone's heart was pounding with excitement and anticipation. The cultivators from the Nanhai family bowed to the old man and said, "Greetings to the clan leader." The clan leader of the Nanhai family was here. The crowd was almost blown away. No one expected to see master cultivators here, let alone the preeminent leader of the Nanhai family. He arrived so quickly. It seemed that the cultivators from the Nanhai family informed him of the situation, which attracted him here at once. The clan leader of the Nanhai family gazed at the area below with a solemn expression. He asked, "How was this discovered?" After years of raiding and plundering, they thought there was no valuable relic left in the Zhongyuan continent. This was why it was shocking for them to see the situation here. This meant that they missed one of the most important relics on this continent. This area came into sight after someone solved the mystery by chance, a person replied. The clan leader of the Nanhai family was lost for words. Was it that simple? Nevertheless, it was meaningless to inquire about the details or regret the past. Instead, he focused on the present and watched the area intently. Just when he was about to make a move, another burst of fierce energy arrived. A voice rang out in midair. "I was wondering what Brother Nanhai was rushing for. It turns out that there is God's relic on the Zhongyuan continent." Before the voice faded, another master cultivator came into view. "Brother Nanhai, it's quite selfish of you to not share the news with us." A succession of master cultivators showed up, one of whom looked like a majestic ruler in his lavish imperial robe. The sovereign of the Xianxia deity nation. It appeared that most of the mighty figures of the upper third heaven had arrived. They all went to the Xianxia continent at the request of the domain chief's manor. However, the leaders of the Nanhai family and the Yin family left abruptly, which caught the attention of other master cultivators. They followed them here, which led to what happened just now. The crowd was electrified to see the most prominent cultivators arriving one after another. The domain chief's manor invited them over. Yet, who would have thought that they all gathered here in the Zhongyuan continent? Everyone could feel a great force of intense pressure pressing down over their bodies because of these mighty figures' presence. However, they were only staring at the area below while unleashing terrifying energy to surround the pillars. Subsequently, the crowd was hit by a strong yet invisible wave. It felt like a surreal spatial storm to the cultivators nearby. "Back off!" A voice boomed in the void. The cultivators immediately pulled back. But the invisible undulation of energy grew more intense. It turned into a gale and was transformed into a real spatial storm. Buzz! A wicked storm struck again, and blinding light flooded the space. At this moment, all of the wrecked buildings were once again smashed to smithereens, dust clouds blowing in the wind. After the storm finally subsided, the crowd standing far away suddenly realized that the area had changed. To everyone's astonishment, numerous stone pillars soared into the clouds, as if they were part of a splendid divine palace. "This is what's inside." Many people felt their hearts pounding rapidly. Was the divine palace inside the relic moved out by the master cultivators by force? Yifutian and Muyunlan naturally sensed the change as well. They raised their heads to look at the people hovering in the air. Although he had never met any of them, Yifutian knew that they were mighty figures from various top forces. Old Ma. Yifutian recognized Old Ma, who was behind the crowd. Old Ma followed other people here too. "Father-in-law," Muyunlan shouted at the clan leader of the Nanhai family. The man nodded and responded, "Muyunlan, pull back for now." Muyunlan nodded slightly. There was no point for him to stay now that the master cultivators had arrived. Before he made a quick exit, he darted a glance at Yifutian. Yifutian was quietly withdrawing from the area. Even so, many master cultivators in the air noticed him. They stared at him for a while, surprised that he could approach the divine casket. In fact, the master cultivators were also astounded to see that it was a divine casket. As soon as they focused their attention on the inside of the divine casket, several of them closed their eyes. Others shrieked and immediately teleported away, then reappeared in the sky extremely far away. "What is that?" A voice echoed through the area. Even the clan leader of the Nanhai family drew back without looking at the casket. His eyes closed tightly. "Ugh!" The spectators were stunned by their reaction. What on earth was inside the dazzling divine casket? Even the most powerful cultivators recoiled in horror. There was no doubt that it was something left by the ancient gods. A cultivator from the Nanhai family rose into the air, trying to sneak a peek. But the clan leader bellowed, "Back off! You can't look at it." Startled, the man stopped right away. He understood that he had to curb his curiosity when he saw the expression on the clan leader's face. He couldn't even cast a brief look at the divine casket. The master cultivators stood in different directions and seemed extremely cautious. Even people as powerful as them didn't dare to look. One could well imagine what kind of horrific thing was lying inside the divine casket. "Is it him?" Someone asked the clan leader of the Nanhai family. He was awfully afraid and didn't have the courage to look himself. "Yes." The clan leader of the Nanhai family nodded and replied, "I'm surprised that the remains of an ancient legend are preserved till today," the person exclaimed. "Father-in-law, whose body was it?" Muyunlan asked. Turned out that his guess was right. It was sacred remains indeed. However, how could a corpse contain so much terrifying power that even the master cultivators had to stay away? "If I'm correct, this should be Xianxia the Great Emperor," the clan leader of the Nanhai family said in a low and solemn voice. Even he felt deep respect and admiration for such a legendary figure. The majority of the world had never heard about Xianxia the Great Emperor. Only the master cultivators vaguely knew something about him. It was arcane history from ancient times. Ordinary cultivators outside of the most influential families couldn't possibly obtain such information. On top of that, even the families that rose to prominence in recent years didn't have chances to access the secret stories from ancient times. It had to be aristocratic families with a long lineage. Xianxia, the great emperor who didn't believe in the heavenly path? Muyunlan was taken aback. He had learned about the little-known stories of many mighty figures in ancient times since he married into the Nanhai family. Many supreme cultivators achieved spectacular feats and left a mark in the history of time. Xianxia, the great emperor, was one of them. He didn't worship the heavenly path and dared to challenge the mainstream belief. He once carved the words heaven and earth to demonstrate unmatched confidence and firm resolve to confront heaven. He didn't believe in the heavenly path. Yi Futian silently repeated Muyunlan's words. Astonished, he looked at the runes on the stone pillars. This supreme cultivator in ancient times didn't believe in the heavenly path and built these stone pillars to destroy the established great path. What kind of bold vision and elevated state of mind he had. Yi Futian could hardly imagine. What on earth was the highest level of cultivation? He once heard that the heavenly path collapsed because it was broken during the Great War from the distant past. Now he couldn't help but wonder if the heavenly path came apart because there were too many marvelous cultivators competing against heaven at that time. It would be a shocking history if his speculation were true. Nevertheless, no one knew what exactly happened in the past. At least Yi Futian couldn't figure it out yet. He had cultivated for such a long time and thought that he had acquired plenty of knowledge. Nowadays, however, it was becoming clear to him that there were much more that he didn't know. He felt like an ignorant child. Now, almost all the master cultivators in the Xianxia domain were daunted by a corpse of an ancient legend. They couldn't even take a brief look without undergoing tremendous pressure and risk. Who could come near the sacred remains? At this moment, another person stepped forward and looked down into the divine casket. It was the overlord of the Xiangyu deity nation. His body was releasing terrifying energy, and his eyes glowed with the divine light. His gaze penetrated the space and focused on the sacred remains directly. Nonetheless, even with his dominant power and thorough preparation, he only held on for a short moment before shifting his eyes away. Although he managed to look at the sacred remains for a longer time than the clan leader of the Nanhai family did, it didn't mean that he was stronger than him. He was more prepared. It's undoubtedly Xianxia, the great emperor, the overlord of the Xiangyu deity nation said. Rumor has it that Xianxia, the great emperor, was able to transform the great emperor into runes. His physical body was invincible and imperishable as a result of long time and high-level cultivation. I would have never thought that I could see his sacred remains so many years later. Even though Xianxia, the great emperor, has already passed on, his body here is probably still in a class of its own. His remarks tantalized many people. Overlord Xiangyu had a point. Anyone who could control the sacred remains would be unrivaled in the divine prefecture. Apart from Donghuang, the great emperor, who could prevail over the sacred remains of Xianxia, the great emperor of ancient times? Although the sacred remains could be used as the ultimate weapon, ordinary folks could barely take a look, let alone control it. Notwithstanding, the lack of ability didn't stop people from fantasizing about it. Who didn't want to become the unparalleled fighter in the world? All of a sudden, the wind started to gust, and the clouds rolled in. Another person arrived while carrying intimidating power with him. The crowd looked up at the sky. The master cultivators already realized who just turned up. It seemed that it would be difficult for them to seize hold of the sacred remains for themselves now. I invited all of you to come to the Xianxia continent. Yet it looks like you are all gathered here instead. The crowd heard his voice before seeing his face. Everyone raised their heads and saw a middle-aged man emerging in the sky. His hair was completely gray even though he seemed to be only 40 years old. Judging by his handsome face and majestic bearing, it was not hard for people to guess his identity. He was the domain chief of the Xianxia domain. Domain chief, you're here too. The master cultivators greeted him one after another. The chief nodded and looked in the direction of the divine casket. He said, Who would have thought that there are sacred remains hidden in a relic on the Zhongyuan continent in the Xianxia domain? We would have turned the Zhongyuan continent upside down if we knew that the body of Xianxia the Great Emperor still existed. The top forces surely would do their utmost to thoroughly search through the Zhongyuan continent if they had known before. However, things would become tricky now that the domain chief had personally come. Everyone was conceiving all sorts of sinister plots in their heads before the chief's arrival. But it would be even harder for them to get their hands on the sacred remains now. The domain chief shot a glance at the divine casket and said, "It's Xianxia the Great Emperor indeed." He bowed slightly to the divine casket below to show his respect for the ancient legend. Then, he scanned the crowd and announced, "Let's head to the Xianxia continent together, since you are all here. I will bring the divine casket to the domain chief's manor and report to the Donghuang Imperial Palace later." Everyone's heart sunk upon hearing his decision. The domain chief's plan was indisputable. The others might be able to question him if he only said to bring the casket back to the domain chief's manor. But he specifically added that he would report it to the Donghuang Imperial Palace later, which meant that he would only hold the divine casket temporarily for safekeeping. Who could challenge his decision after he stated his intention of waiting for Donghuang the Great Emperor's instruction? That being said, it was unclear how long he planned to keep the divine casket in the domain chief's manor before reporting to the Donghuang Imperial Palace. He might hold on to it for a while. Either way, his argument was watertight. It's extremely rare to encounter the sacred remains of the great emperor in early ancient times. Domain chief, after you bring the casket back to the Xianxia continent, can we study it together for a while to make some progress in cultivation? The overlord Xianxia suggested. They had to compromise at this point for a chance to study the sacred remains. At the very least, they couldn't let the domain chief hog it for himself. No problem, of course. Any cultivator would be eager to study such a divine body from the early ancient times. The domain chief nodded and said, "I understand what you mean. Thank you, domain chief." Everyone nodded in agreement. It would be inappropriate for them to push further at this point. Nonetheless, none of them was satisfied with the arrangement. The domain chief settled the issue of jurisdiction over the sacred remains moments after his arrival. The last word belonged to the most powerful person for sure. No one cared or inquired about the person who discovered the relic in the first place as if it didn't matter at all. Of course, it was only a trivial detail indeed. "Let's go back to the Xianxia continent together since we're all here," the domain chief said. Then he turned his eyes to the area below. With a deafening sound, the earth quaked violently. Cracks appeared one by one as though the ground was about to be split open. The intense divine light of the great path illuminated the area. The domain chief made a grabbing gesture with his hand, and the entire relic was uprooted, creating a series of thundering noises. The onlookers were stunned to see the domain chief attempting to move the relic away in one piece. The whole site slowly rose into the air like a castle. It was encased in the form of fearsome energy. The power of the casket was contained and did not affect the movement. "Let's go," the domain chief said. He set out right away while carrying the relic. The clan leader of the Nanhai family looked down at Nanhai Qianxue and Muyunlan. "Come up." Yes. They joined him and left together. The master cultivators also brought their youngsters along with them. "Let's set off too." Old Ma, who had been standing by the side quietly, finally spoke to Yi Futian and the others. Duan Tianxiong was right next to Old Ma. He nodded slightly at Yi Futian and joined them as well. Everyone from the top forces left the scene before long. Many cultivators who had no one to bring them along with could only lament the lack of chance to even go near the divine relic. People of Four Corner Village were traveling together with cultivators from the ancient royal family of Duan. Yi Futian asked Duan Tianxiong, "Your Majesty, have you heard about Xianxia the Great Emperor before?" "Only a little," Duan Tianxiong nodded and replied. He didn't believe in the heavenly path and challenged the gods. The supreme cultivators in early ancient times were often determined to compete against heaven since they had reached the pinnacle of cultivation. Xianxia the Great Emperor was one of them. Nevertheless, even I couldn't imagine that kind of ultimate power. "We don't have people like that anymore." Yifutian was deeply moved by the story. Cultivation had no limit, but did it mean that a cultivator had to take on the gods when he reached the peak? To challenge the heavenly path? Even Duan Tianxiong could hardly imagine a spirit like that. How would the contemporary great emperor compare with the great emperors in ancient times?